The poor son-in-law inherits a $1 trillion fortune. The poor boy married into the wife's family and suffered all kinds of cold stares and ridicule. Now he finds out that he is actually the illegitimate son of a rich man and has inherited billions of property. Chapter 001: Humiliation, Mockery, and Betrayal. In the hall of a blood donation center in South City, a news report on the TV caught everyone's attention. Last month, South City's richest man, Zhao Chenggong, was found dead from a sudden brain hemorrhage at his villa. With no living family members and no will left behind, there has been no one to inherit his wealth. The inheritance of his $1 trillion fortune and his massive business empire has become a hot topic, making waves throughout the city. Today, we've invited two law professors from the University of Political Science and Law to discuss and analyze the issue. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall began to discuss excitedly. What a pity! Zhao Chenggong was still under 50, and now has gone, leaving behind thousands of billions in wealth. He was lucky to make the money, but unlucky to not get to spend it. Yeah, exactly. I heard Zhao Chenggong was always busy with work, never married, had no children, and rarely interacted with relatives or friends. He was always a solitary man. I thought he was in the prime of his life, strong and healthy, and never expected something like this to happen, such a waste to leave behind so much wealth. Hey, imagine if I were Zhao Chenggong's illegitimate son, then all this money would be mine. Yeah, damn it. If I had the surname Zhao, at least I could pretend to be a relative of the richest man. I wouldn't need billions, just a fraction would be enough for me to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Har har har, stop dreaming. There's no chance for you. I heard some of the deputy directors at his company are already planning to team up and divide his shares. Really tragic, huh? To work so hard all your life, to build up a fortune, and in the end, you don't even have a son to inherit it. What's the point? Meanwhile, in an office nearby, a thin, disheveled young man with sunken eyes was arguing fiercely with the doctor. Doctor, please, just take a little more blood from me. My sister needs to pay her tuition, I still need a lot of money. No, you've already donated 800 milliliters today. That's the limit. If you donate more, you'll be in trouble, the doctor said firmly. No. I'm strong, I can handle it. Please, just a little more blood. The young man patted his chest. I said no, and I mean it. I'm a doctor saving lives, not a killer. I have to be responsible for you. The doctor's tone grew more resolute. But I really need the money. 200 milliliters. If you can't do that, even 100 milliliters will do. Please, doctor. The young man clutched a few bright red bills, his reimbursement for blood donation. His voice was filled with desperation. Sorry, but it's really not possible. Look at your lips, they are turning pale. Just don't push yourself. Here, I'll give you an extra 100 yuan to buy some milk and get some rest, the doctor said sympathetically. Seeing that the doctor was so firm, the young man had no choice but to leave the office. As he stepped outside, he heard the news report playing on the TV, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and sigh. He even sneered slightly, because, once upon a time, he was a classic, rich second generation. Though his family wasn't exactly top-tier aristocracy, they were well off enough that they didn't have to worry about food or clothing. If it weren't for a tragic event years ago, his father's business going bankrupt, then dying in a drunk driving accident, and his mother committing suicide in grief, he and his sister wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhao Yu still clearly remembered that, when he was in elementary school, they had a chauffeur driving him to school. His classmates were envious of him, constantly surrounding him, trying to please him. As a result, he became carefree, indulging in food, drinks, and play, neglecting his studies, and casually earning a degree. He intended to inherit his family business, and after graduating from college, he married his wife, Xia Yu. But life has its twists. Less than half a year after their wedding, tragedy struck. After his parents died, his sister fell seriously ill with thalassemia, commonly known as leukemia. In desperation, he turned to his mother-in-law's family for help. At first, his in-laws were happy to take advantage of his family's wealth, but when Zhao Yu's family went bankrupt, their attitude took a 180-degree turn. They began to look down on him, ostracizing him, and even bullying him. In the end, it was his wife, Xia Yu, who felt sorry for him, intervened, and begged her family to lend him money. He even had to kneel and beg for it. Eventually, his mother-in-law lent him the money 20,000 yuan, with the condition that he pay it back by handing over his entire monthly salary. This was why Zhao Yu had to resort to selling blood. His sister's tuition was still unpaid, and there was nothing he could do but plead. Zhao Yu sighed as he recalled these painful memories. Just as he stepped out of the blood donation center, he received a phone call from his sister, Wang Mengsha. "Hello, brother, have you raised the money? The teacher just gave me an ultimatum. If I don't pay by tomorrow morning, I won't be allowed to go to school anymore." Her voice on the other end of the line was choked with tears. "Don't worry, Sha. I'm almost there, just 1,000 yuan short. I'll definitely get the money to you before tonight." Zhao Yu quickly reassured her. "But brother, your salary is all going to pay off your debt. Where are you getting all this money from? You didn't go begging to our mother-in-law again, did you? If I'd known you had to kneel to her to borrow money, I'd rather not have treated my illness. You've suffered so much in that family, you don't have to do this for me anymore. I'll go work if I have to, I won't let you suffer for me, brother." The girl became frantic. No, you misunderstood. I borrowed the money from my colleagues and friends. Don't worry, Sha, I'll never beg them again. Even if I starve, I won't beg anyone. Zhao Yu clenched his fist. Really? You're so good, brother. The girl's voice brightened with joy. Brother, I need to go to the library later, so I won't talk to you for long. Remember to transfer the money to me. Love you. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to calm his sister down, but the tuition still remained unresolved. The school had given him an ultimatum: if he couldn't pay, his sister would be expelled. Over the past 2 years, Zhao Yu had endured a lot of hardship, all because of his lack of education. He had relied on his family's wealth in the past, living a carefree life, but now his fortunes had reversed. His once promising future had been reduced to a miserable son-in-law, constantly humiliated by his in-laws. He lived in misery, enduring everything for his sister's sake. He hoped she could continue her studies, succeed in life, and restore the family's lost glory. His only goal was for her to have a good future. In desperation, Zhao Yu lowered his pride and dignity. He came to a high-end residential area, waiting anxiously under a beautifully decorated small building. This was his mother-in-law, Zhang Caifeng's home. Soon, a bright and youthful girl dressed in a stylish outfit walked towards him. Her white legs were clad in a pair of stylish AJ sneakers, paired with white sports pants. She had fair skin, and her smile was like a crescent moon. This girl was Zhang Caifeng's second daughter, Xielu, Zhao Yu's sister-in-law. She walked up to him, still smiling, but with a playful, mocking grin. "Oh, brother-in-law, here again to hand over your salary. How much did you get this month? Look at your shirt, it's fading. How about I talk to mom for you and get you some extra pocket money so you can buy a new shirt?" No, I still have a week until I get paid. Xielu, where's your mom? I need to talk to her and borrow some money. Zhao Yu blushed and gritted his teeth. Zhao Yu knew that he was an absolute failure. He couldn't write, couldn't fight, and was useless in every way. He knew full well that asking for money would bring nothing but humiliation, but he had no other choice. He could endure the insults. As long as it meant his sister could continue her studies and eventually succeed, he could endure anything. He remembered how his sister had once said, "Brother, when I make money, I'll help you get out of this miserable place, give you money, and start a company to make your dreams come true." Borrow money. Xiaolu's voice rose several notches. "Well, don't worry. I'll write a promissory note and pay it back as soon as my salary comes," Zhao Yu quickly said. "A promissory note? Zhao Yu, do you really think too highly of yourself? What are you even worth? Have you paid back the 20,000 debt from last time? Are you still dreaming of borrowing money? Don't embarrass yourself." Xiaolu sneered coldly and turned away. Zhao Yu watched her retreating figure. He took a deep breath, enduring the humiliation and bitterness that he had been through. But at that moment, he saw a woman approach. The woman was in her 30s, wearing a white suit with a ponytail. Her figure was slim, her makeup neat, and her cold expression revealed an air of nobility. The woman's gaze was sharp, and it was clear she didn't look down on him as others did. Zhao Yu was surprised to find that he was unconsciously staring at her. But when the woman saw him, she walked over and smiled at him. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao? The youngest son of Zhao Chenggong. Chapter 002, Why are you so nice to me? No, how is that possible? Zhao Chenggong, the richest man in South City. An illegitimate son. Old man, are you joking with me? Old man, I don't have any money. I'm so poor I can barely afford food. If you're trying to scam me, I'd advise you to find someone else. Don't waste your time on me. I have a father. He died 2 years ago in a car accident. And I absolutely believe my mother would never do anything to betray my father. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll call the police. At first, Zhao Yu was shocked, but then his anger quickly took over. The whole situation regarding his parents had always been a painful scar for him, and now it was being brought up again. How could it not hurt? Besides, his parents had been married for so many years, and their relationship had always been strong. After his father died in a car accident, his mother immediately took her own life, which only further proved the depth of their love for each other. How could she have gone behind his father's back to have an affair and produce an illegitimate child? So Zhao Yu was sure that the old man was just a scammer. Just as he was about to hang up the phone in frustration, the old man said something that made him pause. Yes, I know. Your father's name is Zhao Fenglin, and your mother's name is Sun Gui Fen, correct? Yes, that's right. When Zhao Yu heard those two names, his jaw dropped. Since his parents had passed away, their household registrations had been cancelled, and all related documents had been erased. The few relatives and friends they had once known had all distanced themselves once the Zhao family went bankrupt. No one had mentioned those names for 2 years. We've investigated. When your mother, Sun Gui Fen, married Zhao Fenglin, she was already 1 month pregnant, and that child was you. A recent paternity test shows that you are indeed the biological child of Chairman Zhao Chenggong. The old man continued. No. This can't be true. My mother would never do that, never. Zhao Yu shook his head desperately, shouting in denial. Also, you mentioned a DNA test. How was that done? Was it based on the blood I just donated? It's only been an hour. Do you think I'm illiterate? DNA testing is very complicated. Can results come back so quickly? Before Zhao Yu could finish, their voice on the other end of the line burst into laughter. Har, young master, you're right. DNA testing is indeed complex, and usually, it takes 1 or 2 days for results to come through. But you must understand, half of South City's industries belong to the Zhao family. Even the blood donation center you just visited was funded and built by Chairman Zhao's charity. For the Zhao family, if we want to, anyone in South City, whether they are at the other end of the city or hiding in a corner, can be found within 30 minutes, with both the person and the documents brought directly to us. No. I still don't believe it. This must be a mistake. Zhao Yu refused to accept this reality, unwilling to believe his mother would do such a thing. If this were true, wouldn't it mean that his mother had let his father raise someone else's child, all while deceiving him? At that moment, the voice on the phone spoke again. Young master, I understand this is sudden, and it's hard to accept, but there is no doubt that you are Chairman Zhao's biological son. Let us do this: come to St. John's Hospital and take another DNA test in person. Then the truth will be clear, and everything will make sense. After hanging up, Zhao Yu found a quiet spot to sit on the side of the road. His eyes were glazed over, staring blankly at the passing cars. His emotions were in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to St. John's Hospital to clear up the truth, if only to prove his mother's innocence and satisfy the curiosity gnawing at him. But just as he was on his way, he received a call from his wife, Xia Yu. Did you just go to my mom's place to borrow money? Yeah. Zhao Yu, don't you remember how we moved out 2 years ago? If you're in trouble, you should talk to me. Why did you go ask my mom for money again? Have you forgotten the humiliation of kneeling to her? Why are you so forgetful? Do you think the only one losing face is you in front of my family? You're unbelievable. Xia Yu's voice was filled with frustration, though she soon calmed down. After all, what use was it to argue with a useless husband? There was no way to change him, so why waste time? Sighing, Xia Yu said with resignation, all right, since it's already done, go ahead and book a table at Epin Mingchu. I'm going to take my parents and Xiaolu out for dinner tonight to apologize to them. Also, if you don't have anything else to do, come pick me up after work. Okay, Zhao Yu answered with a nod. The phone call ended with a click, and Zhao Yu sighed. Nearly 3 years of marriage, and this was how their communication always went: brief, cold, and sometimes even when they fought, it was just quickly brushed aside. They had never had a heated argument, just going through the motions. The truth was, there had never been any real emotional foundation when they married. Their parents had arranged the marriage for their own benefits, an alliance of convenience. Zhao Yu, though uneducated, came from a family of wealth, and his family owned a growing construction company. Xiaolu's family saw this as an opportunity to secure a prosperous future and send their daughter into a rich family. On the other hand, Xiaolu was young, beautiful, smart, and well educated. She was everything Zhao Yu's parents had dreamed of in a daughter-in-law. But after marriage, Zhao Yu couldn't shake his bad habits. He went out drinking, partying, and sometimes came home drunk, collapsing into bed with lipstick marks all over his face and neck, smelling of other women's perfume. This left Xiaolu feeling neglected and heartbroken. After seeing him fall asleep, she would secretly wipe away her tears. Then Zhao Yu's family faced a huge crisis: his parents died, and the company went bankrupt. In one night, they fell from the heights of wealth to the depths of despair. From being a wealthy heir and the perfect son-in-law, Zhao Yu became a useless man, living off his wife's earnings. The contrast was simply too much to bear. During that time, Zhao Yu was on the verge of falling apart. He felt like everything was slipping through his fingers. But unexpectedly, the only person who stepped up to help him was Xiaolu. She supported him in his darkest hours, helping him borrow money for his sister's surgery, finding him a job, and teaching him professional skills. To avoid the mockery of her family, she even took out her own savings to rent a place for the two of them to live. In the 2 years that followed, Zhao Yu felt deeply guilty toward Xiaolu, but never found the right opportunity to express it. Their relationship had become complicated. While there seemed to be some affection, it was overshadowed by the feeling of being strangers, always walking past each other as if they were the most familiar yet distant people. Sometimes, when Zhao Yu saw Xiaolu come home exhausted from work, he wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to help, but as a man earning only a few thousand a month, what could he do to change their situation? Sighing deeply, Zhao Yu was filled with regret. If only he hadn't squandered his family's wealth, hadn't he gone out drinking so often, hadn't he wasted time, and instead learned something useful that could earn him a living. But what was done. Regret couldn't change the past, so all he could do was move forward, step by step. Zhao Yu first went to the city center to book a table at Ipin Mingchu, then went home to shower and change into clean clothes. By the time he was ready, it was almost time to pick up Xiaolu. He rode his scooter to her office building and waited quietly for her to finish work. Not long after, a tall woman dressed in a black suit and white heels walked out of the building. As she approached, she handed Zhao Yu a bulging envelope. "What is this?" Zhao Yu asked, puzzled, as he took the envelope. When he opened it, he found it contained 20,000 yuan. "Xiaolu, this. Take it. Your sister needs to pay her tuition. Why didn't you discuss this with me? Use part of it for her tuition, and the rest to pay for dinner with my parents tonight. The remaining money, keep it safe for me. I have other plans," Xiaolu said, sitting on the back of his scooter with her arms crossed. Zhao Yu didn't say anything. His eyes felt like they had sand in them. As a man, how could he let his wife pay for everything? He couldn't even provide for her, and now he was taking money from her. How pathetic. He silently stuffed the envelope deep into his jacket pocket, zipped it up, and then started his scooter. "By the way, where did you get so much money?" After a long silence, he finally asked. "It's my bonus." After a few more seconds of silence, Xiaolu asked, "By the way, did you book the restaurant?" "I did." "Good." Then came another long silence. Neither of them spoke, the atmosphere awkward and suffocating. Suddenly, Zhao Yu felt his eyes moisten as the wind hit his face. This woman had been with him for 3 years, standing by his side through his most difficult times. But what had he done for her? Did he deserve her kindness? "Enough money, he'll repay our family tenfold. So mom, please forgive him, all right." Zhao Yu sighed quietly, realizing that despite everything, his mother-in-law would never change her ways. He felt a surge of anger, but he suppressed it, not wanting to cause a scene. He had never wanted to repay anyone. Even if the Xia family had helped him, he didn't feel that he owed them anything. Now, he only hoped that this ridiculous farce would end as soon as possible. Xiaolu, however, snickered, "Sure, the useless Zhao Yu can talk all day about repaying our family. But first, let us see if you can even stand up straight after my mom's scolding. Don't you think we'll fall for your lies?" Chapter 004, The Unreasonable Mother-in-Law. "Yes, I obey your command. As long as the young master wants it, no matter what it is, the family is willing to provide you with all the conveniences." After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Hearing this, Zhao Yu found it very funny. This old man is too perfunctory. He didn't even ask for his bank account number, and he was in a hurry to transfer money. He must be lying. He must be guilty, and seeing that his deception was exposed by me, he is eager to get away. So Zhao Yu didn't take this matter to heart. After putting away his phone, he entered the restaurant. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Zhang Caifeng chatting enthusiastically with two women, one old and one young. The older one was in his 50s, about the same age as Zhang Caifeng. She was her old neighbor named Wang Lianhua. The young girl standing next to her was Wang Lianhua's daughter, Wang Xiaocui. When old neighbors meet, they naturally exchange pleasantries. "Oh, Sister Zhang, I didn't expect to see you here. Since I moved away, we haven't seen each other for several years, right?" "That's right. It's been 5 years. I used to go to your house to knit after dinner. After you left, I didn't even have a friend to talk to. I was so bored. Hey, is that your daughter Xiaoqui next to you? I haven't seen her for a few years. She's grown so tall. She's so young and beautiful. Do you have a girlfriend?" "We've been talking about it, and we're going to be engaged next month," Wang Lianhua said with a smile. "Oh, that's a great thing. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding. By the way, Lianhua, what does your daughter's boyfriend do? When will you bring him in? I'll help you check it out." Zhang Caifeng continued. It was originally just a few simple polite words, and Wang Lianhua was about to speak, but at this moment, Zhao Yu walked into the restaurant after finishing his phone call. He walked over and called Zhang Caifeng "Mom," and then saw that the two of them were chatting, so he stood silently behind them. Although they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, their circle was small enough that Wang Lianhua had naturally heard the story about the bankrupt rich second-generation son-in-law of Zhang Caifeng's family. When she saw Zhao Yu and called her "Mom" again, she determined that Zhao Yu was the poor son-in-law. Then, Wang Lianhua got excited, deliberately raised her voice a little, pretended to be very disappointed, sighed and said, What do you mean, Sister Zhang? I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary for our Xiaoqui. Because I know her conditions very well. She has been inferior to your Xiaoyu in every way since she was a child. She is not good in looks, education, or work. As a result, when she grew up, she still has no taste in finding a partner. Sister Zhang, I heard that your family found a rich second-generation son-in-law. This can be regarded as marrying into a wealthy family. Your life is quite comfortable. Alas, our Xiaoqui can't compare to her. Her boyfriend is much worse. He has worked hard for 2 or 3 years, but he is only a national second-level construction engineer. Although he works in a Fortune 500 company, his annual salary is a little less, only about 200,000 yuan. 200,000 or so, is that considered low? Wang Lianhua seemed to be belittling her own daughter, but in fact she was clearly mocking Zhang Caifeng for wanting to marry into a wealthy family but failing and instead finding a loser like Zhao Yu as her son-in-law. Zhang Caifeng's face instantly turned red after hearing this. She was also a person who loved to save face, especially in front of her old neighbor Wang Lianhua. Her beloved daughter Xiaoyu was a good student and beautiful, and she suppressed Wang Xiaocui in every way. However, she did not expect that she would be a complete failure in finding a son-in-law. The loss is due to Zhao Yu, that coward. Thinking of this, she became even more furious, but she couldn't show it, so she could only bear it. Fortunately, the waiter who was responsible for welcoming guests at the door came over to show them to their seats and asked if they had a reservation, which temporarily resolved the awkwardness. As she followed the waiter to her seat, Zhang Caifeng was still indignant. Thinking of what had just happened, she still felt aggrieved and kept muttering. Fuck, Wang Lianhua is nothing. When we were in the garment factory, I was the team leader and she was the deputy team leader. Later, the company distributed houses. She had 2 bedrooms and a living room, and I got 3 bedrooms and a living room. Later, I had daughters. Both of my daughters are beautiful. Which one is not prettier than her daughter Xiaotsui? I have always been better than her, and she even rebelled against you. Now you dare to show off in front of me. As she spoke, Zhang Siphon couldn't help but glared at Zhao Yu and angrily cursed, "Fuck you, why did you come in at this time instead of earlier or later? Aren't you embarrassing me?" Zhao Yu didn't dare to say anything. He walked silently in front, helping the waiter to clean the table, pull out the chairs, then pour tea for the 2 elders and unpack the tableware. Seeing this, Zhang Siphon became even angrier. "Damn, trash is trash, you can only serve tea and water. When can you go out and make big money? My daughter has suffered so much following a loser like you. And what kind of table did you reserve? You can't even do such a small thing. How can such a small table be enough for 5 of us to eat? Waiter, waiter. Come over and change our seats. Today is Friday, and Ipinchu is located in the city center. It is the most popular restaurant in Nandu. Because there are so many customers, all the good seats have been taken. Now, the table is not only very small, but also facing the door. There are many customers coming in and out, which makes Zhang Siphon feel very uncomfortable. But when the waiter came over and looked at the crowded hall, he said, "Excuse me, look at the room full of guests. Where can we find any seats? And we are on a first-come, first-served basis here. The spacious tables will only be reserved after other guests have finished their meals." Hey, I'm telling you. Zhang Siphon was already full of anger, and she became even angrier when she heard the other party say that. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, Wang Lianhua came over with her daughter Xiao Kui. "Oh, Sister Zhang, why do 5 people from your family come out to eat and sit in such a small seat? Can they all fit? Don't blame me for scolding you. You should think about these issues clearly before going out to eat. Oh, our daughter and son-in-law are so thoughtful. They booked a private room on the 2nd floor for me." Wang Lianhua shook the menu in her hand and said arrogantly. Zhang Siphon got furious when she heard this, and she slammed the table and shouted, "Isn't it just a private room? Waiter, since there are no seats outside, give us a private room as well." The waiter said with a bitter face, "I'm sorry, our private rooms all need to be booked 1 day in advance, and the minimum consumption is 3,000. Minimum consumption, 3,000. Zhang Siphon was dumbfounded when she heard this. She was a complete money grubber and was not willing to spend 3,000 yuan to save face. So she changed her words and said, "Well, of course I know. It's not like I haven't eaten here before. I'm afraid your waiter is new. I've always eaten at your place before, and always in the private rooms. But today, I felt that the environment in the private room was too quiet. It didn't feel like dining at all. It was more lively in the hall outside, with so many people. You don't have to bother today. Let's just sit outside. Okay, enjoy your meal." Hearing this, the waiter rolled his eyes at her and thought to himself, "What is this? If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you pretending to be poor?" While muttering this, he went to serve other customers. Wang Lianhua also found it funny after hearing that excuse. She shook her collar exaggeratedly with her hands and complained, "Oh, it's so hot, is the air conditioner broken? It's really hot in the hall." Seeing this, her daughter Xiao Kui also said, "Isn't it? Mom, the hall outside is noisy, and the lower class people are eating here. Come on, I'll take you to the private room. It's only a few thousand yuan. You can order whatever you want tonight. My boyfriend will treat you." After saying that, the mother and daughter proudly went upstairs. Looking at their backs, Zhang Siphon was furious. "Fuck, what are you showing off for? It's just 3,000 yuan for a meal, it's the same as who can't afford it. Zhao Yu, look at him, then look at yourself. Can you be of any use? You are a piece of trash. You have made me lose all my face. Who is this Wang Lianhua? When have I ever been treated like this?" Zhang Siphon was getting so angry as she kept scolding. But she really couldn't bear to spend the 3,000 yuan, so what should she do? Soon, Zhang Siphon had a bright idea. "Waiter, waiter, come here quickly." The waitress who came this time was the same waitress from before. When she came over, she saw that it was the same lady from before and thought to herself, "Why are you so troublesome?" Naturally, she didn't like it and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I told you that our private rooms must be booked in advance and have a minimum consumption. If you don't have a reservation and are unwilling to pay the minimum consumption, then don't join us. Our waiters are also very busy and need to serve other guests. Didn't you understand what I said before? I wanted to eat out today. But look, how can you eat outside? There are 5 of us, and you only have a small table. There is no room for us to sit. Hurry up and get me a big table." Zhang Siphon said unhappily. I have explained this to you before. The large tables in our restaurant can only be vacated after other guests have finished their meals." The waiter continued to explain. "Well, how about this? You pull the table next to you over to me, and we can eat together." It's really not possible. This table is prepared for other guests to dine at. It cannot be put together. There is no such rule in the restaurant." The waiter said with a bitter face. "This is not okay, and that is not okay either. What do you want waiters to do? Is this the only service you have?" Zhang Siphon was angry and waved her hand. "If all else fails, change our private room. Also, since this is a problem caused by your store, waive the minimum consumption for me." Hearing this, the waiter almost cried. Originally, changing the room required an appointment, but now the customer not only asked to change the room, but also to waive the minimum consumption. What if the boss blamed him? How much is his monthly salary? He can't afford to pay the difference. The lobby manager came over at this time and asked the waiter, "What's going on?" "Manager, this lady didn't make a reservation before, but she is now forcing us to change her room and waive the minimum consumption," said the waiter. After understanding the basic situation, the manager's attitude became much tougher. "I'm sorry, the rules are the rules, please stop being unreasonable. If you want to eat, please sit down, we welcome you. But if you continue to make trouble, then we can only ask security to ask you to eat somewhere else." When has a famous chef ever lacked customers? Especially those who make trouble, even if they are kicked out, it will not affect the business. At this time, Zhang Siphon's voice was too loud and her tone was too intense. It has attracted many guests from the surrounding area to come and watch. There was even a customer who had been waiting for a table and asked, "Are you still going to eat? If you want to leave, hurry up and don't waste time. Let's sit here." This time, Zhang Siphon was so angry that she rolled her eyes. She didn't expect that she didn't get to change the box and was kicked out instead. Seeing this, Zhang Siphon started to throw a tantrum, sitting on the ground with tears and snot, crying bitterly, "Xia Jianming, please say something, you useless thing. What sin did I commit in my previous life to marry a loser like you? People are about to call the security guards to kick us out, and you dare not even fart. Are you going to watch the 3 of us, mother and daughter, being bullied? Are you still a man? Oh my, why am I so miserable?" Xia Jianming had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the manager and said, "Hello, manager. My name is Xia Jianming, and I'm the deputy section chief of the XX bureau. That was my wife just now. She's not very good at talking. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Please, for my sake, change the box for us." "Which deputy section chief? Do I know him?" The manager glanced at him with contempt. "Why don't you ask who the boss behind our Yiping Mingchu is? I tell you, let alone a deputy section chief like you, even the king of heaven can't do anything about it. I'm telling you, if you want to eat, sit down quickly. There are customers behind us. If you dare to interfere with our business again, I'll have the security guards throw you all out." Xia Jianming was frustrated and speechless, and retreated in shame. Seeing that Xia Jianming was useless, Zhang Siphon became even more furious. She collapsed on the ground, crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang herself. "Oh, I can't live like this. The 2 men in my family are more useless than each other. Look at other people, and then look at my family. Why am I so miserable? They have a good son-in-law and can eat in the private room, but we have only 2 losers. We can't even eat. We are about to be thrown out by the security guards. This is a sin. Woo woo, don't stop me, I won't live anymore. Woo woo." It was originally located at the entrance and exit of the restaurant, and after she made such a fuss, everyone's attention was focused on her, which made her extremely embarrassed. "Mom, don't cry, get up quickly," Xia Ou hurriedly advised. But Zhang Siphon was a person who refused to listen to advice and instead became arrogant. Once someone paid attention to her, she became even more aggressive, cursing and venting all her anger on Zhao Yu. "It's all your fault, you wimp. If it weren't for you, would I have been bullied like this? Other sons-in-law know to invite their mothers-in-law to a private room for dinner, but what about you? You just send me away with such a small, shabby table? I'm really unlucky. Zhao Yu, why are you looking at me like that? All of this is caused by you. From the moment I walked in until now, you have been embarrassing me. Are you still a man? You are indifferent when you see your wife and mother-in-law being bullied? You are such a rubbish. My daughter is suffering because of you. You are a useless person who lives off women." But Zhao Yu ignored her. After hearing this, he got up and left. Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting cocky? I just said a few words to you and you left, right? But soon Zhang Siphon discovered that Zhao Yu did not want to leave, but walked straight to the lobby manager who had run to the cashier to get the intercom and was about to call the security guard up. "It's useless even if your dad goes, why are you going there, a loser like you? Do you think you can make the manager change his mind? Please don't embarrass us again. If you get thrown out later, it has nothing to do with us." Zhang Siphon was so angry that she kept cursing behind him. At this time, Xia Ou also hurriedly advised, "Zhao Yu, what are you going to do? Come back soon." However, Zhao Yu didn't hear these words and continued walking over there. His idea was simple. It was only 3,000 yuan, right? Why not just pay for it himself? Anyway, the money was originally intended to pay for his sister's tuition, but he heard on the phone that his sister was simply cheating him, so the money had no value. It is better to spend money to avoid disaster and avoid causing greater trouble. Hello, security department, please call a few people up quickly. There is a shrew making trouble here. Come up quickly and don't disturb other guests. The lobby manager shouted on the intercom while observing the situation here. But just as he finished speaking, he unexpectedly received a call. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but the manager's face suddenly changed and he showed a look of extreme fear. "What, boss, are you serious?" Okay, I'll go right away. At the same time, Zhao Yu walked up to him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the lobby manager who had put down the phone coming up to him with a big smile on his face. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhao Yu? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I was negligent just now. It's my poor service attitude. Our store has specially prepared the highest standard Tianzi box for you to make up for it." After saying that, the manager hurriedly trotted over to Zhang Siphon and the others, put on a silly smile, apologized, and repeated what he had just said. This scene shocked everyone present. Chapter 005, So you are the young master. Hey, did I hear you right, old man? The manager is actually going to apologize to us on his own initiative. What did that loser Zhao Yu say? Why was he smiling all the way? He didn't seem angry at all. Oh my god, this is the highest level box, is it real? Zhang Siphon still felt incredible until she was respectfully led upstairs by the waiter. Soon, she arrived at the private room on the second floor, and was frightened by the sign hanging on the wall at the door. The price list of our restaurant's private rooms. The minimum consumption for the Ren-shaped private room is 3,000 renminbi. The minimum consumption for the Di-shaped private room is 6,000 renminbi. The minimum consumption for the Qian-shaped private room is 10,000 renminbi. Now, Zhang Siphon was panicked. She was reluctant to spend even 3,000 yuan before. Now she was suddenly asked to pay 10,000 yuan. It was like asking her to die. Besides, she also felt that this matter was really strange. The manager's attitude changed too quickly. He always smiled at her, which made her feel that he had bad intentions. Just as she was about to ask the manager about the 10,000 yuan minimum consumption and whether she should pay for it, she caught a glimpse of Wang Lianhua and Xiao Kui, mother and daughter. The two of them had just come out of the bathroom and were about to return to the herringbone box. Zhang Siphon was a vindictive person, so she pointed at the price list and yelled loudly, "Oh my, you guys at Yipin Mingchu are really something. How come the prices are still the same after so many years? The minimum consumption is only 10,000. Who are you looking down on? I've been telling your manager to raise the standards and pay attention to the quality. After all, this should be a top-notch restaurant in Nandu, so that some random people can get in." These words were obviously a satire on Wang Lianhua, which made her very angry. "Hey, Sister Zhang, how can you talk like that?" Zhang Siphon glanced around and pretended to see Wang Lianhua and her daughter casually. "Oh, isn't this Lianhua? I didn't expect you to come up so soon. I thought about it and it's really too hot down there, so it's better to eat quietly. By the way, are you guys in the herringbone room? How are the dishes? Are you satisfied? I'm an old member here. If there's any problem, tell me and I'll tell the manager immediately and have them correct it." Zhang Siphon even specifically mentioned the words, human-shaped box. After saying this, she deliberately winked at Xiaolu who was standing beside her. Xiaolu inherited her mother's characteristics and was usually very vicious with her words. She was also present when she was ridiculed just now, so she naturally would not miss this opportunity for revenge. Xiaolu imitated Wang Xiaozui's tone and said, "Mom, this is where the lower class stay. Look at the smoky air and how bad the air is. Let's go to the number 1 box. The minimum consumption is 10,000 yuan, which is in line with your status." After saying that, Zhang Siphon and her group walked in with swagger. When passing by Wang Lianhua, Zhang Siphon was even more proud when she saw the ugly expression on her face, as if she had eaten shit. She raised her head and snorted, These days, being an official is still useful. My old man is the deputy section chief. What's the use of your family being rich? More than 200,000 yuan a year. Har har, our family has real power, and we don't care about it at all." Hearing this, Wang Lianhua was so angry that she almost vomited blood on the spot. In the end, she was pulled back to the box by Xiao Kui. In short, she had a very depressing meal tonight. After Zhang Siphon and others entered the number 1 box, they were immediately stunned by the scene inside. "Wow, this private room is so beautiful." Xia Jianming couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the private room. "Especially this lamp, it should be imported from Europe, it looks better than the one in our director's house. Yes, this is not a private room, it's an art gallery, so beautiful." Xiaolu also praised. Zhang Siphon immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures of the various crystal glasses, antique vases, and some Western ornaments displayed on the shelves around the private room. After the photo shoot, she quickly posted a post on her moments to show off, dining in the top-notch private room of Yipin celebrity chef. "Dear sisters and relatives, guess how much this wall of art costs? Use your imagination." After everyone was seated and ordered their food, the waiter said a few respectful words before leaving. After the initial excitement, everyone gradually calmed down and looked around the large, beautifully decorated luxury box. At this time, they began to think about a very critical question. What is going on here? Although she had just shown off in front of Wang Lianhua, Zhang Siphon knew very well in her heart that her husband's identity as deputy section chief was completely useless. Because just now after Xia Jianming went up to reveal his identity, the manager not only did not give him face, but also threatened them in front of everyone and almost called security. If the manager was really afraid of Xia Jianming, and wanted to make amends later by giving him a box, why would he do that? And the manager also said those harsh words, which clearly meant that he wanted to break up with him. Therefore, the manager was not afraid of Xia Jianming at all. In his eyes, the identity of deputy section chief was nothing. "Old man, tell me honestly, have you been promoted recently, or have you and your leader ever had a famous chef come to visit us before? Otherwise, why would the manager give you such a big honor and actually open a private room worth 10,000 yuan to entertain us?" However, Zhang Siphon still asked without giving up. "It's really not me. Siphon, you know I'm going to retire in 2 years. The company gave me this deputy section chief position in name only because of my seniority. It's just a sinecure. Normally, those young people in the company don't listen to me, let alone outside. Who would buy my account?" Xia Jianming sighed, unable to hide his painful expression. Hearing this, Zhang Siphon looked very disappointed, and her last hope was shattered. If it wasn't Xia Jianming, nor was it myself, then who could have persuaded the manager to change his mind? Xia Ou. She was just a small insurance salesperson, there was no way she could do it. Could it be Xia Lu? She is still in college, which is even more impossible. Then, in the end, there is only one possibility left. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhao Yu. Even Xia Ou looked at the man next to her in disbelief. Could it be that it was really him who did it, this bankrupt dandy, her good-for-nothing husband? Just then, the door of the box opened. "Uncle and aunt, Xia Ou, why are you here too? A handsome man with a middle-parted hair and wearing a Versace suit walked in. "Oh, Xiaojia, what a coincidence, I meet you here." Zhang Caifeng immediately smiled happily. "Oh, it's like this, Aunt Zhang. I'm a shareholder here. I happened to come here for a look today. When I was going up the stairs just now, I happened to see a figure who looked very similar to Xiao Yu. I didn't expect that when I came up to take a look, it turned out to be you," the man said with a smile. At this time, Zhao Yu also locked his eyes on the man in front of him. Chen Xiaojia, a well-known rich second generation, is his number one rival in love. 3 years ago, he competed with Zhao Yu to pursue Xiao Yu. In the end, because Zhao Yu's family was slightly richer than his and offered double the betrothal gift, the Xia family chose Zhao Yu. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, everything has changed. Now Zhao Yu has become a pauper, while Chen Xiaojia is thriving. Not only has his family fortune doubled, he has also invested in a famous chef and become a small shareholder. At this moment, when Zhang Caifeng heard Chen Xiaojia say that he was a shareholder of Yiping Mingqiu, her eyes suddenly lit up. She slapped her forehead and suddenly realized. Now, it all makes sense. No wonder the manager had been rude to us before and even threatened to call security, but suddenly he seemed like a different person, treating us with great courtesy and even providing us with a top-notch luxury box. It turned out that all this was thanks to Chen Xiaojia. Thinking of this, Zhang Caifeng's expression relaxed, and even became a little more sarcastic. "Hey, I've said it before, trash is trash. My sister doesn't even have money for tuition, and she has to come to my house to borrow money. When something goes wrong, he only knows to let his wife pay the bill. How can you convince the manager to change his mind?" After Zhang Caifeng said this, several people reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this box was arranged by Chen Xiaojia and had nothing to do with Zhao Yu. Xia Jianming suddenly realized, the minimum consumption is 10,000 yuan, and it's waived just like that. Only a noble young master can be so generous. How could that coward Zhao Yu do it? Xiaolu also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Xiaojia said before that when he went upstairs, he saw someone who looked like us, so he followed us up to take a look. In fact, he was just being modest. The real situation was probably that he saw us being bullied, but he didn't want to scold the manager in public and affect the business, so he secretly helped to solve the problem. Because he is a shareholder of this store, how dare the manager not give him face? Alas, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. In comparison, some people really should take a piss and take a good look at themselves. You worthless people, how dare you pursue my sister in the first place? My sister is really blind." Zhao Yu, who was unaware of the situation at the time, did not say anything and could only lower his head silently. Xiao Yu, who was standing by, did not join in the ridicule, but after looking at the decadent Zhao Yu, she sighed and shook her head in disappointment. At this time, Zhang Caifeng hurried over and politely led Chen Xiaojia to sit down at the main seat, smiling and saying, "Xiaojia, thank you so much for today. Don't say anything else, this meal today is treated to you by your aunt, you must show your respect." "Yes, thanks to you today, Xiaojia, we too should have a good drink later." Xia Jianming also patted his shoulder and said with a smile. At this time, Chen Xiaojia didn't understand what had happened until he sat down in a daze. However, he was very smart and knew that there must be a misunderstanding. From the attitude of the Xia family, it could be seen that they were obviously praising him and stepping on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, this love rival, used his family's financial resources to snatch away his beloved Xiao Yu. Now his family is bankrupt and he has become a pauper. The chance for him to fight back has finally come. "Uncle and aunt, don't be so polite. It's just a matter of words." Chen Xiaojia waved his hands in a humble manner, but he couldn't hide the smug smile on his face. Although he is only a small shareholder in Yiping Mingqiu, he still gets dividends of tens of thousands of yuan a month, which is enough for a meal. In this case, I should grit my teeth and show off. Maybe if I perform well, I can win Xiao Yu back. So he waved his hand and said proudly, "Uncle and aunt, Xiao Yu, Xiaolu, now that you are here, just treat it like your own home. Just order whatever you want to eat, and I'll pay for as much as you eat." Xiao Yu. Look at Xiaojia, how capable is he? He's already a shareholder of a famous chef at such a young age. With just a few words, he can get rid of a bill worth tens of thousands of dollars. How can young people nowadays be as capable as him? While Zhang Caifeng praised Chen Xiaojia, she also did not forget to belittle her son-in-law. Unlike some losers, who can only stare blankly when something happens and can't help at all. At the end, the way she looked at Zhao Yu showed disgust that was hard to conceal. She just couldn't stand him no matter how she looked at him. Zhao Yu was helpless about this and could only pretend not to hear it and lowered his head silently. He has gotten used to it in the past 2 years. At this time, the dishes were served one by one. In order to show off his financial strength, Chen Xiaojie naturally ordered some very delicate and expensive dishes, such as deep-sea sea cucumbers, Australian crayfish, Canadian croquet, and other expensive ingredients. The worst thing is that there is a bottle of the 1995 on the table, which costs 8,000 yuan. He did this simply to tell Xiao Yu and everyone in the Xie family, "You see, it was a stupid and wrong decision for you to choose Zhao Yu instead of me. Wow, it tastes really good, delicious. These seafoods are all deep-sea species, imported and airlifted here, right? They are indeed much more delicious than the ones we have back home. Of course, this Jianzihao box is different. All the ingredients used are top quality. Ordinary people can't even eat it. Today, we really have to thank Xiaojia." "Yes, Xiao Yu, why are you still standing there? Go and give Xiaojia a glass of wine to express your gratitude." Zhang Caifeng and her friends ate heartily, stuffing food into their mouths and praising the food in admiration. "Oh, it's my honor, uncle and aunt, you are so polite." Chen Xiaojie was smiling so brightly, he was so happy that his tail was almost up to the sky. Even the name has been changed from uncle and aunt to uncle and aunt, and it seems that the next step is not far from calling them father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thinking of this, he felt even happier. Seeing that the red wine on the table had been finished, Chen Xiaojie waved his hand and said proudly, "Come on, give me 2 more bottles of good wine." But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open, and a waiter wearing white gloves brought 2 bottles of red wine on a small silver tray. "Please enjoy your meal." After saying that, the waiter bowed and went out respectfully. "Damn, how come the wine is served so quickly today?" Chen Xiaojie couldn't help but mutter, "Also, why are they wearing white gloves and using a small silver plate? I've never seen them so particular before." But soon, when he saw the 2 bottles of red wine, he was shocked. "It's actually Remy Martin Black Pearl Louis XIII. Chen Xiaojie exclaimed in his heart and could not believe his eyes. Louis XIII is blended from 1,200 different kinds of brandy from the Grand Champagne region, and the winery has taken the long-aging process to its extreme. The replica royal crystal bottle used to hold the wine is also a selling point. No wonder it is still considered a treasure by cognac lovers and collectors even though it is sold at a sky-high price. It is said that only 786 bottles were produced at that time, and this kind of wine is usually only available in the domestic auction market, with a selling price of 250,000 yuan and above. There are even reports that if the packaging box is intact, an empty bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII can be sold for up to 2,000 yuan. This time, 2 bottles were served. Chen Xiaojie panicked, but it was too late for him to stop it. Zhang Caifeng didn't know much about red wine, so she just opened the bottle and poured it into the wine glass. "Nah, this is 5 or 600,000. How did this waiter do this? Doesn't he have any sense at all? This is going to fucking kill me and bankrupt me." Thinking of this, Chen Xiaojie found an excuse to go out, and then angrily found the waiter who had just been there. But the waiter told him that the manager asked him to do it and he was not aware of it. Afterwards, Chen Xiaojie angrily found the manager to question him, but the manager said, Mr. Chen, don't worry, these 2 bottles of wine are extra gifts from the store. They have nothing to do with you, and you don't need to pay a penny." After hearing the manager's answer, Chen Xiaojie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a gift from the store, otherwise he would have lost a lot of money. But while he felt relieved, he also felt quite curious. After all, this Louis XIII Black Pearl is the treasure of the store. It is only placed on the table for the dignitaries and powerful people with extremely high status. Ordinary people, no matter how rich they are, have no chance to drink it. It was given away by the store? How come I don't know? Why should it be given away as a gift? Who made this rule? Chen Xiaojie asked puzzledly. The manager shook his head and said bitterly, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen, I don't know either, because this is an order from Boss Chen. He just called me personally and told me to treat a guest named Zhao Yu well and give him the store's treasured Black Pearl Louis XIII as a gift." Chen Xiaojie was confused. What, who? Who are you talking about? Boss Chen Jia-san. Yes, I was supposed to go there in person, but I was busy just now and didn't leave, so. Although Chen Xiaojia is nominally a shareholder of Yipin Mingchu, he actually only owns 1% of the shares, and even this was obtained through his father's relationships and connections, and through various efforts, in order to allow him to enter society and gain some good experience. In front of Chen Jia-san, his 1% of shares is nothing. Chen Jia-san is a big businessman who runs a catering empire. He owns 10 restaurants like the Yippentine chef. Normally he would never ask about these little things in the store. So, upon hearing this, Chen Xiaojia was even more shocked, feeling like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Yu, didn't his family go bankrupt? How could such a poor guy be related to a catering giant and a billionaire? Chapter 006, Giving Gifts and Chasing to the Door. Catering tycoon, Chen Jia-san. He is a well-known billionaire. What a powerful person. Although he is in the catering business, he has connections in all political and business circles in Nandu. Normally, he would never interfere with the operation of these stores. But now, not only did he interfere, he also called the manager directly and gave instructions. No wonder the manager felt so terrified and dared not disobey. Big shots are different. Chen Jia-san is really generous. He spent 5 or 600,000 worth of expensive red wine, which is the treasure of the store. If Zhao Yu is really related to him, I'm afraid even 10 of me together wouldn't be able to defeat one of his fingers. Chen Xiaojia thought pessimistically. At this moment, he felt desperate. Why does that loser have such good luck? He can actually get in touch with Chen Jia-san. I waited for 3 years, and finally waited for him to become a pauper so that he could pursue Xiao Yu. Why is fate so unfair to me? Therefore, affected by this incident, Chen Xiaojia looked dejected after returning to the box. He answered questions incoherently during the conversation, and seemed a little dazed and particularly depressed. At this time, Zhang Saifeng also felt very strange when she saw his look like this, but she thought, maybe the young master is angry, and we made him unhappy. After all, they spent so much money, booking a private room, treating us to a meal and giving us wine, but in the end, there was no substantial progress at all. It was all in vain. Who would be happy about that? And this so-called substantial progress is, of course, his beloved daughter Xiao Yu. From the moment she entered the room, Zhang Saifeng noticed that the young man had been staring at Xiao Yu and his eyes never left her. This proved that he still had feelings for her and was obsessed with his daughter. Thinking that she could hook up with a rich husband again, Zhang Saifeng quickly nudged Xiao Yu beside her with her elbow. Hey, it's been 3 years, you two should have lost contact, right? Come on, at each other on WeChat. Mom, Xiao Yu wanted to refuse. After all, she was already married and her husband Zhao Yu was there. But Zhang Saifeng didn't take this son-in-law seriously at all and glared at her. What are you talking about? They booked such an expensive private room and treated us to a meal. We have to find a chance to repay them. If you are asked to go, just go. Hurry up. Xiao Yu was helpless. He glanced at Zhao Yu next to him and found that he had a blank expression and did not say anything. In the end, he could only sigh and walk away. Although it was just a small episode, it suddenly made Chen Xiaojia's stagnant heart come alive. He thought, no way, if Zhao Yu is really related to Chen Jia-san, with such a big backer supporting him, why is this guy still so cowardly? How can he allow his wife to add me on WeChat? Just watch it like this. Not only that, after finishing his meal and leaving the house, Chen Xiaojia also noticed a detail. After Zhao Yu came out of the box, he did not go downstairs directly, but went to find the lobby manager and politely handed him a card. In fact, this was just a social security card. An employee of the restaurant accidentally dropped it while cleaning the room. After Zhao Yu picked it up, he kindly went to return it. Because the manager's attitude towards him was full of respect, Zhao Yu felt a little embarrassed, so Zhao Yu greeted the manager with a smile and was polite. But in Chen Xiaojia's eyes, this smile was clearly an attempt to please. Plus that card, it looks especially like a bank card. Then, Chen Xiaojia suddenly realized, oh, I understand. Zhao Yu is a scheming bitch. He has no status in the family. So in order to save face and restore his image in the hearts of the Xie family, he deliberately colluded with the manager to play this drama. And that bank card is the best evidence. It is the bribe he gave to the manager. As for those 2 bottles of wine, they must have been counterfeit goods. After all, they are the treasures of the store. No one has ever tasted them, so how can anyone tell the difference between the real and the fake? It's just that he didn't expect that I would suddenly show up and offer to treat him to a meal. This disrupted all his plans, so he didn't have the chance to show off. Har 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 har, it must be like this, otherwise, as a friend of Chen Jiasan, why would he be so polite to a small manager? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaojia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck it, I was scared to death. It turns out you are just a fox taking advantage of the tiger's might. I thought you were the one pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but it turns out you are just a dead rat. Especially later he saw that because the seafood here was so delicious, when Zhang Siphon was preparing to pack some to take back, she yelled at Zhao Yu to do all kinds of things, making him run around with the packing boxes like a servant. Chen Xiaojia became even more convinced of this point of view. If a normal person really had the ability, he would have exploded long ago. Who could endure this? So, waste is always just waste. At this moment, looking at Zhao Yu's busy figure, Chen Xiaojia was full of confidence and secretly said in his heart, "You trash Zhao Yu, 3 years ago you took advantage of your family's wealth to snatch Xiao Yu away. Now you are nothing but a waste. I will make you pay the price. Watch your most beloved woman being snatched away by me and enjoy the pleasure of taking her away." As for Zhang Siphon, after the three of them said goodbye to Yipin Chef and Zhao Yuxiao, they took a taxi back home. Along the way, they were still smacking their lips and kept talking about how delicious the dishes they had just eaten were. If they had the chance, they would definitely try them again. But after entering the community, getting off the taxi and arriving in front of the apartment building, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A lot of people came down to the building, and the park was full of cars. Leading the way was a black Mercedes-Benz, followed by 4 or 5 Audi A6s. There was a man in a suit waiting anxiously next to the Mercedes-Benz. When he saw someone coming, he asked, "Hello, do you know where Ms. Zhang Siphon lives?" You're looking for me?" "I'm Zhang Siphon." "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing the other party's attitude, Zhang Siphon's tone of voice changed. "This is a gift from our young master to you. Please sign for it." The man in the suit handed over a list and then waved his hand. The people behind him took out one beautifully wrapped gift box after another from the trunk. These gift boxes were piled up like a small mountain in front of Zhang Siphon and the other two, making them dizzy. "Young master, what young master? Who is that?" Zhang Siphon was a little confused at first, but she quickly realized what was going on by patting her head. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Gui. Chen Xiaojia. Oh, this is Mingqian Longjing, a rare and good tea," Xia Jianming said in surprise when he saw one of the boxes. "This is a hardcover edition, and the market price is several thousand. The leaders of our unit can't even drink it. Mom, look, there's even a share for me." Xia Lu on the side also shouted. "Armani Red Tube. This is a set of 24 lip gloss lipsticks in red tubes, oh my god," she exclaimed as she looked at the nearly 50 centimeters red box in front of her. She was wearing Armani lipstick, so she was very familiar with the red tube. This is the new red tube set for spring 2019. The red tube for 9,998 yuan. Oh my god, I almost fainted. Although Xiaolu's family is well off, she usually only uses lipsticks that cost for 500 yuan at most. A lipstick set like this that costs nearly 10,000 yuan is exactly what she has always dreamed of. Oh my god, there are so many. Zhang Siphon was so excited just by seeing the names on the gift list that she almost fainted. Fortunately, there was someone to support her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. This, young master, you are too polite. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and this is the first time, and the gift is so much. Wow, if you really marry into our family in the future, the betrothal gift will definitely be huge." As she spoke, she even began to daydream and look forward to the future. After the gift givers left, they moved all the gifts back home. Zhang Siphon was so happy that she couldn't help but scold Xia Jianming. "You damn old man, look at you. I said Chen Xiaojia was good at the beginning, he was handsome, his family was rich, and his parents were well educated, he looked like an aristocrat. But you insisted on choosing Zhao Yu, whose family looked like a nouveau riche, they just made money and didn't last long, and what happened? You went bankrupt and became a pauper less than a year after your marriage. Our Xiao has suffered so much in the past 2 years." Xia Jianming felt very aggrieved, but he didn't dare to talk back. He could only mutter in a low voice, "What does this have to do with me? I listened to you in all matters big and small at home. It was you who agreed to this marriage because of your blindness for money, and now you let me take the blame. But even so, he also has his own little thoughts, wanting to move up a level. After all, after what happened tonight, Chen Xiaojia's strength has already made him dumbfounded. Money makes the world go round. If the Chen family can help him become a section chief, that would be different. He would be able to enjoy better treatment when he retires. Maybe he could even get another house. Siphon, I think we need to talk to Xiao. So Xia Jianming spoke. Zhang Siphon nodded quickly. This was exactly what she meant. Yes, we should have a good talk. I originally wanted to wait until Zhao Yu paid off his debts before persuading them to divorce. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. I can't let that loser delay my daughter any longer. Look, the young master has already chased me to my doorstep. His courage and skill are far superior to that coward's. Besides, our daughter and Zhao Yu don't have a child yet, so get a divorce quickly, otherwise there will be trouble in the future. Besides, Zhao Yu was receiving the same treatment at this time. After he and Xiao Yu returned to the residential area where they lived, they found the same scene downstairs, with Mercedes-Benz in the lead, followed by Audi. The person who gave the gifts also took out a list, but these gifts seemed to be specially prepared for Xiao Yu. They were all for young girls, such as lipstick sets, expensive cosmetics worth tens of thousands of dollars, new LV bags, and a very exquisite Tiffany couple ring. My first reaction was that it must have been sent by Chen Xiaojia. This is a warning. But Zhao Yu was stunned at this time. He felt that it was not right. He knew Chen Xiaojia a little bit. How could this guy be so generous? In fact, Zhao Yu had doubts in his heart a long time ago. After all, he was a dandy in the past, a rich second generation with a family fortune of tens of millions. He was used to living a life of luxury and extravagance. He learned how to spend money before learning anything else. Take the dinner tonight for example. Without talking about anything else, he recognized the Black Pearl Louis XIII red wine at a glance. 2 bottles together cost 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, which was enough to buy an Audi A6 sedan in front of him. And the things on the gift list are worth at least hundreds of thousands, and the two together are nearly 800,000. Damn, this is the money for a house in a second or third tier city. Could it be that Chen Xiaojia has really become a rich young man, and he doesn't feel sorry for giving a gift of 800,000 yuan just to make a beautiful woman smile? If it wasn't him who sent it. At this moment, the gift giver's words caught his attention. This is a gift from our young master. Please sign for it. Young master, why does it sound so familiar? By the way, that old man, could it be him? But this point is even more far-fetched. Zhao Yu thought, how is this possible? I didn't even reveal my family information, how could he give me a gift? And how did he know that I was eating at Yipin Mingchu? How did he convince the manager to send me wine? More importantly, if he could do all this, why didn't I receive a text message when I asked him to transfer money? If he really had such magical powers, it should be easy for him to check my bank account, right? In short, both guesses are impossible, and Zhao Yu was quite confused. At this moment, he stood there in deep thought, as if he was in a daze with his head down. Seeing this, Xiao Yu, who was standing beside him, finally couldn't help but explode. Zhao Yu, can you be more like a man? I held back when we were having dinner just now, but now people are chasing me to the door. Why are you still not saying a word? Are you going to keep this expression and remain silent forever? I'm so disappointed in you. Xiao Yu roared. Although the relationship between her and Zhao Yu has always been cold and almost indifferent, this time, she really couldn't help it. Even if they were just wooden people, they would have feelings for each other after 3 years, not to mention that she was his legal wife. Take the things back, I don't want them. After saying that, Xiao Yu went upstairs angrily. After 3 years of marriage, the two had their first quarrel. This proves that Xiao Yu has feelings for him. But Zhao Yu felt like crying but had no tears when faced with this situation. He looked at Xiao Yu's back but didn't know how to start. He had been holding it in for so long and he had actually felt helpless enough. He also wanted to be like a man, especially when he saw Zhang Siphon asking Xiao Yu to ask Chen Xiaojia for WeChat. He was so angry. But I am just a pauper, how can I fight against others? Thinking of this, Zhao Yu collapsed on the ground, helpless and mad. He was simply driven crazy. He really didn't want to continue this kind of life for even a second. At this moment, a man claiming to be a bank manager called. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao Yu? I'm Xiaoshu from Citibank. There was a problem with our bank system today. There was a problem with your transfer of 2 million yuan, so it cannot be transferred to your account for the time being. Please come to the bank tomorrow when you are free to assist with the formalities. Chapter 007. Who said I was a loser? What? 2 million. It actually arrived. Hearing this, Zhao Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that just because he said it casually, the other party would actually transfer 2 million to him, and even accurately found his bank account. It seems that the other party not only did not cheat him, but also really has great powers. In this case, Zhao Yu recalled the strange things that happened during dinner today, the lobby manager's sudden change in attitude, the gift of red wine, and these dazzling gifts in front of him. Everything made sense. Especially the bank manager Shu who called just now. Zhao Yu was really impressed by her. He had wanted to go to Citibank for a loan countless times before, but was rejected every time. He couldn't even meet manager Shu. But he didn't expect that because of this transfer of 2 million, she would call him late at night. It seems that the old saying is really proven true, money makes the world go round. So, Zhao Yu called the old man. Hey, old man. No, old sir, I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding just now, please don't take it personally. This time, his attitude was obviously much more polite. Har har har, young master, you don't have to be restrained when talking to me. Just call me Uncle Fu. Well, okay, Uncle Fu. By the way, I just received a bank transfer of 2 million. Also, did you arrange all these things today? Zhao Yu asked. What? Young master, you just received the bank transfer now, and I clearly instructed my men to do it 2 hours ago. Well, yes, all of this was arranged by me. An affirmative reply came from the other end of the phone. How did you do it? Zhao Yu continued to ask, full of doubts. Har har har, young master, have you forgotten what I told you? No matter who it is or what the matter is, as long as the Zhao family wants to find out, the person and the information will all appear in front of them within half an hour. Uncle Fu said with a smile. I sent someone to use your cell phone number to find out that you have made a reservation tonight and will be dining at Ipin famous chef, so I called Chen Jiasan and told him to treat you well. How is your meal, young master? If you have any questions, I can call him immediately and ask him to apologize to you in person. Although Uncle Fu spoke calmly and nonchalantly, Zhao Yu was already frightened to the core. Satisfied, quite satisfied. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chen Jiasan, what kind of person is that? A giant in the catering industry in Nandu, a famous billionaire. At first, my father was just a small follower running errands for Chen Jiasan. Later, it was thanks to several projects given by Chen Jiasan that he made his first pot of gold and developed a fortune of tens of millions. But now, a big shot like Chen Jiasan is nothing in front of Uncle Fu. He has to do whatever he is told to do with just a phone call, like a servant. This shows that Uncle Fu's influence is simply unfathomable. However, we have to understand clearly that Uncle Fu is just the steward of the Zhao family, but he has such courage and ability. What will happen if the real helmsman of the Zhao family comes? So, who is the real helmsman of the Zhao family? Thinking of this, Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at himself. Could it be that this time, the chance to turn things around has come? Well, Uncle Fu, let them take back these gifts first. As for the 2 million in the bank account, I won't touch a penny. As for the money for the 2 bottles of red wine, I will pay you back slowly. After a long silence, Zhao Yu spoke. Young master, what do you mean by this? Don't you still trust me? No, that's not what I meant. I just think that it's better to clarify some things. I'm going to St. Mary's Hospital tomorrow. Let's wait until the DNA test results come out before we talk about it. Although there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of him to become the heir to the richest man, Zhao Yu did not lose his mind at the critical moment. Because he felt that if he won, he would be the heir to hundreds of billions of assets, but if he was really wrong and he was not Zhao Qinggong's illegitimate son, then he would be doomed. Well, okay, then we'll listen to what the young master says. Uncle Fu nodded helplessly. I went upstairs and returned home, opening the door. Xia Oyu had just finished a shower and was sitting in the living room in her pajamas, blowing her hair. Has the person who gave the gift gone back? Oh, then go take a shower. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Xia Ou returned to the room. As cold and short-lived as ever. After Zhao Yu finished his shower and returned to the bedroom, he found that Xia Ou was sleeping with her back to him, curled up on the other side of the bed. I don't know if she was really asleep or just pretending. Looking at Xia Ou's back lying on her side, Zhao Yu felt a wave of sadness in his heart and felt extremely uncomfortable. Although they are husband and wife, they are like strangers. For 3 years, although the two of them lay in the same bed every night, less than 50 centimeters apart, the distance between them seemed as far away as 1,000 mountains and rivers. He especially wanted to tell Xia Ou, in fact, those valuable gifts downstairs just now, including the meal tonight and the 2 bottles of top-quality red wine, were all sent by others out of respect for him, and had nothing to do with Qian Xiaojia. But after saying this, will Xia Ou believe me? Will she believe her poor husband? I'm afraid not. Not only will she not believe me, but she will also think I'm crazy. In the middle of the night, Zhao Yu heard some noise in a daze. It turned out that Xia Ou received a call and went to the living room. Her tone sounded unfriendly, as if something had happened that made her very unhappy. What, now? How late is it? Hey, I'm warning you not to go too far, or I'll. Although Xia Ou tried her best to lower her voice, one could still hear her anger. But no one knew what was said on the other end of the phone. After a moment of silence, Xia Ou continued, Okay, I got it. Send me the address and I'll be there right away. After saying that, Xia Ou changed her clothes, put on some simple makeup and went out. At this time, Zhao Yu, who had just eavesdropped on the phone, also felt that something was wrong. Where could Xia Ou go in the middle of the night? Could it be that someone had caught Xia Ou with some evidence? Out of man's instinct, Zhao Yu followed. However, because Zhao Yu was pretending to be asleep when Xia Ou went out, when he went downstairs, he had already left the community and disappeared without a trace. He probably took a taxi and left. Now, Zhao Yu was extremely anxious, because he noticed that before going out, Xia Ou secretly took a switchblade from the drawer and hid it in her bag. She must be in big trouble, and might even be in danger tonight. In desperation, Zhao Yu, who was really at his wit's end, called Uncle Fu and asked him to help investigate the whereabouts of his wife Xia Ou. Uncle Fu, I know this is difficult to handle, and it's late at night, so I shouldn't bother you. Young master, what are you talking about? You really embarrass me. I said, as long as it is what you want, no matter what it is, the family will do our best to satisfy you. Uncle Fu said, patting his chest. I will immediately mobilize all the family's resources to investigate. Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt even more embarrassed, so he thought for a moment and said, Well, Uncle Fu, how about this, you send a car to pick me up. If it's convenient, we can do the DNA test tonight. I don't want to owe you anything. Soon, a Maybach car came downstairs and picked up Zhao Yu, and headed to Yanshan Lake Villa District, the most famous and luxurious villa district in Nandu. This is also the top location in the entire Nandu real estate market, with an average land price of nearly 200,000 yuan per square meter. The villa district is full of well-known officials and dignitaries, and even many movie stars, well-known artists, and domestic political and business leaders have bought houses here, preparing to enjoy their old age after retirement. Yanshan Lake Villa District, as the name suggests, has an artificial lake dug in the middle of the community. The closer you get to the lake, the more expensive the land price becomes, and the more respected the status of the house owner becomes. As the richest man in Nandu, Zhao Chenggong's mansion is not located by the lake, but on an artificial island built in the center of the lake. It is located in the center of the entire villa area, making it even more unique. Not only that, in order to make it easier to get to the island, Zhao Chenggong also ordered people to dig a lakebed tunnel on the shore that leads directly to the garage on his own island. When Zhao Yu arrived, Uncle Fu and a group of doctors were already waiting there. The doctors followed the procedures and drew Zhao Yu's blood and conducted tests, and were busy for a while. Everyone present held their breath and waited quietly for the result. Finally, after a period of nervous waiting, the DNA test results came out, showing that the probability that Zhao Chenggong and Zhao Yu were related by blood was 99.9999%. Now, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Yu finally let go of his worry. If he was the heir to the richest man, then whatever he did would be natural, and he would no longer owe Uncle Fu anything. Moreover, his chance to turn his life around had finally come. Uncle Fu, who was standing by, was even more delighted. He looked at Zhao Qinggong's portrait and couldn't help but burst into tears. "Chairman, I have finally found your biological son. Now the Zhao family's property can be saved, and your spirit can rest in peace in heaven." Just then, a panic-looking man in a suit came into the room. It looked like he had some news to report to Uncle Fu, but seeing Zhao Yu was there, he didn't say anything, as if he had some reservations. Uncle Fu was very angry when he saw this. He first scolded the man in the suit, then raised his voice, took Zhao Yu's hand and said to everyone, "I now declare that Zhao Yu will be our family's young master and master from now on. All of us must respect him and serve him. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished according to family rules." "Yes, Uncle Fu." "Hello, master." Everyone present dared not disobey and shouted in response. So the man in the suit said, "I have already found out what you told me to do. Miss Xiao Yu went to meet a man named Huang Dafu. 10 minutes ago, the two of them appeared in front of the Queen Bar. Huang Dafu, when Zhao Yu heard the name, he was stunned for a moment, thinking, isn't this guy Xiao Yu's immediate superior, the business manager of the insurance company? I heard that this guy is particularly lustful and is nicknamed Yellow Dog. He often flirts with female employees in the company. Of course, he has also harassed Xiao Yu before, but has been sternly rejected several times. Now, in the middle of the night, Huang Dafu suddenly called Xiao Yu out. What could a man and a woman do alone in a bar? The answer is obvious. Zhao Yu sensed a dangerous atmosphere, and then he thought of the angry expression on Xiao Yu's face when she answered the phone before. She must have been threatened by Huang Dafu for some reason, and took the opportunity to ask him out for drinks tonight with ulterior motives. No matter what, this is my woman, I must protect her. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu clenched his fists, anger rising in his heart. Young master, what's wrong with you? Do you want me to send someone to help you deal with it? At this time, Uncle Fu, who was standing by, saw the expression on Zhao Yu's face and asked hurriedly. No need, she is my wife, let me handle it. Zhao Yu waved his hand. Then he walked straight to the garage that led directly to the tunnel under the lake. By the way, Uncle Fu, which car is the fastest here? 10 minutes later, Zhao Yu was driving a Ferrari 488 on the streets of Nandu, streaking across the night sky like lightning. Xiao Yu, Haven T, you always said that I'm a coward. Here I come. Although I am not the supreme treasure and I don't have colorful auspicious clouds, I will drive this red steed, transform into a dragon knight, and come to protect you, my princess. Chapter 008 How dare you touch my wife? After arriving at the Queen Bar, Zhao Yu discovered that there was a cosplay theme event going on inside. Some people were dressed up as Iron Man, Superman, Spider-Man, some as Catwoman, Wonder Woman, and Snow White. Many men and women were dancing closely in the middle of the dance floor, and many of them took the opportunity to take advantage of him. In fact, this is a marketing activity for the bar to attract popularity. After all, a person will always feel embarrassed and shy in public, but after dressing up, it is equivalent to a disguise, and the communication and interaction with the opposite sex will be bolder, and they can do more extraordinary things than usual. At this time, Uncle Fu's text message also arrived. Through Huang Dafu's credit card, it was found that he had just made an order of 3,000 yuan in box 205. Box 205 is located on the second floor of the bar. Just as Zhao Yu was about to rush upstairs angrily, he suddenly changed his mind. Would it be too abrupt for him to go up there so rashly? On the one hand, I have been a coward for 3 years. If Xiao Yu is really in danger, do I have the courage and guts to protect her and help her punish those bad guys? On the other hand, and the most crucial point, what if you go up and find out that there is nothing going on inside, and it is just a normal business socializing, or you are drinking with clients, then what should you do? Although this possibility is very small, after all, Zhao Yu and Xiao Yu have kept their distance from each other in the past few years and have never interfered in each other's affairs. If nothing happens, they will definitely be blamed. At that time, Xiao Yu asked again, what are you doing here? Why are you following me? Xiao Yu already had a bad impression of him, and this would only make him even more disgusted. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, then turned around and went to the bar to buy a mask of the Monkey King's son Wukong, then changed his clothes, put on a red cloak, and went upstairs like a knight. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the lobby on the first floor, the private room area on the second floor was very quiet and deserted. The door of each private room was tightly closed, which made Zhao Yu's heart tense even more. Soon, he found box 205, but what he didn't expect was that the door of the box was still ajar, about 10 centimeters. He didn't know whether he forgot to close it or did it deliberately to make the other party feel safe. Zhao Yu was not in a hurry to go in, as this would alert the enemy. He secretly hid outside the door, and then through the open crack in the door, he observed the situation inside with a nervous look on his face. In addition to Wang Dafu, there was also a fat man with a greasy face in the box. The two of them had drunk some wine, and their faces were rosy. They were staring at Xie Ouyu's heaving chest with squinting expressions. Xie Ouyu's face was naturally full of embarrassment and panic. She sat on the sofa farthest from them. Of course, that position was also closest to the door. If she encountered danger, she could escape at any time. Not only that, she was also tightly holding a handbag in her hand, which contained a switchblade. It was obvious that this woman was quite smart at the critical moment. But what is the use of a weak woman being smart when facing two fierce men? At this time, Wang Dafu spoke. He smiled obscenely and said, "Don't worry, the door is open, you can leave anytime. I asked you to come here tonight just because we were bored drinking. Xie Ouyu, this is Mr. Ma from Day Real Estate. They want to buy insurance for all their employees from our company next year. This is a big project. How could I harm you?" As he said that, he brought a glass of wine and placed it in front of Xie Ouyu. "As long as you have a few drinks with us, I will forgive you the 20,000 yuan debt." After hearing this, Zhao Yu finally understood. The 20,000 yuan that Xie Ouyu gave him in the afternoon and lied that it was a bonus was actually borrowed from Wang Dafu. How could this girl be so stupid? Doesn't she know what kind of person Wang Dafu is? This is simply courting death and pushing herself into a fire pit. Also, fuck it, Wang Dafu is now using this to threaten Xie Ouyu, so despicable. Hearing this, Zhao Yu was so angry. At this time, Xie Ouyu in the box seemed helpless. After listening to Wang Dafu's words, she bit her lip and agreed to drink. But unexpectedly, before they had even had 2 drinks, the 2 men could no longer suppress their excitement and started to make advances on her. Xie Ouyu struggled hard to get out. She stood up quickly, but still suppressed the anger in her heart and said, "Boss Wang, Boss Mar, I've already had my drink. I'm really sorry, it's too late today and I should go back home. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it in the company tomorrow morning." After saying that, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. However, Wang Dafu would not let this delicious food slip away. He quickly stood up and blocked Xie Ouyu's way. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean?" He, Xie Ouyu, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've actually been courting you for a long time. As long as you accompany us tonight and have fun together, not only will I get you this order and at least tens of thousands in commission, but I'll also promote you to be the deputy manager. Wang Dafu finally spoke out his true feelings and revealed his true colors. "Wang Dafu, I warn you not to go too far. I usually tolerate your dirty talk and all kinds of harassment to me in the company, but if you dare to touch a hair on my head tonight, I swear, I will never forgive you." Xie Ouyu was angry, glaring at Wang Dafu fiercely. I have to say, although she usually looks like a docile little lamb, this girl can be quite stylish when she gets angry. But just after she finished speaking, Xie Ouyu's face suddenly changed and turned pale. Then her body shook slightly and she looked a little powerless. Xie Ouyu glanced at the half glass of red wine on the table and immediately understood something. She turned pale and shouted angrily, "You, Wang Dafu! You are so bold, you actually put something in my wine." Wang Dafu, however, said with a lewd smile, "Hey, little thing, do you think you can take out my palm so easily tonight?" After saying that, he and the fat man next to him rushed forward and pounced on Xie Ouyu. Seeing that something was not right, Xie Ouyu used up the last of her strength to take out the switchblade from her bag. You guys get away from me. If you dare to come up and touch me, I. Why? What a stupid woman." The opponents were 2 grown men, and she was so exhausted that she couldn't even stand. Taking out a knife at this time not only did not have any effect, but instead gave the opponent a head. After snatching the switchblade, Wang Dafu successfully subdued Xie Ouyu. Hey, don't move, my little beauty, or I'll cut your face." Wang Dafu smiled lasciviously, and as he spoke, he was about to take off Xie Ouyu's clothes. "Oh, Lao Mar, go close the door and don't let anyone in to ruin our good deeds." He, okay. The fat man rubbed his hands and hurried to the door. But he never dreamed that just when he ran to the door, with a bang, Zhao Yu pushed the door open. No matter what, Xia Oyu is my wife. In an instant, Zhao Yu felt unprecedented anger rising in his heart. The fat man didn't have time to react, and his head was hit hard by the iron door of the box, and he fainted on the ground. On the other side, Wang Dafu was also caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the masked man. You, who are you? Wang Dafu turned his head and looked over. He was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open, looking very surprised. Zhao Yu seized the opportunity, grabbed the bottle of red wine on the table, and smashed it on Wang Dafu's head without hesitation. With a dull bang, the wine bottles were smashed. Wang Dafu groaned and fell to the ground in pain. He covered his head tightly and blood gushed out. When Zhao Yu saw him fall to the ground, he rushed over, picked up the unconscious Xia Oyu, and ran downstairs. Although the noise upstairs did not attract everyone's attention, Zhao Yu suddenly carried out an unconscious woman with panic on his face, which naturally caused quite a stir. The security guards of the bar were also alarmed and followed up. However, soon, when they saw Zhao Yu carrying the woman into a red Ferrari, they stopped interfering. Everyone smiled at each other. This kind of scene was common in bars. It was probably some rich kid who got a girl drunk and was eager to take her to a hotel to discuss life. Originally, Zhao Yu had thought about what to do if he was stopped by someone when he came out of the bar after making trouble. But he didn't expect that after he drove the Ferrari, the journey was so smooth that even the taxis waiting for passengers on the roadside consciously made way for him. Soon, he drove away from the bar street with Xia Oyu, stepped on the accelerator, and drove for 5 blocks. At this moment, Zhao Yu looked at Xia Oyu, who was sitting on the passenger seat next to him with her eyes closed and her eyelashes slightly moving, and he couldn't help but feel pity for her. I'm sorry that you and I have suffered for the past 3 years. But then there is a very critical question: where to go? Take her back, take off the mask and tell her who she is. This is crazy. It was hard to explain this Ferrari sports car, let alone tell Xia Oyu that he was actually the illegitimate son of Zhao Chenggong, the richest man in Nandu, and the only heir to a 100 billion inheritance. Hearing this, Xia Oyu would definitely not be able to accept it and would think that Zhao Yu was a lunatic. After all, he was a bankrupt pauper and penniless loser before, but in the next second, he turned into the heir to the richest man and possessed wealth that could rival a country. I'm afraid that no normal person would be able to withstand such stimulation, right? After all, my first reaction when I heard Uncle Fu calling was that he was a liar. So Zhao Yu took out Xia Oyu's cell phone and sent a message to her best friend Lin Ya, asking her to come over to help. At this moment, Xia Oyu suddenly twisted her body in the passenger seat, and seemed to have regained consciousness. She soon realized what had happened. You saved me, who are you? But Zhao Yu did not answer, because once he opened his mouth, his identity would be exposed. Afterwards, Zhao Yu drove the car to the door of the police station, which was absolutely safe. After getting out of the car, he carried Xia Oyu to the side of the road, then turned and left. At this time, Xia Oyu had almost recovered. She stood up and shouted, "Hey, you saved me, so you should at least leave a name, right?" However, the other party remained silent. Xia Oyu wanted to chase him, but suddenly she felt a little dizzy, so she quickly sat down. All they could do was watch the knight wearing the Monkey King mask jump onto the Ferrari sports car. Gone with the wind, leaving only a back figure. Xia Oyu narrowed his eyes. In a trance, she felt that this back figure was very familiar, very familiar. Chapter 009: The Prince driving a Ferrari. Hello, Uncle Fu, it's me. Well, it's done. One is Wang Dafu, whom I asked you to investigate just now, and the other is from Day Real Estate. His last name is Ma and he seems to be a manager. They dare to have ideas about my wife. I will make them pay. On their way back, Zhao Yu was still angry. Those two bastards actually dared to attack Xia Oyu, and used such despicable means. Now that I have the ability, I will definitely not let them off easily. But just as Zhao Yu was driving while talking on the phone, he suddenly heard a loud boom in his ears. His mind went blank at that moment, and his first reaction was that something was wrong and there was a car accident. So he slammed on the brakes. With a loud squeak, the tires rubbed violently against the ground, leaving 2 long brake marks on the road behind the car. Young master, what's wrong? Nothing, Uncle Fu, I'll call you back later. Zhao Yu quickly hung up the phone and got out of the car to check the situation. Fortunately, he did not hit anyone, because the car accident occurred in a black Toyota SUV at the intersection not far ahead. The hood of the off-road vehicle had a large dent, and the right headlight had fallen off. On the road about 10 meters away from the car, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old was lying in a pool of blood. Fuck, what just flew past? It made my eyes go dark. The driver of the SUV was still cursing after getting out of the car. Judging from the crooked way he walked, he must have drunk quite a bit of alcohol. However, soon after the SUV driver discovered that he had hit someone, he was immediately shocked. It was already late at night and there were not many people passing by. In addition, there was no surveillance camera installed at the intersection, so the guy just jumped into the car and drove away. At that time, the little girl was lying on the ground with blood all over her face, but she was not dead yet, and her body was still twitching. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu was so angry that he cursed, "Damn it, this son of a bitch is too inhumane." In the past 2 years, Zhao Yu has completely turned into a coward who prefers to mind his own business. Keeping one's head in other people's business is his principle. But at this moment he had not had time to take off his disguise in the bar. He was still wearing the mask of the Monkey King Sun Wukong on his face and a red cloak behind him. Perhaps it was because of this that he imagined himself as a knight upholding justice. His compassion burst out, and he directly wrapped the little girl's body with the cloak, then put her on the passenger seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the nearest hospital. At the same time, not far away, a flashlight was flashing, and a reporter passing by happened to capture this scene. The reporter was originally a supercar enthusiast. The roar of the Ferrari made him stop and watch. Just as he was about to take out his camera to take a picture of the car, he happened to see the hit-and-run case at the intersection and the poor little girl, so he pressed the shutter and recorded this heroic deed without reservation. After arriving at the hospital, Zhao Yu watched the little girl being sent into the operating room. He left the only 10,000 yuan he had left and left quietly. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Yu was still worried. He didn't know why he felt a special sense of intimacy when he saw this little girl. She was in tattered clothes and lonely and helpless. What if she was a homeless child? What if she had no family? Although he saved her life, if she couldn't pay the subsequent medical expenses, she would still be kicked out of the hospital and would still suffer. So, when he returned to Yanshan Lake Village district to return the car, Zhao Yu told Uncle Fu what had happened and told him to take good care of the little girl. This kind of thing is just a trivial matter for Uncle Fu. Don't worry, young master, I will immediately send someone to transfer him to St. Mary's Hospital. That is our Zhao family's private hospital. She will definitely get the best care. Also, if she is indeed homeless and an orphan, our Zhao family has a charity foundation, and I will send someone to handle this matter. After hearing what Uncle Fu said, Zhao Yu finally felt relieved. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief and happiness. People often say that the rich are unkind. When he was a rich second generation, he only knew how to spend money on wine and women and indulge in luxury. Although he spent a lot of money, he had never been truly happy. But now, after doing a good deed of bravery, he felt particularly meaningful. This happiness came from the heart. At this time, Uncle Fu, who was standing aside, had admiration in his eyes and admired Zhao Yu even more. Most people think about how to spend money after becoming rich, but the young master thinks about helping strangers. This is too unexpected. The family is so rich, but there is no sign of arrogance or debauchery. They are definitely people who will achieve great things. After the little girl's problem was solved, the next issue naturally became inheritance and company shares. Young master, the company will have a board meeting in a few days. That will be the time for you to make your official appearance. Before that, I will help you complete all the procedures. Uncle Fu said. Zhao Yu nodded, but this huge fortune also brought him a lot of troubles. Uncle Fu, you have heard about my previous experience, right? 2 years ago, if it weren't for the accident at home, I would have been a playboy. I am worried that I would live a life of luxury like before. In the end, I would be a useless person without any money and accomplish nothing. Besides, I don't want the appearance of this inheritance to disrupt my original life. But Uncle Fu laughed after hearing this. Har har har, young master, you are worrying too much. With the wealth you have now, no matter how you spend it, even if you go gambling, you will never lose it all. Because every well-known casino in southern capital has shares in our Zhao family. But Zhao Yu still disagreed. He shook his head and said, I have been poor, and I have also been rich. After going through the transition between being poor and rich, I have seen the fickleness of human nature and the indifference of the world. I think only when a person is in poverty and distress can you see his true nature. Only then can you meet true feelings and true friends. So, Uncle Fu, you can let me inherit the family business, but can you keep my identity secret for the time being? Hearing this, Uncle Fu frowned and said, but young master, several vice presidents in the company are ready to make a move and are planning to divide up the shares together. If the heir of the Zhao family cannot be found one day, the consequences will be disastrous. This is indeed a problem. After thinking about it, Zhao Yu finally made a decision. Well, Uncle Fu, apart from a few people in my family and company, you must keep it a secret and not disclose my real name and appearance. You can announce to the public that you have found the heir, but the young master is ill and receiving treatment, so it is not convenient for him to show up. You can use a pseudonym, so his name is. Just call me Zhao Qianxi. At this time, in front of the police station, Xia Ou sat on the steps by the road, lost in thought. She was still recalling the background just now. Why does he look so familiar? Who does he look like? Damn it, my brain hurts so much. Why can't I remember it at the critical moment? Miss, do you need any help? At this time, a policeman came out and asked. No thanks, my friend will be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, a taxi stopped and a woman in pajamas and slippers got out hurriedly and ran over. Oh my god, Xia Ou, what happened to you? I just received a message saying that you were in danger, and I came here without even changing my clothes. I was so scared. She is Lin Ya, Xia Ou's best friend. Seeing that a friend came to pick him up, the police officer went back with peace of mind. After the police left, Xia Ou explained the whole story. But after listening to it, Lin Ya became anxious and insisted on going in to call the police. But Xia Ou stopped her. Oh, forget it, Xia Ya, he is my boss after all, and he has already suffered retribution. I still have to work in the company in the future, it's not good to offend him. Damn it, that scumbag, and you actually speak well of him? If I encountered this kind of thing, I would definitely give him a kick that would kill him and make him have no descendants. Lin Ya yelled angrily. By the way, who saved you? Do you still remember? Xia Ou shook his head. My mind was dizzy at the time, and I can't remember the details. I only remember that he wore a Monkey King mask and a red cape, like an elegant knight, and he was driving a red Ferrari sports car. But after he sent me to the police station, he didn't turn around no matter how I called him. He just left with his back. Upon hearing this, Lin Ya became excited and her eyes lit up instantly. Fuck, Ferrari. Wow, Xia Ou, you are so lucky this time. When you are in danger, a Prince Charming comes to save you. How romantic. The princess is in danger, and the prince comes to save her, and he drives a Ferrari. I wish I could be like you. Hey, do you remember the license plate number? A man like this who is rich and brave must be a handsome guy. You must not let him get away. Xia Ou couldn't help but roll her eyes, pinched her waist and said, Go to hell, what are you talking about, I'm already married. Okay, stop daydreaming and take me back. After returning home, I simply washed up. After changing clothes, Xia Ou walked into the bedroom. At this time, Zhao Yu had already returned and was sleeping soundly on the other side of the bed with his back to her. Xia Ou climbed onto the bed from the other side. At this moment, she glanced at Zhao Yu's back, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, alas, where were you when I was in danger and needed you the most? You just knew how to sleep here. Then she also lay down and fell asleep. In fact, Zhao Yu was not asleep, he was just pretending. Although the two were still far apart in bed and like strangers, Zhao Yu's mentality was completely different now. He saved 2 women in one night, and the sense of accomplishment made him feel very happy. Chapter 010 Is this loser worthy? The next morning, 2 explosive pieces of news shocked the entire city of Nandu. The first piece of news, of course, is about the inheritance of hundreds of billions of dollars of inheritance of Zhao Chenggong, the richest man in Nandu. After becoming the focus of all parties and shocking the whole city for more than a month, the final result finally came out. Early in the morning, the Zhao family announced to the public, Zhao Chenggong's illegitimate son has been found, named Zhao Qianxi. He will inherit all of the Zhao family's property, as well as the huge business empire left by the richest man, and he will also be the latest chairman. Zhao Qianxi, this name instantly ignited all of Nandu's social media. It was said that he was only 23 years old, the youngest richest man in Nandu's history. All the upper class, wealthy businessmen, and powerful families wanted to make friends with this upstart. Because the Zhao family has not released any relevant photos and information, the appearance of the richest man's heir Zhao Qinci has become even more mysterious. Everyone is guessing what he looks like, what his face looks like, and what kind of lucky person would have such good luck. For a time, all related social media and discussion forums were paralyzed. The following piece of news is comparable to the popularity of the richest man's heir. A mysterious man transformed into Sun Wukong, drove a Ferrari late at night, and bravely saved a little girl who was hit by a car. If the previous news about the heir to the richest man was of concern to the upper class and the general public, then this piece of news was enough to drive all the women in Nanda crazy. The three keywords, Ferrari, heroic act, and mysterious man, all touch the nerves of women. No matter single or married, old or young, which girl doesn't have a princess dream in her heart from childhood to adulthood? Who doesn't want to meet a handsome Prince Charming who can save them when they are in danger? What's even better is that this prince drives a Ferrari sports car worth millions. At this moment, Lin Yue was hurriedly running into an old residential building. When she arrived at room 302, she was about to knock on the door, panting, when she ran into Zhao Yu, who pushed the door open. He had just answered a phone call and was about to go out. Lin Yue, you're here so early. Yes, good morning, brother-in-law. The two nodded awkwardly and greeted each other. Then Lin Yue rushed into the bedroom and came to Xiao Yu's bed. While paying attention to the movement at the door, she asked in a low voice, "Hey, Xiao Yu, did you tell him about what happened last night?" Xiao Yu shook his head and sighed, "Well, what good will it do if I tell him? When I came back last night, he was sleeping like a dead pig. How can he help me?" His tone was full of helplessness. "Yeah, that's true. This coward is not reliable at all." Lin Yue also rolled her eyes. "By the way, do you want me to accompany you to the company later?" "It's okay, no need, I know how to deal with it," Xiao Yu said. "That's good." Lin Yue nodded, then she stood at the door, looking around, and then after making sure that Zhao Yu had left the house and reached downstairs, she let go and shouted almost crazily. "Damn it, Xiao Yu, you have no idea what happened last night. What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yu looked confused. "Have you seen the news? Have you seen the news? Have you seen the news report just now?" While saying this, Lin Yue showed her the news about the mysterious man driving a Ferrari and bravely saving a little girl. "Xiao Yu, last night you said that a man wearing a Monkey King mask and driving a Ferrari saved you in the bar, right? Look at the photo in the news, it's probably him." "No way." Xiao Yu took the phone and was skeptical at first, but when she saw the photo on the screen, she was also shocked. "No way, what a coincidence, are they the same person? What do you mean you can't? Let me show you a video that was allegedly filmed at the scene." Soon, after the video was opened, a man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a Monkey King mask, walked to the middle of the road, took off his red cape, gently wrapped the little girl's body, and then carried her into a red Ferrari sports car. "Look at that mask, look at that cloak, are they exactly the same as you described to me last night?" Lin Yue said excitedly. Sure enough, when Xiao Yu took a look, he found that the man in the video was exactly the same as the hero who bravely saved him last night. Because she clearly remembered that the Monkey King mask worn by the man was missing a corner on the lower right side, which might have been lost during the fight in the bar, and the mask in the video also happened to be missing a corner, also on the lower right side, so this must be correct. Xiao Yu, did you know that this video has gone viral on TikTok and Weibo, with nearly 1 million likes? All the girls are crazy. Everyone wants to marry such a handsome, kind, rich and handsome Prince Charming. But who would have thought that this handsome prince would have such an indissoluble bond with you? Hey, Xiao Yu, tell me the truth. When he rescued you from the bar last night, did he hug you? Are his chest muscles thick? Does he smell good? Xiao Yu, I really envy you. It would have been great if you had asked me to go to the bar with you last night. That way, I would have been in danger, and then that handsome prince would have appeared and saved me. Lin Yue narrowed her eyes, her face like a peach blossom, and looked at the ceiling with an expression that was worse than death. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Yue. Although she was also very excited, she was not yet to the point of being crazy and unable to extricate herself. At this moment, she glanced and saw on the screen of her mobile phone that the last frame of the video was frozen at the moment when the mysterious man settled the little girl and ran back to drive away, leaving behind only a back view. This back view is exactly the same as the scene when he left in front of the police station. At that time, Xia Oyu was drugged and her mind was dizzy. She had not recovered yet, so she racked her brains but couldn't figure out the reason. But now it was different, she was completely awake. So, the more I looked at her, the more I felt something was wrong. His back. It really seems like. Lin Ya, do you think his back looks like someone? Xia Oyu asked tentatively. Looks like someone, who? Lin Ya was a little confused, and moved closer to take a closer look. Hey, I can be a fangirl by myself, why did you come along? Xia Oyu, you already have a husband. Can't you give in to me a little? No, not really. But, don't you think that his figure, back view, and the way he walks are very similar to my husband, Zhao Yu? Xia Oyu held it in for a long time before finally speaking out the bold guess in her mind. With a loud bang, these words exploded in Lin Ya's mind like a bolt from the blue. What? Your husband? Zhao Yu, how could it be him? She stuttered as she spoke, and her lips seemed to be trembling. If it was Zhao Yu, wouldn't that be a shattered dream? No, absolutely impossible. Oh, Ferrari. Suddenly, Lin Ya thought of something and shouted as if she had found a life-saving straw. He drives a Ferrari, a car worth several million. Can Zhao Yu afford it? He hasn't even paid back the 200,000 he owes your mother. He has to rely on your salary every month to make ends meet. Let alone buying a Ferrari, he can't even afford to rent one. Besides, look at his temperament. He has the demeanor of a rich and powerful young man. Zhao Yu, is this loser worthy of him? After hearing Lin Ya's explanation, Xia Oyu thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Putting aside the Ferrari sports car, didn't he know what kind of person Zhao Yu was? It is better to have less trouble than more. I am timid and cowardly. I was usually bullied by my mother, Xiaolu, relatives and friends, and I didn't even dare to say a word. How could he be so brave? Thinking of this, Xia Oyu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, you are right. I was too naive to have such high hopes for him. Xia Ya, do you know? Last night, a man who has always liked me came to see me, showed his affection in front of my parents, invited us to dinner, and sent a ring and flowers to the door of my house. In the end, he didn't even dare to fart. Sigh, I am so disappointed in him. My useless husband, if only he were half as brave as that man. Chapter 011 He is a delivery man. When Zhao Yu went out in the morning, he browsed the news on his mobile phone while walking down the stairs. He never thought that a small figure like himself would be able to cause such a big stir in Nanda one day, and that he was the male protagonist in the two hot news stories dominating the headlines. If he were to shout this news out on the street, no one would believe him no matter how hard he tried. Instead, they would think he was a psychopath. Just as he was savoring the memory, a rapid cell phone ring broke the silence. It was my sister Wang Mengsha who called. It's easy to guess that she must have called to act pitiful and urge Zhao Yu to give her money so that she could buy an LV bag. Hello, brother, it's me. Her voice was hoarse and filled with tears. Sasha, what's wrong with you? Brother, I don't want to study anymore, I want to go out and work. Just as I thought before, I started acting pitiful. Zhao Yu knew what was going on, but he didn't expose her, so he just went along with her and said, Shasha, how could you say such a thing? You finally got into university, and your sophomore year is almost over. You still have 1 year left before you have to go out for internship. You just drop out, what a shame. Is it about the tuition? I'm really sorry, I had something to deal with last night. Don't worry, I'll transfer the money to you right away. In his words, Zhao Yu showed that he was very concerned. No, brother, there's really no need. At first, Wang Mengsha was still trying to be strong, but as she spoke, she couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. Woo, brother, I really don't want to study anymore. I know what you have done for me over the years. I heard that in order to raise tuition for me, you even went to the blood bank to donate blood, just for a few hundred yuan of nutrition expenses. Woo, brother, I really can't bear it, don't stop me, just let me go out to work. Before, you suffered all kinds of grievances and contempt at your mother-in-law's house because of me. If I had known that you had to kneel down to her to borrow the money, I would rather not go for treatment. Brother, you really don't have to continue like this for me. Even if I don't study and go out to work, I will never watch you suffer. Wang Mengsha on the phone was in tears and crying so heartbreakingly. If Zhao Yu had heard these words in the past, he would have been moved to tears. Not to mention donating blood, he even sold his kidney to raise money. But now, after seeing through Wang Mengsha's true face, Zhao Yu felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. For the sake of $5,000, not only did her dearest sister lie to her, but she also directed and acted in such a tragic drama. Zhao Yu felt that he had underestimated his sister before. When did she become like this? Was she pretending in front of him before? But until this moment, Zhao Yu still didn't want to believe it. Don't worry, Sha. I've already raised the money. I'll go to the bank and transfer the money to you later. No matter what, you must continue reading this book, or I'll die in front of you. Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Zhao Yu first calmed Wang Mengsha down, and then went to Nanda University. He wanted to see the matter with his own eyes. Has my sister really become a vain and materialistic girl? I believe there will be an answer soon. At this time, in the girls' dormitory of Nanda University. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mengsha wiped away her tears, reapplied her eyeshadow and foundation, and then sat on the bed and checked Weibo as if nothing had happened. 5 minutes later, I received a text message on my mobile phone, and 5,000 yuan had arrived. Wang Mengsha jumped up from the bed, her face was full of smiles, she was so happy that she shouted to the girl who was applying lipstick next to her. My brother has sent me some money. Let's go, the LV store will be open soon. Let's get in line. The lipstick girl was surprised and said, "Oh my god, no way, your brother really gave it to you? The semester is almost over, and you told him nonsense like paying tuition, and he believed it. Of course I am an excellent actor." Wang Mengsha patted her chest with a smug expression on her face. Besides, my brother is such a jerk. He knelt down and kowtowed to his mother-in-law for me and borrowed 200,000 yuan. Now I ask him for 5,000 yuan, how can he not give it to me? Oh, hurry up, this is the latest model of bag this year, if you're any later they will be sold out. An hour later, at the gate of Nanda University. Zhao Yu was standing there, waiting anxiously. At the same time, he was holding a package of hot and sour noodles in his hand. This was his sister's favorite. Every time the brother and sister met, Zhao Yu would always remember to bring a portion. The main purpose of his visit this time was to test whether his sister would buy a bag after getting 5,000 yuan. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a group of girls appeared on the other side of the road, talking and laughing, and walking towards the school gate. Zhao Yu recognized at a glance that one of them was his sister, Wang Mengsha. Unfortunately, she already had the latest LV 2019 spring bag on her hand. After buying a new bag, Wang Mengsha naturally couldn't help showing off in front of the girls in her class. Oh, that's why everyone likes LV, look at the fabric, the workmanship, the stitching. But halfway through her words, she froze. Because she saw Zhao Yu standing at the school gate not far away. "Hey, sister, I'm here!" Zhao Yu shouted. There was still a smile on his face, and he didn't want to break up so quickly. Seeing this, Wang Mengsha quickly hid her bag behind her and ran quickly to Zhao Yu. Her eyes seemed to be full of disgust, and she muttered softly, "Hey, why are you here?" "I came to see you. Look, I brought your favorite hot and sour noodles." Zhao Yu held up the takeaway and smiled innocently. But Wang Mengsha didn't appreciate it. Okay, just go now. Why are you leaving? Zhao Yu was very puzzled. While the two of them were talking, Wang Mengsha's classmates behind them started to explode. Sha, who is this person? Do you know him? Yer, who is this person? Why does he call you sister? Yer, Sha, didn't you say you were a rich girl and your brother was a second-generation rich? Why is this guy dressed so poorly and holding a bowl of hot and sour noodles in his hand, like a delivery man? You two are not really brother and sister, are you? Oh my, how did this legendary rich second generation become a food delivery man? Ha, this is so funny. Everyone burst into laughter and started talking. At this time, Wang Mengsha's face turned red and she was extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she deliberately shouted at Zhao Yu loudly. Hey, you said you're a delivery man, so why do you call everyone sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What do I look like? What do you look like? You still want to get close to me, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. As she spoke, she quickly took 2 steps back to keep her distance, then shook her head at her classmates and said in confusion, I really don't know him. We have never met before. I don't know what's wrong with him. He actually called me sister. Oh, these guys are so disgusting nowadays. They call pretty girls sisters when they see them. What nasty rascals. Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. This sister is my only relative. It doesn't matter how much others ridicule me or look down on me, but how could you do this? Why, is it embarrassing to say that I'm your brother? Zhao Yu sneered. Oh, that's enough, just leave after delivering the takeaway and stop pestering me, or I'll call security. After saying this, Wang Mengsha ran away from Zhao Yu as if she had seen the god of plague. He. Zhao Yu saw this scene. At this moment, my heart was completely broken. After Wang Mengsha left, Zhao Yu sat down on the ground, and the hot and sour noodles were scattered all over the floor without him even noticing. At this time, a girl with long hair came over to help him. Brother Yu, don't be too sad. I didn't expect that Sasha would become like this. Who are you? I'm her roommate, Su Qingqing. As she spoke, the girl lowered her voice and leaned into Zhao Yu's ear and said, I'm the one who secretly used Wang Mengsha's phone to make a call yesterday and played the recording for you. Oh, it's you. Zhao Yu nodded. The girl continued, Alas, I can't stand Sasha's behavior. I always think it's not good to cheat your family out of money. What I didn't expect was that you're actually a food delivery guy. How much money do you make in a month? Sasha's behavior is really shameless. At this moment, a BMW 3 Series drove up and stopped at the door. This is the student area and there are few vehicles arriving at the school gate, so it attracts many students to look around. Some students from poor families even cast envious eyes on the BMW 3 Series. There were several men and women in the car. The driver was a boy with a perm and chewing bubbles. He was proudly saying, How is it? Is the new car my dad bought for me okay? As he spoke, he happened to see Wang Mengsha. Hey, Sasha, what a coincidence. Our club is having a party today. Let's go. How about I take you along to have some fun? Okay. Wang Mengsha was worried about not being able to get rid of Zhao Yu, so she nodded happily, went over to open the door and got in the car. Zhao Yu immediately looked over and asked, Who is that man? It seems like they have an unusual relationship. Su Qingqing said from the side, That's a classmate of ours, Qian Dazhuang. His family owns a factory, and he's a rich second generation. Sha has been getting very close to him recently, and they are probably in a relationship. In fact, Sasha bought the bag to satisfy her vanity, and also to create an identity of being fair, rich and beautiful so that she can get close to him. Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with anger. So that's how it is, Wang Mengsha. In order to climb up the social ladder and get close to the BMW man, you even gave up your brother. But, do you know that I am now the heir to hundreds of billions of dollars? A perfect match, a rich second generation, right? Where are they having dinner? Take me with you. Chapter 012 My dog is hungry too. A steakhouse is a must-have restaurant in a top 5-star hotel. It is the most upscale restaurant in the hotel and basically requires first-class service and the highest quality food. The steakhouse of the Westin Hotel is the best among them. It is the top Westin restaurant near Nanda University. I heard that the most expensive Kobe steak can be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per serving. An ordinary sirloin steak costs several hundred yuan. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. And this is where Qian Dazhuang and Wang Mengsha and a group of people had dinner together. Brother Yu, let's go. I heard that the average consumption per person in the steakhouse in the Westin Hotel is 1 or 2,000, and there's an additional 15% service charge. If we want to vent our anger, there's really no need for us to come here. When they reached the door, Su Qingqing began to back out. After all, for her, although she has no worries about food and clothing, her parents are just working class, with a monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. It is okay for them to go out for a meal at Heididu every day, but she dare not even think about spending money in such a high-end place. The Westin Hotel is worthy of being a 5-star hotel. The decoration at the entrance alone is magnificent and exudes a sense of luxury from the inside out. There are luxury cars such as Mercedes-Benz and BMW parked outside the door. In addition to the guests staying in the hotel, the people who come here to consume are all wealthy people from the upper class of Nandu. A casual swipe of the card can result in a consumption of tens of thousands of yuan. How can ordinary people like Zhao Yu and Su Qingqing afford to come here? However, that was all in the past. Zhao Yu is no longer an ordinary person now. Not to mention anything else, he has 2 million in the bank card in his pocket. Can't he afford a steak? Without giving Su Qingqing a chance to say anything, Zhao Yu pulled her inside. Just when Su Qingqing was trying to refuse, they happened to meet Wang Mengsha and her group, who had just parked their car and were coming out of the parking lot. Wang Mengsha rolled her eyes, looked at Zhao Yu with disdain, and shouted, "You really have a stubborn streak. You actually followed me here." At this time, Qian Dazhuang, the second-generation rich man with tinfoil perms, also asked, "Sha, who is this person?" "Oh, it's just a delivery man. What a pervert, he keeps calling me sister and wants me to go out and play with him," Wang Mengsha said mercilessly without blinking. "When I drove to the school gate just now, I saw him with you. Is this delivery man harassing you?" "Yes. Mr. Tian, you have to help me." Wang Mengsha pretended to be pitiful. She couldn't wait to drive Zhao Yu away. Fuck, is this even possible? Hearing this, Qian Dazhuang was furious. He was pursuing Wang Mengsha, so naturally he had to perform well and try to leave a good impression. "Boy, if you dare to harass Sasha again, be careful or I'll find someone to break one of your legs." Qian Dazhuang pointed at Zhao Yu and started cursing. Naturally, he didn't take Zhao Yu seriously. Not only is he rich, but his family also owns a factory. With just a simple call, he can call over a truckload of workers. It would be easy for him to deal with the delivery man. All right, Mr. Qian, he's just a stinky loser who wants to eat swan meat. He's not worth our anger. Let's go in and eat steak," Wang Mengsha said. At this moment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Yu was full of contempt and disdain, and there was no trace of brotherly love left. "That's enough." At this moment, Su Qingqing stood up unexpectedly and shouted, "Wang Mengsha! You are going too far, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is your brother, how could you treat him like this? Su Qingqing, you." Wang Mengsha was a little at a loss, but then she quickly shouted, "What? What do you mean, my brother? This guy is just a stinky loser who delivers takeout. I don't even know him." Su Qingqing took a deep breath. She seemed a little excited, as if she had been holding her breath for a long time. "Wang Mengsha, you like brand name bags, you like to buy luxury brands, and you even pretend to be a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, showing off your wine, travels, and cosmetics in your circle of friends. I can understand all of this. After all, everyone is vain and longs to enjoy the praise and envious eyes of others. But I never dreamed that you would be so excessive that you even disowned your brother. Wang Mengsha, do you still have any humanity? Brother Yu is just a delivery man, working in the wind and rain every day, and he only earns so little money a month. As a result, in order to buy an LV bag, you actually lied to him and said that the school needs to pay tuition, otherwise you will not be able to study. Brother Yu went all the way to the blood donation station to raise money for you, and in the end he only did it to get back the few hundred yuan for nutrition expenses. I saw all this with my own eyes. I told you the first thing I did after I came back. I thought you would be more restrained, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and even worse. Your brother spent his blood and sweat to buy this LV bag you have now. Don't you feel guilty carrying it on your back? That's enough. Now, the truth is completely revealed." Wang Mengsha seemed to be furious. "Su Qingqing, how dare you say that I am vain? What kind of a piece of shit are you? When I changed to iPhone 10 last month, you borrowed my phone every night to play games, right? And a few days ago, when you knew I was going to change to LV, didn't you pester me like a pug and ask me to borrow your phone for 2 days so that I could take pictures for you? Har, let me tell you now, there's no way. Poor bastards like you, just like Zhao Yu, deserve to rot in the sewer." As she spoke, Wang Mengsha intimately held Qian Dazhuang's hand and said coquettishly, "Mr. Qian, let's go in and eat steak quickly. Don't let this garbage spoil our mood. We are almost starving." Qian Dazhuang laughed when he heard this. "Yeah, one meal from us is enough to support them for a month. Why bother talking to these rubbish people? Shaw, I can't let you starve no matter what, or I'll be sad. After saying that, the two of them walked in arrogantly. The lackeys around Qian Dazhuang also laughed at him when they saw this. Har ha har har, you ugly bastard, you still have the nerve to say that others are vain. If you have the guts, why don't you also envy someone? You are so ugly, and your face is as long as a donkey. If you have the guts, why don't you also go and find a rich man, a man like Tian Shao? They are a typical case of sour grapes. That's right, these poor bastards are really disgusting now. If they dare to act presumptuously again, we will ask the security guards to throw them out. Seeing this scene, Su Qingqing was so angry that she trembled all over. Aren't they bullying me? Damn, who are they looking down on? Just because they have a few bucks, they think it's a big deal to be able to eat a Western meal, right? This is intolerable. Brother you, let's not talk about anything today. Let's go in and eat. I'll treat you to dinner today. What? Before Zhao Yu could react, he was pulled in by Su Qingqing. The two men were dressed in cheap clothes and looked poor, so when they entered the room, they attracted a lot of strange looks from people. Soon, it also attracted the attention of Qian Dazhuang, Wang Mengsha, and a group of people. Hey, look, those two poor bastards are coming in too. Damn, they are really brave. Are they here in such a high-end place? Har, they won't have money to pay the bill and will be thrown out by the security guards. Okay, just say less and let me tease them. At this time, a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke. He immediately stood up and greeted Zhao Yu and the other two. Hey, you two, can't find a seat. Why don't you sit with us? Indeed, due to the high-end nature of the Westin Hotel steakhouse and the fact that it was Saturday, the restaurant was naturally packed with guests and it was almost impossible to find a seat. So Zhao Yu and the other two had no choice but to sit with them. Soon, the waiter brought the menu. What would you like to order, please? Although the waiter was surprised that these two shabby-dressed guys dared to come in to eat, he still asked with a professional fake smile. After seeing the menu, Su Qingqing was naturally shocked. She didn't expect it to be so expensive. The cheapest steak alone would cost several hundred yuan, not to mention salad, soup, and dessert. A simple meal for two people, plus service charge, would cost more than 2,000 yuan. For an ordinary student like her, it is an astronomical figure. So, she stared at the numbers on the back of the price list, hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything, looking very embarrassed. Seeing this, the man with glasses deliberately raised his voice and said in a sarcastic tone. Hey, we are so lucky. Today's club party is all paid for by Master Qian. This little money is nothing to Master Qian, it's just a drop in the bucket. But for some people, that's an astronomical amount. You two are going to pay for everything, right? Why don't you order anything after looking at the menu for so long? Can't you afford it, or don't know what to order? Do you want me to recommend you some home-cooked dishes, like tofu, cucumber, and dried radish? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. I'm sorry, we're a Western restaurant, and we don't have dishes like tofu and cucumber. After hearing this, the expressions on Zhao Yu and the other person's faces became even more embarrassed. Seeing this, the man with glasses became even more proud. He pretended to be angry and asked the waiter, "What do you have here?" Now it's all about people. We should consider things from the customer's perspective. Do you have anything cheaper? For example, fruit snacks for a few dozen yuan. Oh, by the way, waiter, you can get refills of juice after you finish it, right? At this time, the waiter standing by also realized that Zhao Yu and Su Qingqing were obviously penniless and were just here to have fun. After all, the steakhouse at the Westin Hotel is the top-notch Western restaurant nearby. If you can sneak in and take a photo, post the location on your moments, you can brag about it for a long time after you go back. I'm really sorry, we are a high-end 5-star hotel. Our steakhouse uses French service and the finest ingredients. We don't have what you're talking about. If you want a refill, you can turn left and go to the milk tea shop next door. As he spoke, disdain and contempt appeared on the waiter's face. You two, if you want to order, please hurry up. I'm very busy and need to serve other guests. Hey, what's your attitude? Don't I need to read the menu carefully? Su Qingqing shouted. At this moment, her face turned red, and she felt so ashamed that she almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. She gritted her teeth and said, "Waiter, please give me 2 sirloin steaks." Sirloin steak costs more than 300 yuan per portion. Two steaks alone cost 6 or 700 yuan. Add on the other side dishes and service charge, and today's meal will cost more than 1,000 yuan. Zhao Yu glanced at the OPPO phone with a broken screen in Su Qingqing's hand, feeling a little worried. Otherwise, I'll treat you to a meal. But Su Qingqing insisted, no, don't worry, brother Yu, I promise to treat you to a meal, so today's meal must be treated by me. Besides, it's not easy for you to make money by delivering food, don't do this. Seeing that the two of them finally ordered the food, Qian Dazhuan, who had been watching for a long time, finally spoke. He snapped his fingers. Waiter, let's have the set meal I always order. As for steak, do you have any recommendations? Sirloin steak is so cheap, only over 300 yuan per serving. I'm giving it to my dog. Yes, fillet steak, 780 yuan per portion, just right for you, the waiter flattered. Okay, then I'll give you 5 servings. Qian Dazhuan stretched out 5 fingers, held his head high, and looked very arrogant. 5 portions of fillet steak cost almost $4,000, which directly outsold Zhao Yu and the other two, and in a crushing manner. In addition, Qian Dazhuan was indeed a sharp-tongued person, comparing Zhao Yu and the other man who were eating sirloin steak to dogs. After hearing this, Su Qingqing's face changed and she became anxious. Damn it, Qian Dazhuan, what do you mean? Does my eating sirloin steak bother you? Who are you calling a dog? Qian Dazhuan smiled innocently. No, I just said that only my dog eats sirloin steak. I didn't say you are a dog. Why are you so excited? If you have the guts, you can also order a fillet steak. It's not expensive, only 700 yuan per portion. Not even enough for a week's gas money for my BMW. Hearing this, everyone laughed like crazy, especially the man with glasses, who held his stomach and fell directly on the table. At this moment, there was even more contempt in Wang Mingsha's eyes. She didn't expect that she would have such a brother. What a despicable guy. He has no money but still tries to show off like others. He deserves it. Su Qingqing was so angry that her body was shaking. She pointed at Qian Dazhuang and the others, her mouth trembling and she could hardly speak. You guys. Okay, let me treat you today. Zhao Yu patted her shoulder and said lightly. As he spoke, he glanced at the menu. By the way, waiter, why is there no price on this Kobe steak, which is better than fillet? The waiter couldn't help laughing and said jokingly. Kobe steak is the top quality steak imported from Japan by air. Due to the different seasons, the price is adjusted according to the season. The price is remarked every day. It is the signature of our restaurant and the most expensive. How much is it today? 3,000 yuan per portion, the waiter rolled his eyes and said casually. Zhao Yu nodded and looked through the menu again. Okay, give me 2 Kobe steaks, medium rare, with selected sauces, pen and brandy pepper sauce, and Boston lobster, baked in French style, and some foie gras, and black truffles. The waiter was stunned. Just these, one meal would cost 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Zhao Yu was not in a hurry. He raised his head and glanced at Qian Dazhuang and the others. By the way, pack me 5 more fillet mignons. My dog is hungry too. Chapter 013, Fake Wine I Don't Know. 2 Kobe steaks, Boston lobster, foie gras, black truffle. And the last 5 fillet steaks we ordered for the dogs. This whole package, plus the 15% service fee, would cost almost 20,000 yuan, which is several times more than the combined spending of Qian Dazhuang and the other 5 people. If Zhao Yu didn't take action, it would have been fine, but when he did, he made a stunning move and slapped everyone present in the face with a loud slap. The man with glasses lowered his head and dared not speak. Qian Dazhuang's face looked even uglier. He had just deliberately said that sirloin steak was too cheap and was for the dog at home, mocking Zhao Yu and the others for being poor. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu responded by spending 20,000 yuan and also ordered 5 servings of fillet steak that they were about to eat as a counterattack. This is so embarrassing. If fillet steak is really served later, should I eat it or not? If he ate it, wouldn't that mean he was admitting that he was a dog? But if he didn't eat it and wanted to save face, he would have to order a more expensive steak, at least the same as Zhao Yu's, Kobe steak. Before coming out, he had already boasted that he would treat everyone to a meal, so he had to serve 5 Kobe steaks, one for $3,000, so 5 servings would cost $15,000. Although Chen Dazhuang is a rich second generation with a family fortune of tens of millions, he does not have much pocket money every month. If he really has to spend 15,000 yuan on a meal, he will still feel the pain. Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang's face turned pale and he felt uncertain. He was in a dilemma: was face more important or money more important? At this moment, seeing this scene, Su Qingqing next to him was even more stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my god, brother you, where did you get so much money? 20,000 yuan for a meal, I have never eaten such a good meal in my life." Su Qingqing was stunned. She thought that Zhao Yu was too generous. In order to save face, he spent a lot of money without considering the money at all, especially the 5 extra fillet steaks that he ordered, which cost 4,000 yuan. It was a complete waste. No, I just. Zhao Yu smiled, and just when he was about to find a reason to explain, Wang Mengsha walked up to him and said with a sullen face, "Come over to the side with me. I have something to tell you." When the two of them walked to a corner of the Western restaurant and saw that there was no one around, Wang Mengsha spoke up, "Zhao Yu, can you please stop messing around? Although you're not a delivery man, don't you have any idea of your own conditions? You are just a clerk in an advertising company, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. You have to give your salary to your mother-in-law to pay off her debts. How much will you have left in the end? But you spent 20,000 yuan on a meal today. Are you crazy? Is your brain filled with water?" Zhao Yu looked at her calmly after hearing this. "Why, now that there's no one around, don't you still want to call me brother?" But Wang Mengsha didn't want to talk about this. She started to get annoyed. "What does it matter if I call you brother or not? Do you think you are still worthy of being my brother? Zhao Yu, how many times have I told you not to come to my school gate? If you have anything, can't we just call or use WeChat? But you insisted on coming here today, and even called me sister in public. Aren't you embarrassing me?" Hearing this, Zhao Yu had completely seen through the true face of this sister. He sneered, "Har har, so, you called me over, what exactly do you want to say?" "What I want to say is very simple. I just want you to recognize yourself. Do you think you are still the rich second generation you were 2 years ago? No, now you are just a poor guy who relies on your wife and mother-in-law for a living. Go and return all the dishes you ordered later, and then go home quickly and don't embarrass me here again," Wang Mengsha said excitedly. But Zhao Yu ignored her and just smiled, "Don't worry about this, I have my own way." After saying that, he walked back to the dining table. Hey! Wang Mengsha yelled twice, but he didn't stop. She became even more annoyed. She stamped her feet in anger and angrily scolded Zhao Yu from behind, Go away! You have no money but you are still pretending to be cool. Let's see what you will do when you have no money to pay the bill. I won't recognize you as my brother then." At the same time, the scene of Zhao Yu and Wang Mengsha chatting was being closely watched by a pair of eyes in the distance. He is Chen Dazhuang. When he saw the two of them chatting together, his first thought was, "Damn, Wang Mengsha must have seen that Zhao Yu ordered a 20,000 yuan meal, so she went to get close to him." Thinking of this, Chen Dazhuang was so angry that his mouth twitched and his cheeks were burning. "Damn it, you're just a poor delivery guy, and you dare to snatch my woman. I'm so pissed." But Zhao Yu has already spent 20,000 yuan. If he wants to save face, he has to spend more money and order more expensive things. He will have to spend at least 30,000 or 40,000 yuan to surpass him. But would Chen Dazhuang be willing to spend so much money? It hurts just thinking about it. Just when he was struggling, the man with glasses next to him came over, rolled his eyes, and gave him a good idea. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I have a good idea. Not only can we save face, but we can also trick this guy badly." Then, the man with glasses started talking in his ear. "Is this possible? Isn't it too risky? Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I have an uncle who works in the kitchen of this hotel. As long as we give him some benefits, this will definitely work." Hearing this, Chen Dazhuang became excited. "Okay, then go and help me arrange it. After the matter is settled, I will lend you my BMW for 2 days. "Really? No problem, Mr. Chen, just wait for my good news." After saying that, the man with glasses ran out of the restaurant with a smile on his face. At this time, Zhao Yu didn't know what the two were doing, but when he walked back to the dining table, he found something strange. Chen Dazhuang's face had changed from anger to smiling. Moreover, he also came up to greet me enthusiastically. Brother you, right? Come on, please take a seat. I didn't expect you to be so generous. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. I just judged you by your appearance. I'm sorry. Come on, I'll drink a glass of wine first. After saying that, Chen Dajwan poured a glass of red wine and started drinking. Seeing the other party was so enthusiastic, Zhao Yu couldn't refuse, so he also poured a glass and drank it. In this way, the two of them clinked glasses and soon finished more than half of the bottle of wine. At this time, Chen Dajwan swung the remaining wine and shouted, "How come this wine is gone so quickly? Oh, what a pity, brother you see, we two brothers have met too late, we must have a good drink today. I heard that the foreign wine in this hotel is not bad, how about we order a bottle to try?" Although he was a little tipsy after drinking some wine, Zhao Yu was not stupid. He felt that there was something fishy going on. First, the man with glasses and Chen Dajwan were secretly plotting something, and then the guy went out and never came back. Let us talk about the waitress standing next to me. She looked down on me and despised me in every way from the moment she entered the door. But someone seemed to have called her out once in the middle. After she came back, this guy seemed to have become a different person. He was so enthusiastic towards me. Not only did he have a warm smile on his face, but he also took the initiative to pour me a drink. After we were done, he didn't leave, but stood nearby, as if waiting for something. Logically speaking, since the restaurant is so popular now, she should have been serving other customers. I had already placed my order, so why should she be standing by and taking such good care of me? Therefore, Zhao Yu felt that there was something fishy going on and things were definitely not that simple. But he didn't expose her, just nodded and continued, "Yeah, that's true. This wine has no taste no matter how much we drink it. Let's order a bottle of more expensive foreign wine to try." Hearing this, the waiter came up and said enthusiastically, "Sir, let me recommend Martel Noble, an imported foreign wine. This is the signature of our store. Our general manager drinks this when he entertains VIP guests." Zhao Yu glanced at the price tag. It was 12,000. It turned out to be a scam. It's a good wine, but the price is a bit. He acted a little embarrassed, but actually he wanted to see what the other party would say next. But unexpectedly, Chen Dajwan was generous this time. He put his arm around his arm and said, "Since it's good wine, let's not hesitate. Let's order it quickly. Don't worry, brother. You don't have to worry about the money. Since I want to drink with you, let's split the bill. No matter how much it costs, we'll split it in half." Hearing this, Zhao Yu nodded and asked the waiter to bring a bottle. But after pouring the wine and taking the first sip, he had a problem. The wine served turned out to be fake. It's just ordinary brandy worth dozens of dollars, mixed with water, and packaged in a new bottle, and you dare to pretend to be a Martel Noble worth $12,000. But Zhao Yu held back and said nothing. He wanted to see what tricks the other party would play next. Sure enough, not long after, Chen Dajwan put his arm around his neck and spoke again, "Hey, brother you, there are 7 of us. How can one bottle of wine be enough? How about we order another bottle? But don't worry, we agreed today that I will pay AA with you. No matter how much it costs, I will share it with you." Hearing this, Zhao Yu suddenly realized, and finally understood. No wonder he has been so enthusiastic towards me and even toasted me with wine. It turns out he is just a weasel visiting a chicken to wish a happy new year, with no good intentions. The people in this store must have colluded with Chen Dajwan and the man with glasses to cheat me out of my money and trick me into spending a lot of money on fake wine. Not only that, Chen Dajwan also kept saying that he wanted to split the bill with me, but he was actually trying to trick me into taking the bait. Har har, do you think I can't tell? Idiot, I was a rich second generation, and when I was hanging out in bars and nightclubs, you little bastards didn't even know how to wear open crotch pants. Zhao Yu cursed in his heart. It's so infuriating and ridiculous. What's infuriating is that Zhao Yu had no intention of causing trouble. He just thought that Chen Dajwan and his gang were going too far, so he just wanted to save face for himself and Su Qingqing. However, he didn't expect that the other party would use such a shady trick. What he found ridiculous was that the other party really underestimated his ability. Did he really think that he was a poor delivery man? Anyway, there are still 2 million in the card. You guys want to cheat me, right? Okay, let me see how much money you can cheat me of in the end. So Zhao Yu took advantage of the situation and nodded. That's true. There are so many of us, and this bottle of wine is not enough for everyone. Chen Dazhuang and the waiter were overjoyed when they saw this and smiled at each other. The fish is finally taking the bait. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yu's next words shocked them. However, I think a wine worth 10,000 is too cheap. It's not fun to drink. Do you have one worth 50,000? Give me a bottle in front of each person. Chapter 014. Ask your manager to come out. 50,000 a bottle. If each person has a bottle in front of him, the total would be 350,000. At this point, everyone present was dumbfounded, their jaws dropped. Zhao Yu was too aggressive, wasn't he? $300,000 of wine, plus the stakes, he spent $400,000 in one go. In fact, everyone had already noticed that Chen Dazhuang and the waiter were flirting with each other, and it was obvious that they were trying to trick Zhao Yu, but for various reasons, they were too embarrassed to say it. But no one expected that Zhao Yu would suddenly make such a big splash and order 50,000 top-quality foreign liquor, 7 bottles at once. It's not Chen Dazhuang who is trying to trick him, it's clearly him who is trying to trick Chen Dazhuang. Although Chen Dazhuang and the people in the restaurant had colluded with each other to use fake wine to cheat Zhao Yu's money, they originally planned that Zhao Yu would at most order wine worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, and he would order one bottle after another after finishing one. But who could have imagined that this guy was so awesome that he would order 7 bottles of wine in one go, and they were top-notch foreign wines worth 50,000 yuan. For foreign liquor that costs 50,000 yuan, the only one that can reach this level is Remy Martin Yuanyan. However, Remy Martin Yuanyan is a top-grade foreign liquor and is expensive, so it is very rare on the market. If Chen Dazhuang and his team want to follow the previous routine and use fake liquor to deceive Zhao Yu, then first they must find 7 empty bottles and then mix them with inferior brandy and water. But where can I find 7 empty bottles in such a short time? Even if I buy them on the black market, which sells for 500 yuan a bottle, they still can't ship them so quickly. Since the fake wine route doesn't work, the only option is to use real wine. As an upscale 5-star hotel, it would be no problem for the Westin to take out a few bottles of Remy Martin Yuanyan. But if they were to go through their normal order and serve real liquor, my god, Chen Dazhuang would be bankrupt. He had agreed before that he and Zhao Yu would go AA, half and half of the 400,000 yuan, which would be 200,000 yuan, equivalent to half of his BMW 3 Series. This was a huge loss. Chen Dazhuang and the waiter looked at each other with ugly expressions as if they had eaten shit. At the same time, when the two of them were frowning, not knowing how to respond, Wang Mengsha, who was sitting next to them, had a dark face and was extremely contemptuous of Zhao Yu's behavior. She cursed angrily in her heart, "Oh my god, Zhao Yu, you are so capable now. 200,000, you spent 200,000 in one night. Do you really think you are still a rich second generation? Have you forgotten how hard it was to beg for money like a dog when you raised 200,000 for my surgery? Har, do you want to do it again? I want to see what you will do if you don't have money to pay the bill tonight. Do you want to kneel down to your mother-in-law again, or do you want to sell blood and kidneys again? You are such a cheap bone, you have no money but still pretend to be cool. Anyway, I won't care about you. Don't look for me when the time comes. I don't recognize you as my brother." In stark contrast to Wang Mensha's indifference, Su Qingqing showed special concern for Zhao Yu. 50,000 yuan for a bottle of wine, this is something she has never dreamed of drinking. 50,000 yuan is equivalent to the total annual income of her family of 3. Brother Yu, please don't be impulsive. It's not easy for you to earn some money by delivering takeout. There's really no need to be like this. Besides, we haven't graduated yet and we're still students. It's such a waste to drink so much expensive wine. Waiter, have you placed the order for the wine just now? Could you please help me cancel it? Su Qingqing hurriedly persuaded. To be honest, when Zhao Yu proposed to serve each person a bottle of foreign wine worth 50,000 yuan, Su Qingqing was shocked. However, she did not believe from the bottom of her heart that Zhao Yu had the financial ability to do so. She felt that Zhao Yu was just trying to save face for himself and herself. However, the price of boasting about 200,000 yuan just to save face is too expensive. What if he really can't afford the bill and the hotel calls the police? Zhao Yu will probably be sent to jail. Moreover, he can't pay back this money even if he delivers takeout for 10 years. Brother Yu. Just listen to me, don't get angry with them. Chen Dazhuang has tens of millions of assets, you can't beat him. Su Qingqing pulled his arm tightly and shook her head desperately, her eyes full of concern. But after hearing this, Zhao Yu just smiled and said, "Oh, it's just tens of millions of assets, is that a lot? It's okay, no need to cancel. Didn't our young Master Qian say before that no matter how much wine I order or how much money I spend, he will accompany me to the end? Is that right, young Master Qian?" Zhao Yu looked at Qian Dazhuang and asked with a smile. Checkmate. Zhao Yu's move was so cruel that Qian Dazhuang was forced to be in a difficult position. Now he has to make a choice. Do you really want to fight? Even though you have tens of millions of assets, but if you spend 200,000 on a meal and half of a BMW car, your father will kill you when you go back. Just when Qian Dazhuang was sweating profusely from anxiety, the lackeys behind him were not aware of the situation and started to fan the flames. Oh, isn't it just 200,000? Do you think it's great to buy a few bottles of foreign wine? Har har, you are simply overestimating yourself. Do you know how rich young Master Qian is? If you want to compete with him, who do you think you are? Yeah, some people are really pitiful. They never know the life of the upper class. They think they are awesome just by eating a few steaks and ordering a few bottles of foreign wine. They don't even know their last name or their last name. Come on, Mr. Qian. Show them what you're made of. That's right, this is too presumptuous. Once young Master Qian makes a move, you scumbags will tremble in fear. Hearing this, Qian Dazhuang was devastated and he simply wanted to kill these lackeys. He couldn't help cursing in his heart, "Damn it, I really raised you in vain. Or maybe I fed you too much shit, your brains are broken, and now you still say such things, aren't you harming me?" At this time, the waitress standing aside also looked embarrassed. She didn't want to see Qian Dazhuang embarrassed. After all, Qian Shao was a long-term customer and always took care of her performance every time he came, so of course she chose to please Qian Dazhuang. She had no reason to help Zhao Yu at all. Do we have to expect Zhao Yu to place an order worth 200,000 yuan every time? Can a poor delivery guy like him afford it? Oh, by the way, he can't afford the money. Thinking of this, the waiter was quick-witted and suddenly said to Zhao Yu with a smile, "Sir, I'm really sorry. In order to avoid the phenomenon of free meals, please pay the bill first." Har har har, yes, pay the bill first. Qian Dazhuang grabbed a life-saving straw and laughed. This waiter was so smart. What about Qian Dazhuang? He and Zhao Yu agreed to go AA between them. If you want to pay the bill first, you should ask him to join in. Su Qingqing said indignantly. Mr. Qian is our regular customer and a VIP guest, and we trust him. But Mr. Zhao Yu is different. This is his first time here, so please pay the bill first, said the waiter with a smile. Su Qingqing was both angry and anxious after hearing this. Isn't this too bullying? Who said I have to pay the bill the first time I come? When I eat out, I pay after I finish eating. Why do you change it in your restaurant? What kind of broken rule is this? The waiter still had a professional smile on his face. It's like this. As a high-end 5-star hotel, our Westin has a rule that anyone who spends more than 100,000 yuan at a time must pay first. Because our costs are very high, this is also to avoid guests regretting and causing losses to their hotel. If you are not satisfied with the rules of our hotel, please go to the barbecue stall next door. After all, there you don't have to pay for any lamb skewers you eat. This statement was well reasoned and could not be refuted, and it directly shut Su Qingqing's mouth. In fact, their hotel doesn't have such a rule at all. She just said that on purpose, waiting to see Zhao Yu being embarrassed because he couldn't pay. Seeing that the waiter was so considerate, Qian Dazhuang breathed a sigh of relief and started laughing. Zhao Yu was now very embarrassed. Let's see how he can pretend. Sir, would you like to pay by cash or card? We also accept WeChat and Alipay. Oh, I swiped the card. At this moment, for some reason, Zhao Yu changed from his previous calmness and actually panicked. Because he looked down and searched for several times, but he couldn't find the bank card in his pocket. Now, what should I do? I think I lost my bank card. Can you help me find it? As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter from the people around, and everyone started to mock. Lost your bank card? Har har har, what era is this? Don't you know how to use WeChat and Alipay? Don't tell me you didn't bind your card. Har 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 har. Yeah, what era is this? There are still people who tell such childish lies. Next time, are you going to say that you lost your wallet too? Yeah, if you want to eat a free meal, just say so. Are you still a man? You have no money to pay, but you are still pretending to be cool. How shameless. I hate poor people pretending to be rich the most. It's disgusting. At this time, Tian Dajuan forgot about his previous embarrassment and started to tease, hey, 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 everyone, lift your feet. Watch where you are. Don't crush our brother Yu's bank card. There are millions of cash in it. Har ha har ha. Only Su Qingqing was startled and asked quickly, Brother Yu, what's going on? Is this true? Did you lose your bank card? I don't know. It was in my pocket just now. Zhao Yu said with a bitter face. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. After saying that, Su Qingqing bent down and crawled under the table. But after searching for a long time, I found nothing in such a small area, and the tiles on the floor were all white. At this time, some people in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, do you really believe this guy's lies? Even if the bank card was not lost, how could there be money in it? He's just a food delivery man, how could there be 200,000 yuan in his card? There was a huge uproar, and someone nearby who was watching the fun shouted, since you don't have money to pay, it's like you're eating a free meal. I suggest you call the police. By the way, which takeaway company are you from? Call your boss to pick you up, and let him see that this is the good employee their company has trained. No, you can't call the police or notify the company. Brother Yu, you will lose your job if you do this. Hearing this, Su Qingqing became anxious, and she hurried over to beg the waiter. Sister, please be kind. You and Brother Yu both work part-time and it's not easy to earn money. Can you see if the foreign wine we ordered just now can be refunded? Don't worry, we will pay for the steaks we ordered before. We just hope you can be flexible and help refund the foreign wine. But the other party ignored him and said coldly, I have already made the order, how can I get a refund? We have to pay taxes. If you want me to get a refund, you have to pay me tens of thousands of dollars in taxes. Su Qingqing was devastated when she heard this, but she still didn't give up. She was so scared that she quickly took out her handbag and poured out all the things inside. However, after searching for a long time, she only found a few hundred yuan inside. Adding the money in WeChat, it's only 2,000 or 3,000, which is a drop in the bucket. Why is there only this little money? But, it's not enough. Su Qingqing bit her lips and was about to cry, which made Zhao Yu very moved. The onlookers continued to make a fuss, and some even threw a 1.50 yuan coin onto the table, saying, how about I give you a few more dollars, ha 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 ha. At this time, Wang Mengxiao was looking at all this with contempt. Alas, it was so embarrassing. She would not care about this brother anymore no matter what. And her roommate Su Qingqing was simply stupid. She actually mixed up with Zhao Yu. Let them fend for themselves. At the same time, the waitress watched all this with smugness. She hoped that Zhao Yu would make a fool of himself, so she quickly called the manager and asked him to deal with Zhao Yu. Tian Dajuan also laughed and said, yes, just let the manager come over, and then it will be another good show. 5 minutes later, the manager came. His name was Zhu Jie. He was a chubby middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and wearing a suit. He jogged over. What's going on? I heard someone ordered 7 bottles of Remy Martin Unlimited. Is that true? Zhu Jie seemed a little excited. He hadn't signed such a big order in a long time. This is an order worth more than 300,000 yuan, and the commission alone is 20,000 yuan. Yes, they are the two managers. The waiter pointed at Zhao Yu and Su Qingqing, but they came here to dine for free. They ordered drinks but had no money to pay, and now they are acting like scoundrels. Free meal. Zhu Jie frowned and looked at Zhao Yu and the other man. They were dressed in shabby clothes and didn't look like the kind of people who could afford Remy Martin Yuan. However, he still smiled and said, you two, this is a 5-star hotel. I'm not kidding. If you are not satisfied with our service, please point it out and we will correct it. But if you don't have the money to pay, then I'm sorry. Jay Cho is a veteran in this field. Even if he looks down on others, he will not show it and always has a very service-oriented attitude. Even when facing those people who dine and eat for free, he is still polite. But before he could finish his words, Zhao Yu suddenly shouted. Who said I don't have money to pay? Come on, swipe the card. I found my bank card again. This sentence was so shocking that everyone was stunned. Okay, sir, please wait. Zhu Jie rubbed his hands, then took out the POS machine, asked the waiter the amount of consumption, entered the number on it, and then signaled Zhao Yu to swipe the card. 200,000, sir. Seeing the manager's smiling face, everyone around him almost laughed like crazy. 200,000, let us see how you can pretend. Zhao Yu, do you think the 200,000 is ghost money? If this guy had money, I would stand upside down and eat shit, har har har. Qian Dazhuang laughed beside him. Zhao Yu didn't get angry, he just glanced at him and sneered, alas, you don't know how to live or die. After saying that, he handed over the bank card. Zhu Jie took it doubtfully and swiped the card. As a result, it worked. Deduction of 200,000. Zhu Jie's suspicious look disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless enthusiasm. He grasped Zhao Yu's hand, bowed repeatedly, and said tremblingly, "Welcome Mr. Zhao to spend money. Our store is really prosperous. Don't worry, I will arrange the best bartender to help you mix these bottles of Remy Martin Yuanyan, and I will give you the performance of the royal band for free." He has become a complete sycophant. Now everyone was stunned, as if someone had pressed their acupoints. Qian Dazhuang and the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? Did Zhao Yu really give 200,000? Su Qingqing opened her mouth wide, stunned and speechless after seeing all this. Wang Mengsha was even more amazed. How could this happen? How could her poor brother have so much money? Where did he get the money? The person next to him was pale and his hands and feet were trembling. Can someone who can give 200,000 yuan at a time be a poor guy? I have hit a wall. Losing his job is the lightest thing. If Zhao Yu wants to retaliate against me, with his financial resources, wouldn't it be easy for him to get revenge in a matter of minutes? Mr. Zhao. I'm sorry. I looked down on you. I'm sorry. She came over quickly to apologize and looked like she was about to kneel down. But Zhao Yu just smiled at her faintly. You have a lot of things to do, let's slowly settle the accounts later. As he said that, he walked up to Zhu Jie and said, How is it, manager, are you sure you received the money? Got it, Mr. Zhao, I hope you have fun today, the bartender and the band will be here soon. Zhu Jie smiled happily, his face as bright as a flower. Naturally, he would not dare to neglect such a rich young man. But Zhao Yu waved his hand at him, his face cold, forget about the band, and the bartender too, please wait. In fact, Zhao Yu had been waiting for this opportunity. He had pretended that he had no money and lost his bank card, just to make a big fuss and wait for the manager to come out. He glanced at Qian Dazhuang and the waiter who looked ashen, and said angrily, I paid the bill, but you sold me fake wine in your store, what should I do about this? It's a 5-star hotel after all. You must give me an explanation today. Chapter 015 I'm going to pick up my wife. Fake wine? Har har, Mr. Zhao, are you kidding me? Our Westin is one of the most high-end 5-star hotels in southern metropolis. Many celebrities and internet celebrities stay here. Drinking fake wine is absolutely impossible to happen in our place. Most people would have gotten angry if they heard this and would have shouted for the security guard to throw Zhao Yu out. But money makes the world go round. Zhu Jie certainly didn't dare to neglect Zhao Yu, a rich young man who spent 200,000 at a time. Instead of getting angry, he still looked respectful and said with a smile. Oh, really? You guarantee that there is no fake wine, right? Okay, here is half a bottle of Martel Noble that you brought up earlier. It's 12,000 yuan a bottle. You can try it. Zhao Yu didn't say much and pushed the bottle in front of him. Zhu Jie is an old hand and the manager of a Western restaurant, so he is an expert in foreign liquor. When he got the bottle of wine in front of him and opened the cap, he felt that the taste was not right, so he frowned and poured a glass and took a sip. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Xiaosu, what's going on? Zhu Jie changed his previous smile, stared angrily at the waiter standing next to him, and questioned. Xiaosu is the name of the waiter who looks down on others. She was so scared that she was shaking and fell to her knees. Manager, this is none of my business. It was Chef Wan who asked me to do this. He said he would give me 20% of the wine money after the job was done. I was so obsessed that I agreed. Manager Zhu, I didn't expect that the waiters in your 5-star hotel would do such a thing of embezzlement. Today really opened my eyes. If this continues, I'm afraid no customers will come again. At this time, Zhao Yu sighed beside him. Zhu Jie didn't understand what Zhao Yu meant, and he slapped Xiao Su in the face. I've always tolerated your poor service attitude and neglect of customers, and I've always indulged you. But now you dare to serve fake wine to customers. Are you trying to destroy the reputation of our hotel? Get out of here, and don't come to work anymore. Wow, manager, Xiao Su was stunned. She was a girl after all. She cried so hard that she covered her face and ran away quickly to avoid revenge from Zhao Yu again. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao, there was a problem with my management. I will go to the kitchen to investigate right away. We have surveillance cameras in our hotel. If we find any employees involved, we will deal with it seriously and guarantee to give you a satisfactory answer. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Zhu Jie quickly bent down to apologize. Hey, wait a minute, there are still some things to deal with. Zhao Yu put his hands in his pockets and glanced at Qian Dazhuang, who was stunned at the moment. Mr. Qian, we agreed to go AA before. No matter how much I order tonight, you will share the bill. Now I have already paid 200,000 yuan, it's your turn. Do you use WeChat or Alipay? Qian Dazhuang suddenly panicked and his face turned pale. Now it was his turn to be nervous. His mouth was trembling and he could hardly speak. I. It was obvious that he had no money to pay the bill. Zhao Yu said nothing more and just patted Zhu Jie on the shoulder. Manager, how should we deal with customers who dine for free? Shouldn't I teach you? After saying that, Zhao Yu laughed 3 times, then turned and left. Then, I heard Qian Dazhuang's pleading voice behind me. Don't call the police, please don't call the police, please, don't let my dad know about this, or he will kill me. I have money, I will overdraw my credit card immediately, and then ask my friends to send me some money. Hey, you lackeys, what are you doing? Stop pretending nothing happened. You guys are also going to have a share of the wine today, so hurry up and pay for it. Half an hour later, at the gate of Nanda University. Wang Mengsha wiped the sweat from her forehead and finally got back. It was a close call just now. Fortunately, she had made preparations in advance and escaped during the chaos, otherwise she would have suffered a great loss. Qian Dazhuang was like a mad dog and would definitely drag her down and ask her to pay. But where will Wang Mengsha get the money? By then, it is very likely that the newly bought LV bag will be used to pay off the debt. In fact, Wang Mengsha planned her escape route at the beginning because she was afraid that Zhao Yu would have no money to pay the bill and would pester her, but she never expected that things would turn around so suddenly. In the end, Qian Dazhuang, who had a good appearance and drove a BMW, was detained in the store because he had no money to pay the bill. And Zhao Yu, who had a face full of losers and was wearing cheap goods worth dozens of dollars, actually spent 200,000 yuan in one go. Wow, where did he get so much money? He suddenly got rich. That shouldn't be the case. Yesterday, Su Qingqing came back and said she saw Zhao Yu go to the blood donation station. If he got rich, why would he go to donate blood to raise money for me? Could it be that his wife and mother-in-law gave it to him? Damn it, I'm really at a big loss. If I had known earlier, I would have put on a few tricks and tricked him. Given Zhao Yu's personality, he would definitely spend all of the 200,000 on me. As she walked, Wang Mengsha muttered indignantly. Later, when she entered the girls' dormitory, she happened to meet Xielu. Wang Mengsha and Xielu live in the same building. They see each other every day and often bump into each other several times a day during and after classes. But today was different, because Xielu had just received a gift last night, so today she was showing off to her roommates. Have you seen it? This is the Armani red tube set, the one that costs 9,998. There are 24 pens in it. This is the latest model of 2019. How is it? I just received this as a gift last night. Are you jealous? Girls like to compare with each other. So after seeing this scene, Wang Mengsha couldn't bear it anymore. She deliberately slung the LV bag over her shoulder and held it high as she passed in front of Xielu. Oh, isn't it the latest model of 2019? Who doesn't have it? Wang Mengsha raised her head and snorted sarcastically. Also, who is that? What era is it now? Why are people still showing off their lipstick? How much can a lipstick, no matter how expensive it is, cost? I'll give you 10,000 yuan at most. My bag costs tens of thousands. You can't even afford a bag strap. Xielu was furious when she heard this. She was not a pushover either, so she immediately fought back, "Hey, isn't this that person? Wang Mengsha, a good student with excellent character and academic performance. Your brother Zhao Yu has always praised you in front of me for your hard work and diligence, and said that you will definitely have a great future. Hey, seriously, does he know that you are pretending to be a rich and beautiful girl in school?" Then she quickly said to the people around her, "Hey, do you know how she bought this bag? It was all because her brother, my brother-in-law Zhao Yu, that loser, ran to my house and knelt down to get it. You didn't see the scene at that time, he was like a dog, he couldn't be driven away. Xielu, I'm going to fart on you." Wang Mengsha was so angry that she rushed up and wrestled with her. However, she didn't fight because Zhao Yu was insulted, but because she felt embarrassed. If the news that she had such a brother got out, her image as a rich and beautiful woman would be ruined. Fortunately, the girl stepped aside in time and thus avoided a conflict. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Mengsha, with disheveled hair, was extremely angry. "Damn it, damn Xielu, I'm going to tear your mouth apart one day." She pounded on the table in a bullying manner. But after calming down and thinking about it carefully, I found it quite strange. How did Xielu get the Armani red tube suit? Where did she get the money for 10,000 yuan? It seems that the family must have made a fortune recently. I heard that Xielu's father, Xie Jianming, seems to be the deputy section chief in some government agency. Could it be that he got promoted? If it was true that Xie Jianming got promoted and became rich, then everything would make sense, and Zhao Yu's 200,000 yuan could be easily explained. Xie Jianming was a henpecked husband, and all the money was in the hands of his wife Zhang Caifeng, and Zhang Caifeng loved her daughter very much, so the money must have been given to Xie Yu and Xielu. Zhao Yu is a good-for-nothing and only knows how to live off women, so the money must have been cheated from his mother-in-law and his wife. He must have saved a lot of money over the years. Oh, what a pity. I just missed out on 200,000. But it doesn't matter. My stupid brother likes me so much. I just need to act pitiful and play the emotional card, and he will definitely go to his wife and mother-in-law to help me ask for money. The more Wang Mengsha thought about it, the more excited she became. She even started to make plans. Hey, Gucci is going to release new products next month, and I've also had my nose fixed. Also, the airfare to Thailand has dropped, and summer is coming soon. It would be nice to go to the beach. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. On their way back from the Westin, Zhao Yu found that Su Qingqing had been staring at him with an incredible look. So he smiled and said, "I know what you are curious about. If I say that I won the lottery, would you believe it? How much did you win?" Su Qingqing was surprised. "No more, no less, exactly 200,000. Hearing this, Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Then she began to educate Zhao Yu. "I was wondering, how could a delivery man like you have so much money? I thought you had done something illegal. But even if you won the prize, you can't spend the money like this. You should have a financial plan. Even if you don't buy funds or invest, it's also good to keep the money in the bank. After all, you will need money a lot in the future." She is like a housekeeper, nagging on and on without stopping. Zhao Yu could only smile bitterly when he saw this, thinking, "It is true that I won the prize, but silly girl, I didn't win 200,000 yuan, but a cheap dad with a net worth of hundreds of billions. No matter how much I squander, I can never spend it all." Later, as we chatted, I don't know how we got to talking about the relationship between Zhao Yu and Wang Mengsha. "By the way, brother Yu, I heard that you and Sasha are not real siblings, right?" Su Qingqing asked. "Yes, her last name is Wang and mine is Zhao. How could we be siblings?" Zhao Yu nodded. Then he sighed, took a cigarette, and continued, "Actually, Sasha was adopted by our family. Her father and my father were close friends, but later she died in an accident and her mother ran away, leaving her alone and pitiful, so we brought her into our home to raise her. But I didn't expect that after only a few years of good life, my family went bankrupt, my parents passed away, and the family we had just formed was broken up again. So I have always felt guilty for not giving her the warmth and love of a family. This is largely the reason why she has become what she is today. Before my mother hanged herself, she told me that although Shasha wasn't my biological sister, I had to take care of her as if she were my own sister. I still remember what she said to this day. So, even if she lied to me, what does it matter? You keep lying to me, so what? He. As he spoke, Zhao Yu smiled, raised his head, and blew out a long puff of smoke. At this moment, the sunlight shines on Zhao Yu's side face, and the angle is just right. Su Qingqing, who was standing by, was unconsciously fascinated by the scene. In the eyes of others, he is a loser, a hopeless person, and a poor delivery man. In her opinion, he was quite handsome. But suddenly, Zhao Yu looked at his watch and thought of something. Oh, it's getting late, I have to pick up my wife from get off work. What, wife? Brother Yu, are you married? Yeah, what's wrong? Oh, no, nothing. Chapter 016 Prepare a surprise for Xiao Yu. Today, for millions of people, is just an ordinary day, just a Saturday. But for Zhao Yu, it is of special significance because today is his wife Xiao Yu's birthday. However, Xiao Yu's birthday was only one day away from her grandfather's death anniversary. Shrouded in a sad atmosphere, no one wanted to celebrate her birthday happily anymore. Over time, even she herself forgot about it. The birthday that comes once a year has become a dull day. But there is one person who has not forgotten, and that is Zhao Yu. Over the years, he has always been grateful for Xiao Yu's silent dedication. She didn't know how much humiliation and contempt she had endured for him. What's hateful is that I'm good for nothing, a complete loser, a pauper, and I can't bring her any happiness. In previous years, on Xiao Yu's birthday, Zhao Yu would give her a cake and write words on it with cream. It cost more than 200 yuan, which was not very expensive. But the situation is different this year. Zhao Yu is no longer the same person he was before. He is now the heir to a legacy worth hundreds of billions. In a few days, after completing the formalities, he will officially be promoted to the richest man in Nandu. So, on this birthday this year, Zhao Yu plans to give Xiao Yu a big surprise, so that she will have an unforgettable and beautiful memory. Soon, Zhao Yu rode his electric scooter to the Zhongshan Road Business District, which is the most prosperous area in the city center, with all kinds of luxury brands and well-known merchants. He planned to stroll around here first, pick out some gifts, and see if he had any inspiration. However, Zhao Yu is not a romantic person after all. He doesn't know how to please girls, and he doesn't know what Xiao Yu likes. How should I celebrate today's birthday so that she will like it? Thinking of this, Zhao Yu was really troubled. Give her a ring, what if she doesn't like it? Giving lipstick as a gift? That's too old-fashioned. Perfumes, bags, cosmetics, etc. That's even more vulgar. I am the richest man in Nandu, so Xiao Yu will be the first lady of the richest man in Nandu and the object of admiration of all women, so I must give her a unique birthday gift. Just when Zhao Yu was racking his brains and thinking hard but could not find an answer, he looked up and saw a tall, majestic skyscraper that reached into the clouds. It caught his attention. This is the headquarters of Citibank in China. It is the first international financial building designed and built with the participation of a foreign financial group. It is 206 meters high and offers a bird's-eye view of the entire city. It is located in the core area of the entire business district and is also a landmark building of Nandu. Of course, its most famous feature is the large LED screen outside the building. When night falls and the lights come on, the entire building will be shrouded in dazzling light. In such a location, a 200-meter-high giant LED advertising screen shining all night is truly stunning. This has also become the best tool for many advertisers and film companies to promote their films. It is said that when a director named Zhu Xingxing came here to promote his new film, The Mermaid, he once rented this place. The price for just 1 hour was as high as 300,000 yuan, which is a sky-high price like gold. Moreover, reservations must be made at least 6 months in advance. At this time, Zhao Yu turned around and looked to the side. Next to the Citigroup building was a moat, sparkling and running through the city. If you could take a cruise at night, boating on the river, feeling the gentle evening breeze, and feel extremely comfortable, the giant LED screen would light up, and the whole building would be full of light and colors. It would surely be very romantic. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu suddenly had a bold idea. Xiao Yu, I swear, after tonight, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Then, Zhao Yu took out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu. Hey, Uncle Fu, I have something to trouble you. After listening to Zhao Yu's thoughts, Uncle Fu laughed and said, Har har har, I didn't expect that the young master is still a romantic person. Don't worry, as long as the companies in Nandu have some cooperation with our Zhao group. The land under Citibank is rented by our family. I will call them immediately. 15 minutes later, in a high-end coffee shop on Zhongshan Road, many people came to sit opposite Zhao Yu. There were managers from Citibank, the president of an advertising company, people in charge of the cruise ship, and people from the fireworks company. They all came and filled the entire room. After discussing some specific details, Zhao Yu took out a check for 1 million yuan that he had just exchanged, handed it to everyone, and said to them, "Don't worry, money is not a problem. As long as you do what I say, I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed. Also, I need more than 10,000 roses and balloons. Please prepare them all for me before 8 o'clock tonight." No one dared to neglect it and took notes one by one as required and agreed to it. After Zhao Yu left, they began to discuss. "Hey, Mr. Ma, who is this young man and why is he so generous?" "Yes, I heard that the LED screen outside Citibank needs to be booked at least half a year in advance, and the recent schedule is already fully booked." But I didn't expect that after the young man finished speaking, the manager of Citibank didn't even dare to fart, and hurriedly ran to prepare. At this time, an old man with a graying beard in the crowd spoke up, "You bunch of idiots, why don't you use your brains to think about who asked us to come here? Uncle Fu called us personally, who do you think he is? Who else can have such a big face?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned, with incredible expressions on their faces. Could he be? Sure, shut up. We should hurry up and get ready. It's only a few hours until 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded and rushed out of the cafe. At this time, downstairs of the company. After explaining everything, Zhao Yu rode his electric scooter leisurely to wait for Xia Oyu to get off work. Xia Oyu works as a salesperson in the business department of an insurance company. Not only is she busy with work during the week, but she also has to use the weekends to meet clients and discuss business. So every time she has to work overtime, she is always in a bad mood and feels dissatisfied with everything. However, today was an exception. After going downstairs, Xia Oyu was obviously in a good mood and even talked a lot more when chatting with Zhao Yu. "What's wrong? Why are you so happy today?" "Har har har, you don't know yet. The wretched manager Huang Dafu in our department was taken away by the police this morning on suspicion of sexual harassment. Not only that, when he was taken away, many female colleagues in the company came out to report him. It is estimated that he will not be able to get out for 10 days or half a month. And I also heard that the company's leaders attach great importance to it and have decided to fire him," Xia Oyu said happily. "There is no doubt that this must be the credit of Uncle Fu. But I'm worried, what should we do if he gets out and takes revenge on us?" As he spoke, Xia Oyu frowned. "Har har har, don't worry, he will never come out again in his life." Zhao Yu patted his chest and laughed heartily. He thought, "Huang Dafu, you offended me, and you still want to get out. I'm lucky I didn't make you disappear in Nandu." What?" Xia Oyu looked at him, even more confused. "Oh, nothing. What I mean is that people like him should be charged with more crimes. The law is fair. Let him stay in prison." Zhao Yu explained quickly. "Well, I hope so." Xia Oyu nodded. Seeing that Xia Oyu was in a good mood, Zhao Yu took the opportunity to say, "We have encountered such a gratifying thing. Shouldn't we celebrate tonight? How about I take you to Zhongshan Road for dinner? I know a restaurant that tastes pretty good." But Xia Oyu didn't guess what he meant and shook her head. "Forget it, let's go to my mother's house. Tomorrow is Sunday, the anniversary of my grandfather's death. I have to go to the countryside early in the morning. There are many things to prepare." Zhao Yu was so anxious that he cursed in his heart, "Hey, this silly girl, why doesn't she wake up?" But he had no choice but to nod and said disappointedly, "Oh, okay. It seems that I can only think of another way and find an opportunity to trick Xia Oyu." When I arrived at my mother-in-law's house, as soon as I opened the door, I saw a family of 3 busy at work. Zhang Siphon was busy cooking in the kitchen, Xia Jianming was wiping the table and cleaning, and even Xia Lu was called back to peel fruit. "Mom, what's wrong? Are we having a big cleaning today?" Xia Oyu asked in confusion. Then she went into the kitchen. "Wow, my god, there are fish, meat, crabs and lobsters. They are better than what we eat during the Chinese New Year. Are we having the Chinese New Year today? Silly girl, today is your birthday." Zhang Siphon rolled her eyes at her and poked her forehead with her finger. "Oh, Mom, you actually still remember it. Look at my brain, I almost forgot about it because of being so busy." Xia Oyu excitedly went up to hug her. Isn't this nonsense? You are my biological child, how could I forget? Okay, come and help me get the fish. We'll have dinner soon. Zhang Siphon looked at Zhao Yu and said coldly. Hey, you and me, tomorrow is the anniversary of Grandpa Xiao Yu's death, so you don't have to go. There's no one at home, and there's no one to take care of Xiaopang, so you can stay and help. Xiaopang is a cat we raise at home. Mom, what are you talking about? Can't we just prepare cat food, cat litter and drinking water for Xiaopang before we go out? Besides, we are only gone for one day and will be back at night. Is it necessary for Zhao Yu to stay and take care of him? Besides, he is our son-in-law. If he doesn't go, who will go? Hearing this, Xiao Yu said indignantly. Har, son-in-law? I've never considered him one. Zhang Siphon did not shy away from it and shouted angrily in front of Zhao Yu. Xiao, do you know what kind of boyfriends your uncle's two daughters found? One is a doctor, the other is a lawyer, their futures are bright, but what about our family? Do you still want this loser to follow me out and embarrass me? But, even if that's the case, didn't Zhao Yu go with us last year? Last year is last year, this year is different. Xiaojie said that she was worried that we were too tired from buying groceries and cooking, so tomorrow after we go to your grandfather's grave to burn incense and pay our respects, we will come back to book a large private room for us from Yiping Mingchu and set up 5 or 6 tables, and then we will pick up your uncle and the others, and we will have a meal in their hotel. In this way, I can save some trouble and also save the money for the banquet, hee. As she spoke, Zhang Siphon felt so happy that she couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiaojia, with Xiaojia. Qian Xiaojia. Mom, why did you get together with him? After hearing this, Xiao Yu finally understood that it turned out that Qian Xiaojia was the one behind all this. They gave me so many expensive gifts, so what's wrong with me going over to say hello to them? Zhang Siphon muttered as she touched a new jade bracelet on her wrist. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was even more furious. Mom, why did you even accept other people's gifts? Hey, you are grateful for what you have done to me, and you are grateful for what you have done to me. What can I say to you? As she spoke, she became anxious. No, if Zhao Yu doesn't go, I won't go tomorrow either. He is my husband. Nonsense, it doesn't matter if he is an outsider going or not, but he is your own grandpa. He has loved you for so many years in vain, you ungrateful bastard. Zhang Siphon also shouted angrily. Just as the mother and daughter were having a heated argument, the doorbell rang. Zhao Yu was the closest to the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he was pushed aside by Zhang Siphon, who rushed out of the kitchen. It must be the young master coming. I'll go and open it, she shouted excitedly. Then, she rolled her eyes at Zhao Yu and said, Hey, why are you standing here making trouble? There are guests coming, why don't you go wash the fruit? The door opened and Qian Xiaojia, dressed in a designer suit and looking bright and beautiful, stood outside. In his hands, he was holding a pile of beautifully wrapped gifts. Hello, Aunt. Xiaojia is here, come in and sit down. Zhang Siphon's face was full of wrinkles when she smiled, as if Qian Xiaojia was her son-in-law. Oh my, I just gave you a gift yesterday, and today you gave me another generous gift. Xiaojia, you are really too polite. Qian Xiaojia waved her hand, looked at Xiao Yu, and said with a smile, It's nothing, Auntie, I just heard that it's Xiao Yu's birthday today, so I came to see her specially. Chapter 017 Zhao Yu, where is your gift? I heard that. How did you hear it from someone? Xiao Yu asked. As she spoke, she immediately thought of Zhang Siphon. Mom, why did you tell him my birthday? What's wrong with telling her? Xiaojia is not an outsider, right? Zhang Siphon said nonchalantly, and then she looked at Qian Xiaojia attentively. Come on, Xiaojia, please sit down. You must be exhausted from the journey. Xiaojia, you are a big boss now. Running a restaurant as big as a famous chef's must mean a lot to you, right? Come, have a cup of tea and some fruit. Hey, Zhao Yu, hurry up. What are you doing when I ask you to wash some fruit? Xiao Yu shook her head. She really couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she found an excuse to hide in the kitchen. She was so angry. Mom, what's going on? I'm already married, are you still trying to sell me off to Qian Xiaojia? Is it just because he's rich? Am I a commodity? Whoever pays the highest price gets it. It was not until this time that Xiao Yu finally understood. It turned out that all the dishes prepared today, and his parents and Xiaolu busy cleaning the room, were not for his birthday, but to welcome the distinguished guest Qian Xiaojia, and he was just a byproduct. After all, my birthday in previous years was always casually celebrated, with just a roast duck meal at most. Why were my parents so generous this year and make it so grand? Thinking of this, Xia Oyu was very sad. At this time, she glanced at Zhao Yu, who was bending over and washing fruits beside her, and her heart was filled with guilt. After all, the one who was hurt the most by her mother's doing this was Zhao Yu. How could a man's self-esteem be trampled on like this? Let me do it. My mother was really too much for treating you like this. Xiaolu rolled up her sleeves and hurried over to help. It's okay, just wait outside, I'll be done washing in a while. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat off his face and said with a smile. But Xia Oyu refused and insisted on helping. The girl was very stubborn, and Zhao Yu had no choice but to let her participate. Suddenly, for some reason, Xia Oyu made up her mind, clenched her fists and said, Zhao Yu, don't worry, I will stay at home with you tomorrow and won't go anywhere. As long as mom doesn't let you go, I will never step out of the house. Stop being ridiculous. How can you not go on your grandpa's death anniversary? Zhao Yu, you. How can you say such things? Xia Oyu was obviously very angry. I was full of enthusiasm, but I didn't expect to be treated coldly. I don't want you to be accused of being unfilial, because. Okay. It's your turn. Xia Oyu was furious. He glared at Zhao Yu with resentment, grabbed an apple and threw it to the ground, then went out angrily. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet, you misunderstood me. Zhao Yu wanted to explain, but he didn't expect the woman to lose her temper so suddenly. In fact, he had other plans for tomorrow's trip, but he didn't have time to say it out loud. Hey, how long has it been? Why haven't the fruits arrived yet? They are so slow. Zhang Caifeng is urging again. Here it comes. Zhao Yu had to quickly clean up and bring out the fruit plate. Later, when they were eating, Zhang Caifeng was so enthusiastic that she kept picking up food for Qian Xiaojia. Zhao Yu wanted to eat a shrimp, but just as he picked it up, Zhang Caifeng knocked it away with a pair of chopsticks. You have no manners. The guests haven't started eating yet, but you're already reaching for your chopsticks. Zhang Caifeng glared at him, then picked up the food and put it in Qian Xiaojia's bowl, muttering with a smile. Come on. Xiaojia, eat some vegetables. Auntie, you're welcome. How can I finish all these dishes? You eat too. Qian Xiaojia smiled politely, glancing at Zhao Yu intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation and sarcasm on his expression. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yu was speechless. Anyway, it was not the first time, so he had to pick up the peanuts closest to him and put them into his mouth to chew. However, Xia Oyu did not speak up for Zhao Yu this time. Instead, she looked at him with a complicated and resentful look. Zhao Yu understood that there must have been a misunderstanding about what happened just now. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Oyu, you really wronged me. But to be on the safe side, Zhao Yu later used the excuse of going to the bathroom, then took out his cell phone and called Uncle Fu again. Hey, Uncle Fu, I'm really sorry to bother you today. Tomorrow is the anniversary of my wife's grandfather's death. Can you help me with 2 more things? Also, there is a person named Qian Xiaojia, I want to. After explaining everything, when I came out of the bathroom and returned to the dining table, everyone had already started giving Xia Oyu birthday presents. Xiaolu first gave out a beautifully packaged music box. When she opened it, she saw a little man dancing to the music, with snowflakes falling beside it. It was particularly beautiful. Sister, I spent a month's pocket money to buy this for you. Do you like it? Xiaolu pouted and showed off. I like it, of course I like it. Xia Oyu laughed happily. You little bitch, it's no wonder that I love you so much. Zhang Caifeng didn't have time to prepare. Mom doesn't have anything good to give you, so I'll just give you this table of food. Although Xia Oyu knew that Zhang Caifeng was just offering a favor and that the food was not specially prepared for her, she still smiled happily. Xia Jianmen gave Xia Oyu a heart-shaped pendant, which she loved so much that she took it off and hung it around her neck. Does it look good? Does it look good? Dad, thank you. As she said that, she kissed Xia Jianming on the face. After the family of 3 had given their gifts, it was now Qian Xiaojia's turn. Xia Oyu, this is a gift I picked for you personally. Chen Xiaojie said while holding an exquisite box. When I opened it, there was a diamond necklace inside. It sparkles and is even more dazzling under the light. Seeing this, Zhang Saifeng opened her eyes wide and started yelling, "Oh my, this is unbelievable, this must cost a lot of money, right? Xiaojia, the gift last night was expensive enough, why are you giving us something so expensive today? We can't afford it." "Yes, a diamond this big would cost at least 50,000 or 60,000, right? Xiaojia, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really spending too much money. Take the tea you gave me yesterday, for example. It's authentic Mingqian Longjing tea. Today I also gave a box to our leader, and he immediately praised it, saying it was the best tea he had ever tasted, and he praised me for it." Xia Jianming also smiled and nodded. Xiaolu was also beside him, looking infatuated. "Wow, what a big diamond, sister, you are so lucky. If a man gave me such a beautiful diamond necklace, I would definitely marry him." Chen Xiaojia was actually quite confused by the compliments. Where did he send the gift last night? He went to the nightclub after dinner and went home to sleep at dawn. He didn't know about this at all. However, seeing that the Xia family didn't know who sent it, he might as well impersonate it. Look at the effect, the Xia family has already regarded him as the god of wealth, and they are eager to worship him. It's worth it if you think about it. It's nothing. Money is just external things. As long as Xia Ou likes it and she is happy, that's the real thing. Chen Xiaojie said, looking straight at Xia Ou again. "Hey, Xiaojie, what are you talking about? How can you not like him? Our Xia Ou is so happy." Zhang Saifeng quickly flattered him. "Xiao, look at Xiaojie, she is so generous when she gives, she is really good." As she said that, she looked at Zhao Yu with disgust again. He was not like some people who came in as if collecting debts, with a stern face and even farted without making any sound. Everyone's gifts were given out, leaving only Zhao Yu. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Zhao Yu. "Zhao Yu, no, my dear brother-in-law, what about you? My sister's birthday is today, what gift are you going to give her?" Xiaolu asked sarcastically. His eyes were full of contempt. Zhang Saifeng snorted, "What can he give me? A few dozen books worth of street goods, right?" Chen Xiaojie was also ready to watch the joke. He knew very well that Zhao Yu was a pauper. He had even sold him a diamond necklace. What else could a gigolo like you, a loser who lives off his wife, compare with me? But he still deliberately said, "Alas, this is wrong, auntie, I believe Zhao Yu will attach great importance to Xia Ou's birthday, he should have prepared a generous gift." Zhao Yu found the ridicule of the crowd quite ridiculous, and thought, "It's just a shabby diamond necklace, worth only tens of thousands of dollars. If you knew what gift I prepared, you would be scared to death, because it is the only one in the whole Nandu." But in order to maintain the sense of mystery, Zhao Yu had to endure some grievances temporarily. He lowered his head. I'm sorry, I forgot to prepare." Their whoosh sound was completely what everyone expected. Their voices of ridicule and accusation rang out mercilessly once again. Damn it, he actually forgot to prepare? He doesn't even take his wife's birthday seriously. What a man. Yeah, Xiaojia, an outsider, knew how to prepare a gift carefully, but what about you? I am so disappointed. That's right, Zhao Yu, are you still a man? My sister is so unlucky to be with you. Hearing this, even Xia Ou couldn't help but look at Zhao Yu, his eyes full of disappointment. But he was her husband after all, so she quickly spoke up to smooth things over. No, everyone, please don't say that. My birthday is one day apart from Grandpa's death anniversary. Zhao Yu has been busy with Grandpa's affairs these days, so it's normal for him to forget. What the hell is normal? Xiaojia is in charge of your grandfather's affairs now. He is such a loser. If he has the guts, he can open a few private rooms for us at Epin famous chefs. Zhang Saifeng cursed mercilessly. Okay, Mom, let's eat. The dead are the most important, let's wait until after Grandpa's death anniversary tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether I celebrate my birthday or not, really. Xia Ou had a forced smile on her face. In fact, she was very sad at this moment. She once again looked at the man who had his head down, not saying a word and just putting food into his mouth, and thought, what does he mean by this? He didn't even show any expression on my birthday and he doesn't even want to say happy birthday to me. In previous years he would give me a cake, but this year, there was nothing. Did he really forget my birthday? Thinking of this, a tear rolled down the corner of my eye. But no one noticed. Xiaoyu wiped it off secretly, then pretended to be strong and ate with everyone, chatting and laughing. After dinner, Zhao Yu looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock and the news broadcast had just started. It was time to plan how to take Xiaoyu to Zhongshan Road. Xiaoyu, it's getting late. Let's not disturb our parents. We should go back and rest. His plan was to take a DT on their way back and take Xiaoyu to Zhongshan Road. But Xiaoyu was still angry about what happened just now and didn't appreciate it. It's okay, it's still early, let's play for a while. Yes, why are you in such a hurry, Zhao Yu? Do you have any manners? The guests haven't left yet, but you're leaving first. Zhang Caifeng also shouted. By the way, since you have nothing to do anyway, clear the table and wash the dishes. Hearing this, Zhao Yu was furious. How could it be too late to wash the dishes? If this happened at any other time, he would have just endured it, but today was an emergency. If Xiaoyu didn't show up at Zhongshan Road before 8 o'clock, wouldn't all his careful arrangements be wasted? Thinking of this, Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Caifeng with resentment. As a result, it was caught just in time. Damn it, you dare to glare at me, you're so rebellious. Zhang Caifeng jumped up from the sofa in anger. At this time, Chen Xiaojie hurried up to persuade her, it's okay, don't be angry, auntie. I'm just about to go out and buy some things for Grandpa's death anniversary tomorrow. In fact, he didn't want to speak for Zhao Yu, he just wanted to leave a good impression in front of Zhang Caifeng. Moreover, look at what he said, when did he become his grandfather? The implication is that he has become the son-in-law of the Xia family and no longer takes Zhao Yu seriously. Chen Xiaojie's words were like an imperial decree, and Zhang Caifeng obeyed his every word. Okay then, let's go together. Zhao Yu, you come along too and help carry the things. Yeah, okay. Zhao Yu nodded. Although he felt a little resentful in his heart, he finally went out. Moreover, in order to show off and demonstrate that he is rich, Chen Xiaojie took the initiative to propose to go to the Zhongshan Road business district to purchase goods. However, he did not know that this stupid decision would make him regret for the rest of his life, because in a while, he would see an extremely shocking scene. Finally they arrived at Zhongshan Road. While shopping, Zhao Yu took Xiaoyu away in the name of buying milk tea for everyone. Then they turned left and right, and finally led her to the street opposite the Citigroup building, where they waited for the big screen to light up. Zhao Yu, aren't we going to buy milk tea? Why did you bring me here? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Oh, it's like this, there's a very delicious milk tea shop nearby, but I don't know where to go. Let me think about it. Zhao Yu looked at the time while making excuses to cover up. 7:55, almost there. Ouch, why does my stomach suddenly hurt? Xiaoyu, I'm going to the bathroom. You wait here for me and don't run around. After saying that, before Xiaoyu could react, Zhao Yu hurriedly ran away, holding his stomach. Oh, really? Xiaoyu sighed. She had nowhere to go, so she could only sit obediently on the stool beside the flower bed, scrolling through her phone out of boredom. At this time, my best friend Lin Ya called. Honey, I was so busy that I almost forgot. Happy birthday. I have something to do today. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I've transferred the money to you via WeChat. Remember to check it. XO. Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt sad again. Even someone as carefree as Lin Ya can remember it, how could Zhao Yu forget it? Or does he just not want to give me a gift? It's been 3 years. Even if they are just two pieces of wood staying together, they can develop some feelings for each other, right? How could he do this? At this moment, Xiaoyu felt so aggrieved that she was about to open her mouth to confide in Lin Ya. But suddenly, the giant LED screen in front of me lit up. Colorful lights sprinkled all over the body, and as the big screen flickered, a brilliant light show began on the scene. The building is surrounded by colorful lights. Bang, 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 someone set off fireworks on both sides of the building, accompanied by a crackling sound. After the fireworks scattered, a gorgeous rose grew in each place, with dazzling and brilliant light, illuminating the entire night sky. When something fell from the sky, people took a closer look and were stunned. There were actually roses in the fireworks. The petals fell and spread all over the city, it was as beautiful as a painting. Everyone passing by held their breath and stopped to watch. The boys were full of curiosity, while the girl's eyes were full of envy. Wow, so romantic, what beautiful fireworks! Women are strange creatures. They seem to have no resistance to fireworks and roses. At this moment, Xia Ou, by chance, felt very lucky, as if she was at the center of the whole stage, and the fireworks, light show, and rose petals were just a backdrop. All this seems like a dream. Immerse yourself in it. At this moment, Zhao Yu appeared behind him unknowingly. He had changed into a gentleman's white suit and was stepping on rose petals all over the ground, appearing like a prince. He quietly walked behind her and gently covered Xia Ou's eyes with his hands. Don't be afraid, it's me. Close your eyes and I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 018 You are the most beautiful princess. Zhao Yu covered Xia Ou's eyes with his hands, pulled her to the nearby cruise ship terminal, and boarded a carefully decorated luxury cruise ship. After stepping onto the deck, Xia Ou didn't stand firmly and her body swayed for a while. She felt something was wrong at that moment. Zhao Yu, where are you going to take me? Why do I feel so bumpy, like I'm on a ship? Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Watch your step, we'll be there soon. Zhao Yu commanded carefully. Okay, stop joking. Our parents are still waiting for us to come back. Xia Ou felt that Zhao Yu was playing a prank on her and shouted angrily. But Zhao Yu's voice was still calm and gentle like the spring breeze. Don't worry, wait a little longer, and you will know. As far as I can remember, this was the first time Zhao Yu spoke to me like this. Is this guy trying to be romantic and giving me a surprise? Is he going to take me to some beautifully decorated cake shop? But I heard that the cake shops on Zhongshan Road are very expensive. The higher-end ones cost more than 1,000. Where does he get the money? Xia Ou kept muttering to himself. However, thinking of the upcoming surprise, Xia Ou gave up the idea of going back and obediently followed Zhao Yu's instructions, closing his eyes and walking forward. At this time, the cruise ship had reached the center of the moat, facing the LED screen of the Citigroup building. This is the best viewing spot in all of Nandu. Okay, we're here, you can open your eyes now. When Xia Ou slowly opened her eyes, the scene before her shocked her. I didn't expect Zhao Yu to look so handsome in a white gentleman's suit. He looked like a handsome and elegant prince. He was completely different from his previous image, like the protagonist from a fairy tale. This was beyond her imagination. Xia Ou covered her mouth and said, Zhao Yu, is this the surprise you want to give me? You really are. But before she could finish her words, the fireworks in the sky stopped and the light show came to an end. There was also a dazzling white light on the big screen. Then, a countdown began to appear on the screen, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Not only Xia Ou was watching all this intently, at this moment, almost everyone on Zhongshan Road held their breath and waited quietly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, there was a loud bang. 6 big red characters popped up from top to bottom on the giant LED screen. Happy birthday, Xia Ou. At the same time, the surrounding light shows started up again, and happy birthday floated out from the speakers under all the street lights. For a moment, everyone on the street was stunned by the scene before them. The intense visual impact and shock made them open their mouths wide. It was not until now that everyone figured out the situation. It turned out that a rich man was celebrating the birthday of the girl he loved. But then again, how much money must have been spent to create such a sensation? The high cost is simply astronomical. This local tycoon even has the ability to reach the sky. After all, the big screen in the Citigroup building has never been open to individuals, let alone being carefully decorated like tonight just to send birthday wishes to a girl. Xia Ou, who is Xia Ou? At this time someone in the crowd began to shout. For a moment, everyone was discussing the name in shock. Who is she? Is she the daughter of a wealthy family, a popular movie star, or a stunning beauty who is famous on the internet? At this moment, all the women felt uncontrollable envy in their hearts, and at the same time, they were jealous to the point of madness. Who is Xia Ou? How great it would be if the person on the big screen was me. This scene is so romantic. If my boyfriend could treat me 1/10 of this, I would be willing to die the next day. Wow, it's so dreamy, just like something out of a fairy tale. This Xia Ou must be the happiest woman in the world. She must have been a princess in her previous life. At this moment, even Xiaolu was immersed in this dreamy scene. She was shopping before and, like the people around her, was attracted by the fireworks and light show here. When the words Xia Ou popped up on the big screen, she went crazy and couldn't help but scream out. Oh my god, she's my sister. She stood there like a piece of wood, with her mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. Zhao Yu. Could it be that Zhao Yu did all this? He was such a loser. He even knelt down to my mother for money. How could it be him? Could he have done such a thing? Daughter, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing still? At this time, Zhang Siphon, Xia Jianming and Chen Xiaojia had just finished shopping in the store. They heard that it was very noisy outside and came out to check the situation. But when they looked up and saw the big screen, with a bang, everything in his hands fell to the ground. Xia Ou, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, the three of them were dumbfounded. At this moment, on the luxury cruise ship in the moat, after seeing her name pop up on the giant screen, she was shocked and speechless. She looked at Zhao Yu in disbelief, with tears welling up in her eyes. You. Happy birthday, wife. Zhao Yu looked into her eyes and said affectionately. As soon as the words fell. At this moment, almost at the same time, 999 fireworks that had been prepared on both sides of the river bank were set off together, symbolizing eternity. Tens of thousands of colorful balloons were released at the same time, and the brilliant colors illuminated the entire night sky. At this time, 9 cruise ships came on the river and formed a heart shape, surrounding Xia Gull in the center, and each boat was filled with bright red roses, a total of 10,000. What's even more outrageous is that the entire Zhongshan Road was lit up. All the buildings, as if they had made an agreement, turned on their lights at the same time when the 6 big words, Xia Ou, happy birthday, appeared on the big screen, and the night was illuminated like day. Xia Ou, tonight, you are the focus of everyone's attention. The entire Nandu is lit up for you. You are the happiest woman in the world. As he spoke, Zhao Yu knelt on one knee, took out the ring he had worn when they got married, and put it on her again. I'm sorry I ignored you in the past 3 years. Give me a chance, let's start over. I swear I will make you the happiest princess in the world. A happy smile appeared on Xia Ou's lips, but tears were like pearls that had broken off the string, constantly sliding down her cheeks. I thought you forgot my birthday. She burst into tears, as if all her grievances had burst out at this moment. Do you know how sad I was when they called you a wimp? Do you know that I actually hate Chen Xiaojia? But every time you are around, why can't you say something for me? Zhao Yu held Xia Ou in his arms and said softly, I know everything. The two hugged each other tightly. The colorful lights, fireworks shows, flowers and balloons are just embellishments. As long as I can get her heart, it's enough. That night, rose petals floated on the moat all night long, covering the entire riverside, and fireworks illuminated the entire night sky. According to locals, the last time they saw such a grand event was when the bid for the 2008 Olympic Games was successfully held. At that time, everyone took to the streets to celebrate, and the streets were empty. And now, it is even better than before. The only flaw is that until the very end, the onlookers didn't know who the protagonist was. Late at night, in the bedroom at home, the two people lying on the bed had no desire to sleep at all. Although they still slept on each side, 50 centimeters apart, it seemed that the distance was not that far. Suddenly, Xia Ou said, well, if you don't want to talk about what happened tonight, forget it. I won't force you to do it. Zhao Yu found it ridiculous that this woman couldn't resist asking me out of curiosity after all. Oh, well, have you forgotten what I do? I'm from an advertising company. Well, I have some cooperation with Citibank and the Fireworks and Flowers Company. Zhao Yu made an excuse. Xia Ou was not a fool. He knew that this statement was obviously just to fool him. After all, being able to mobilize so many companies and so much manpower and resources to serve you alone at once, and spending at least millions in one night, this probably couldn't be justified by the word cooperation, right? Also, where did Zhao Yu get the money? A few days ago, he didn't even have enough money to pay for his sister's tuition. Forget it. I was too nosy. They are just husband and wife in name only. Why should I care about him so much? Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Xia Ou turned sideways in anger and closed his eyes. But even though she said that, which girl doesn't like romance? She still felt a little touched. She didn't know when it started, but she actually wanted to get the attention and respect of this man. After holding it in for a long time, Xiao Yu finally couldn't help but asked. By the way, do you really want me to go to Grandpa's death anniversary tomorrow alone with Chen Xiaojia and my parents? Let's talk about it tomorrow. I have my own arrangements. Zhao Yu just said simply. Xiao Yu felt that he had asked for trouble. Oh, then let's go to sleep. But, somehow, after what happened tonight, as if by some special magic, she began to believe in Zhao Yu unconditionally. No matter what, she felt that this man could do it. By the way, I had a very happy birthday today. Thank you, husband. Xiao Yu didn't look back. She pretended to be talking in her sleep and said something intentionally or unintentionally. But, the weight is very heavy. Hearing this, Zhao Yu was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Husband. This is the first time she has called me this in 3 years. Chapter 019. Neither the hero or heroine came. On a certain search engine, the number of searches for the news, mysterious tycoon expresses his love with huge sums of money, birthday wishes for Citigroup building, soared by 20 million overnight, directly surpassing the total of the 2 news items, the heir to Nando's 100 billion inheritance, and Ferrari man bravely saves little girl, that were popular some time ago. The popularity is even more phenomenal. Just a video of the light show shot by someone on the scene was uploaded to the internet, and the number of views exceeded 100 million in just a few hours. No one doesn't like romance. Boys want to be the mysterious rich man behind the scenes, while girls want to be Xiao Yu on the big screen and have a dreamy fairy tale birthday party. The name Xiao Yu has become popular all over the internet and is mentioned the most times. However, what interests people most is this mysterious rich man who planned everything but never showed up. After all, it is easy to find a good horse but hard to find a good horse trainer. There are so many beauties in the world, and you can pick any one of them, even a cat or a dog, to be confessed to. But the person who can do all this is different. This is the real big shot. How many people in the world can make the arrogant financial giant Citibank bow its head, mobilize so much manpower and resources overnight, and make the cooperation between various companies seamless without any mistakes? How many people in the world can do this, even if they give up everything in the world, just to satisfy their own romance? Some people say that in Nandu, the only ones who have such great abilities are the young masters from the four major families, Murong, Ouyang, Yi, and Lin. These 4 families are the top families in Nandu, true aristocrats and upper class. Even killing someone is easy for them. However, some people say that although these 4 families are powerful and control the economic lifeline of Nandu, they are nothing compared to one person. He is the new richest man in Nandu, Zhao Qianxi. After getting up in the morning, Xiao Yu saw the reports about last night on the internet, Weibo, and WeChat public accounts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a mess. These media reporters nowadays really dare to say anything. Hey, Zhao Yu, they say that you are a wealthy young man from one of the 4 major families in Nandu. Is that true? You are not really some invisible rich man, are you? Har ha har har. Xiao Yu teased. Har har, yeah, how is that possible? This is just too ridiculous. Zhao Yu smiled awkwardly, his heart sank, and he muttered, okay. Just one night passed, and I was called back to Zhao Yu. It seems that I really heard dream talk last night, and I was happy for nothing. Just at this moment, my best friend Lin Ye also called. As soon as the call was connected, I heard her yelling into the receiver, hello, what's going on, Xiao Yu, was that person on the big screen last night you? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly, my dear, this morning, besides my parents, colleagues and friends, you are the 10th person who asked me this question. If I tell you, yes, that woman is me, and that man is Zhao Yu, do you believe it? Lin Ye immediately burst into laughter. How is it possible? Zhao Yu is that loser. Didn't his family go bankrupt a long time ago? Where did he get the money? I remember I attended his parents' funeral with you 2 years ago. Xiao Yu, don't lie to me. If it's really him, I will definitely stand on my head and eat 10 pounds of shit. Har ha har ha. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was speechless. His reaction was exactly the same as everyone else's before. He didn't believe it at all. Xiao Yu thought, actually, I also want to tell the truth, but to be honest, that person is really Zhao Yu. But you don't believe it at all, let alone you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even I wouldn't believe it. Therefore, she didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Ye anymore. That's it, it's a waste of my words, I'm hanging up. Hey, stop it. Lin Ye hurriedly called out, "Hey, Xiao Yu, do you think that mysterious man is the handsome guy who drove the Ferrari to save you that night?" "Hello, hello, hello, stop talking nonsense. It's nothing. Bye." Xiao Yu hung up the phone with a bang. After saying that, she glanced at Zhao Yu with a guilty look. It seemed like she had done something wrong and was afraid that he would hear it. Damn it, why am I afraid that he will be jealous? Xiao Yu cursed in her heart. She didn't know what happened this morning. She now cared more and more about that man's feelings. But Zhao Yu seemed not to have heard anything and was still busy with his head down. Soon he changed into a brand new black suit. When he walked in front of Xiao Yu, he handed her a bottle of freshly warmed milk. "Take it and drink it on the way. It's getting late. We should go see Grandpa." Xiao Yu was a little surprised. "Why, are you going with us?" "But my mother said yesterday." "It's okay, just listen to me, let's go." Zhao Yu said this in a very plain but confident way. Xiao Yu was actually a woman with strong opinions. It was difficult for others to influence her unless they forced her to do so. But for some reason, after hearing these words, she chose to obey unconditionally and follow Zhao Yu as if possessed by some unknown spirit. On their way, Zhao Yu suddenly thought of something, and said to Xiao Yu, "Can you keep what happened last night a secret from me? No matter who asks you, you should say you don't know. As for how I did all this, I promise that I will tell you at the right time in the future." "Yeah, okay." Xiao Yu's answer was straightforward. In fact, Zhao Yu was secretly worried that his excessive high-profile behavior last night would cause unnecessary trouble. After all, he had just become the richest man in Nandu, and his foundation was still unstable. Besides, he had not been to the company yet. He heard that many people were coveting the inheritance in their hands and wanted to squeeze him out at any time. If the news leaks out and they use Xiao Yu to threaten me, it will be troublesome. So, we have to be on guard. 30 minutes later, Zhao Yu led Xiao Yu to their destination, which was her grandfather's old house. "Since my grandfather passed away, this place has been abandoned. During the New Year and Qingming festival, his descendants would go to the grave to burn incense. Over time, no one has been here for several years. I originally thought that this place would be a ruin with broken walls, broken bricks, weeds and a dilapidated state. But I didn't expect that after entering the door, the scene inside surprised Xiao Yu. Not only was their house cleaned, the walls were built, the roof was patched with bricks, and although the furniture in the house remained the same as before, it had obviously been refurbished and repainted, and was preserved like a museum. Even the old locust tree in the yard had its branches pruned again, and the old tree was blooming with new flowers, presenting a scene full of vitality. "Zhao Yu, did you do all this?" Xiao Yu looked incredulous. It was not until this moment that she suddenly realized what Zhao Yu meant when he said in the kitchen yesterday, "It's Grandpa's death anniversary, how can you not go?" It turns out that he wanted to bring me here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you wanted me to go have dinner with them alone. Xiao Yu complained. "Silly girl, it's Grandpa's death anniversary, why wouldn't I come with you to see Grandpa?" Zhao Yu smiled and paced in the yard as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu is so amazing. In one night, he recovered to his appearance 2 years ago. It's almost a one-to-one restoration, as if they were carved from the same mold. It's really good to be rich. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. I remember when Grandpa was still alive, we often came here to accompany him to drink. When my parents and uncle went to the restaurant to eat, we stayed here to chat with Grandpa, and it was quiet. Xiao Yu cried. Her grandfather had the deepest feelings for her since she was a child and loved her the most. After Zhao Yu's family went bankrupt, everyone advised her to divorce Zhao Yu, but only her grandfather expressed his support, saying that he believed they could grow old together. He also took out the savings he had accumulated over the years and let them go out to find a house and start a new life. It was also thanks to her grandfather's encouragement that she was able to live with Zhao Yu for 2 years. Of course, some of Xiao Yu's tears were because of Zhao Yu. She had never felt such care and consideration before. 2 days of surprises in a row were really too much for her to bear. All of a sudden, from the yellow-faced woman who was ignored and uncared for yesterday, she has become a little princess loved by everyone today. This change is too big. She was so moved that she cried. The locust tree in the yard is in bloom. A breeze blows by, and the petals of the locust flowers are beautiful, like snowflakes falling on the ground, a vast expanse of white, so beautiful. Seeing this, Zhao Yu suddenly had an idea and asked, "Do you remember the dance we danced at the wedding?" Xiao Yu nodded, "Remember." Zhao Yu was still as romantic as ever and saluted like a gentleman. "Dear Miss Xiao, can I invite you to dance a waltz?" Xiao Yu nodded with tears in her eyes. In the yard, two people were dancing gracefully, accompanied by the floating white petals, as if in a painting. All of this is so dreamy. Xiao Yu couldn't help but be fascinated by what he saw. Is this still the loser I know? In an instant, Zhao Yu's temperament changed completely, as if he had become a different person. "Zhao Yu, you've really changed so much that I don't recognize you anymore." Xiao Yu joked. But suddenly, she changed the subject. "So, how many things are you hiding from me?" Zhao Yu smiled awkwardly and was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. His dancing steps got messed up and he almost stepped on Xiao Yu's feet. This. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yu stopped him again. "Forget it, if you are lying to me, then you don't have to speak." "Zhao Yu, I know that you may have your own reasons for not wanting to tell me about some things. I can understand that, but I hope you won't lie to me, okay?" "Never." "Good." At this time, at Zhang Siphon's home. Half an hour had passed since the agreed departure time, but Xiao Yu still hadn't shown up. "I'm so angry. This damn girl has grown so powerful that she doesn't even listen to her mother. She's not really staying at home with Zhao Yu, is she? I really don't know what kind of magic potion that idiot has fed my precious daughter. Well, she'll just have to stay with that loser for the rest of her life. Do you really think she was the heroine on the big screen last night? There are so many people with the same name. Do you really think that the young master must marry you? You are so arrogant." Zhang Siphon started cursing like a shrew early in the morning. After returning home, Zhang Siphon and her family carefully analyzed the extremely shocking incident last night. First of all, let us rule out Zhao Yu. This coward has no such ability, and it is recognized by everyone. Secondly, there are only two possibilities. If that person is indeed Xiao Yu, then based on her financial strength and generosity, she must be a super rich man who has taken a fancy to her. But why was there no sign before? From the beginning to the end, only Chen Xiaojia has been pursuing Xiao Yu. Of course, this was definitely not done by Chen Xiaojia, regardless of whether he has the financial strength or not. Chen Xiaojia is such a show-off and limelight-loving person. If he really did it, he would not have had that reaction last night. Then the second possibility is the most likely. That person is not Xiao Yu at all, just someone with the same name. Thinking of this, Zhang Siphon sighed. "Oh, what a pity, same name but different fates. Why is there such a big difference between people?" As she spoke, she glared at Xia Jianming, who was silent beside her, and cursed, "It's all your fault. You insisted on finding Zhao Yu, a loser, as your son-in-law in order to covet the money of that upstart. What happened? You went bankrupt, right? Otherwise, with my daughter's beauty and figure, everything is outstanding. How can she be worse than Xiao Yu on the big screen? At worst, she can just marry Chen Xiaojia. Why are we going through all this trouble to get them together now?" When talking about Chen Xiaojia, Zhang Siphon suddenly realized a problem. She looked downstairs and saw no car driving in. "Hey, that's strange, where's the young master? Why didn't he come today?" Chapter 020, Die for Face and Suffer. In fact, it's not that Chen Xiaojia won't come, but that he simply can't come. Early in the morning, his father rushed to inform him that his shareholder status in Yipan Tangchu had been cancelled, and the call came personally from Chen Jiasan's office secretary. The call made by the office secretary was equivalent to the order of Chen Jiasan himself. What kind of concept is this? The Chen family has always been in the catering industry. Chen's father spent a lot of effort, using connections and money to get Chen Xiaojia into the Yipin Master Chef, just to learn experience. If he can also have a little relationship with the catering tycoon Chen Jiasan, or even get a little bit of it, then he will be rich. But unexpectedly, not only is there no sign of prosperity now, but there is even a high possibility of devastating revenge from the industry boss because of this incident. After all, the call from Chen Jiasan himself through his secretary was enough to show the seriousness of the problem. The Chen family must have done something wrong and made the boss angry. After much thought, Chen's father felt that Chen Xiaojia, his unlucky son, was the only troublemaker in the family. Otherwise, why would others specifically ask to terminate the cooperation? So, this morning, after receiving the news, Chen's father ran to Chen Xiaojia's bedroom angrily. beat him up with a belt and a feather duster, and gave the order. You are a debt collector who is always causing trouble but never getting anything done. I really owe you this in my previous life. You are not allowed to go anywhere these days. Stay at home and reflect on your actions. Chen Xiaojia was beaten black and blue. He covered his injured face, feeling aggrieved and innocent, because he didn't know what he had done wrong. How could he have offended Chen Jiasan, the plague god? In fact, all of this is easy to explain, because this was the second thing Zhao Yu asked Uncle Fu to do when they were having dinner last night, to deal with Chen Xiaojia and teach him a small lesson. For Chen Jiasan, this was just an adjective, a matter of moving his fingers, but for the Chen family father and son, this little lesson was enough to make them lose everything and their family be destroyed. At this time, Chen Xiaojia, who was locked in the room, finally came up with the answer after some hard thinking. This matter might be related to Xiao Yu. After returning home, Chen Xiaojia carefully thought about the shocking scene he saw on the big screen last night. The first thought that came to his mind was, this Xiao Yu is not that Xiao Yu, could it be that there is someone with the same name? Did they just happen to meet? However, after asking friends in relevant departments to investigate, we found that there are not many people named Xiao Yu in the whole of Nandu, only 7 in total, excluding those who are over 16 years old and over 60 years old, there are still 3 people. The first one was a female director of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department who was in her 30s. It couldn't be her. The second one's age was quite suitable, 25, and she looked sweet in the photo, but in fact she was a 200-pound fat girl, so she was naturally ruled out. And the third and final option is the Xiao Yu that he is familiar with. So, their name said on the big screen yesterday could only be her, there was no other possibility. So, the question is, who did all this? Could it be Zhao Yu? How could such a coward like him have such ability? After Zhao Yu was ruled out as a possibility, Chen Xiaojia suddenly thought of the mysterious gifts that Zhang Caifeng's family had received a few days ago. Oh, yes, I was obsessed with money at the time, so I impersonated someone else and said those gifts were from me, in order to win Zhang Caifeng's favor. But little did he know that he actually offended the person who actually gave the gift. This guy must be a mysterious rich man with great abilities and connections. Just think about it, not only can he organize such a sensational and dreamy courtship ceremony in the city center, but he can also say hello to Chen Jiasan and cancel his status as a shareholder. What an amazing energy this is! Fighting against such a big shot is like hitting a rock with an egg. In a minute, even the whole family might be wiped out. So when he thought of this, Chen Xiaojia couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his back. He was so scared that he quickly deleted all contact information about Zhang Caifeng and the Xia family. From now on, he would never have the courage to interfere in the affairs of the Xia family again. At the same time, at the Xia family, Zhang Caifeng was like an ant on a hot pan. She was almost going crazy with anxiety. Xiao Yu didn't come, Chen Xiaojia didn't show up either, and when she called either of their cell phones, neither of them could be reached. What was going on? The people at the cemetery had started to urge them to come, but there was nothing they could do. Since they couldn't wait any longer, the 3 of them had to rush over. At the same time, outside my grandpa's cemetery, my uncle Zhang Qiang was leading a group of people waiting anxiously. Among that group of people were his 2 women, his eldest daughter, Zhang Chen, and her boyfriend, a doctor, and they were going to get engaged next month. The second daughter is called Zhang Yu. Her boyfriend is a lawyer, and he is a lawyer who specializes in criminal cases, the most popular kind. It can be said that these 2 future sons-in-law have bright futures. When Zhang Qiang thought about meeting his sister Zhang Caifeng and her family soon, he couldn't suppress his excitement and laughed out loud. Because he couldn't wait to show off. Zhang Caifeng is well known among her family members. She just found a son-in-law who is the 2nd generation of rich people, and she was showing off for a short while, but her son-in-law's family went bankrupt, and she became a pauper, and was despised and looked down upon by everyone. What a difference! The current Zhang Caifeng has long lost her previous arrogance. Instead, she behaves very cautiously. If anyone mentions the name Zhao Yu in front of her, she will tremble with anger and her face will turn green. 15 minutes later, Zhang Caifeng and her family arrived at the entrance of the cemetery in a taxi. Hey, sister, why are there only 3 of you here? Where is your daughter Xiao Yu, and your son-in-law Zhao Yu? Zhang Qiang asked. He originally thought that he would be able to mock Zhao Yu, the loser, again when he saw him. This had become his regular activity during every festival. However, he didn't see him today, which made him quite disappointed. Zhang Siphon was flustered and tried to find an excuse. Xiao is sick. This child works too hard and doesn't know how to take good care of herself, so I let her stay at home and rest. As for Zhao Yu, it's not such a coincidence that you are sick too, right? Zhang Qiang had a smug smile on his face. Oh my, it's really the flu season now. Look, 2 people in the family are sick. Originally, I thought he knew that I had 2 sons-in-law who are lawyers and doctors, and he felt ashamed and became a coward, so he didn't dare to come. Actually, come to think of it, sister, we are all relatives after all. Even if our bones are broken, our tendons are still connected. It doesn't matter if you are a little poorer. If you don't have money, you can ask me for a loan. Why are you hiding from me? Besides, today is the anniversary of Dad's death. It's really wrong for you not to come and burn incense. Yes, that's right, you are right. Zhang Siphon's face was filled with a stiff and awkward smile. She is a proud person, how could she bear such an insult? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Damn it, it's all Zhao Yu's fault. He embarrassed me at home, and when he went out, he embarrassed me again when he returned to my parents' home. I'm so angry. Hey, I had planned it well. I had Zhao Yu not come and Xiao Jia came instead, so that my family could see the young master's demeanor and completely change the negative views they had of me in the past few years. But what happens now? Damn it, it's still Zhao Yu's fault. This loser, this dead rubbish, he couldn't come himself, and he even delayed my daughter from coming. The young master must have heard something and knew that Xiao Yu was not here, so he didn't show up. Damn it, I'm so pissed off, I must give Zhao Yu a good beating when I get back. Otherwise, I'll never be able to let go of the hatred in my heart. After everyone entered the cemetery, they placed fruits and snacks in front of my grandfather's tombstone, and then came up one by one to burn incense and kowtow. After this set of procedures, the worship ceremony was over in just over 10 minutes. Sister, according to the rules, it's your family's turn to take charge today. Now that we've finished the tomb sweeping ceremony, let's go to your house for dinner, right? After finishing, Zhang Qiang came up and asked disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't have much hope for today's meal. Seeing Zhang Qiang's attitude, Zhang Siphon felt quite unhappy. Adding to the previous ridicule, she couldn't say anything back, so she gritted her teeth and said, "No need, it's too troublesome to eat at home, let's go to a restaurant today, to a famous chef." Hearing this, Xia Jianming next to him was stunned, and quickly reminded, What's the matter, are we still going today?" But Xiao Jia didn't come. Zhang Siphon immediately stepped on him, rolled her eyes, and whispered, "Why can't you go if you didn't come?" Okay, stop talking nonsense and just listen to me. Xia Jianming is a typical henpecked husband. After being yelled at, he dared not say anything anymore. In fact, Zhang Siphon had already thought about it in her mind. Today, she would go to that first-class famous chef's restaurant. After all, Zhang Siphon had seen the high-end and exquisiteness of a first-class celebrity chef's food, and that kind of place would definitely amaze his brother Zhang Qiang and others. At the same time, she can also demonstrate her own strength and let her younger brother see that she, Zhang Siphon, can thrive in such a high-end restaurant. Get back the face you just lost. Although Chen Xiaojia was not there, he was a shareholder of the restaurant after all. The last time he went there to dine, he had a top-notch private room, top-quality red wine, sea cucumbers and abalone, and all kinds of preferential treatment. It was all thanks to Xiaojia. So, if we go there and mention his name, what can't we accomplish? Besides, Mr. Gui doesn't seem like the kind of person who would stand us up. Maybe he suddenly had something to do today and just finished his work and is on his way here. Or, he may be waiting for us in the store right now. Sure enough, after hearing the words, first-class famous chef, Zhang Qiang's face changed. He knew that the average spending per person in this restaurant was shockingly high. Not to mention him, even his 2 sons-in-law might not be able to eat there once. And my sister actually casually suggested going there for dinner. Could it be that she has made a fortune? After seeing her brother's frustrated expression, Zhang Siphon became proud, waved her hand and shouted, "Brother, don't just stand there, let's go over there quickly, I've booked a luxurious private room there." Chapter 021 A woman who doesn't know how to live or die. On their way from the cemetery to Yipin famous chef, Zhang Siphon kept calling Chen Xiaojia, but after calling more than 10 times, the other end of the phone kept getting a busy tone. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either Chen Xiaojie is really busy and has been calling others to discuss work since morning till now, or he has blocked Zhang Caifen's phone number. Thinking of this, Zhang Caifen was a little confused, thinking, no way, didn't we have a good chat during dinner last night, and we even went to buy gifts together after dinner. What's wrong? Did we offend you in some way? Just when she was at a loss, this series of abnormal actions also attracted the attention of Zhang Qiang, who was sitting next to her. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Are we going to eat at Epeen Master Chef later? Go, of course. Nothing, I just miss my dad a little bit because of this special day today. For Zhang Caifen, face is more important than anything else. Besides, what she has said has already been said. If she regrets it now, she will be even more ashamed in front of her family in the future. Well, the young master is the young master after all. Maybe he is really busy now. But I believe he will not forget about dinner today. Maybe he has arranged someone to greet us at the door. At this time, she still had fantasies about Chen Xiaojie in her heart and comforted herself. But how could she have imagined that Chen Xiaojie was not only put in solitary confinement, but also warned by a mysterious wealthy businessman? He was staying at home in fear and dared not associate with anyone from the Xia family anymore. Was he really trying to save his life? Sure enough, when we arrived at Epeen Chef, Chen Xiaojie was not there and there was no one waiting outside the door to greet us. Now, Zhang Caifen was really panicked. At this time, Zhang Qiang and others who were walking behind him also arrived at the door. This famous chef is indeed extraordinary. The two stone lions at the door alone appear majestic and solemn. It is obviously a very high-end place at first glance. Sister, we are all from the countryside. I heard that this store is very expensive. After all, it is in the center of Nanda city, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Yes, the average price per person on Jinping is several hundred. With so many of us, we can spend 3,000 or 4,000 just to eat out, which is equivalent to a month's salary. Yeah, it's not worth spending a month's salary on a meal. I don't even dare to come here for a date with my boyfriend. When everyone couldn't help but admire her, Zhang Qiang glanced and saw the hesitation in Zhang Caifen's eyes, so he concluded that his sister must be trying to brag. So, he deliberately mocked. Yes, sister, it's too expensive here. I think we should go buy some vegetables and cook at home. But the vegetable market seems quite far from here. As he said this, he pretended to be distressed. How about this, let my son-in-law drive you there. Zhang Qiang's two sons-in-law, one drives an Audi A4 and the other drives a Cadillac, both of which are entry-level luxury cars worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Although the price is not very expensive, it is still considered quite financially strong. Look at others and then look at yourself. Your family doesn't even have a car. Thinking of this, Zhang Caifen felt a little sad. I remember one time I took a ride in the BIC owned by Mr. Zhu from my unit, and I was so excited for a long time after I came back. So after hearing what Zhang Qiang said, Zhang Caifen was not only angry, but also jealous, so jealous that her eyes were red with envy. No, it's not much money. I have already booked a private room here. Let's eat here today. In order to save face, Zhang Caifen said, gritting her teeth. After leading everyone in, the receptionist came up and greeted them with a smile. Hello, may I ask how many of you have a reservation? Since she had already pretended to be angry, Zhang Caifen had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, there are 8 of us in total. Well, I want to book a private room. Do you guys need to book it in advance? I forgot. When asking this question, Zhang Caifen had no idea what to say and was very nervous. She even lowered her voice a few notches for fear of being heard by Zhang Qiang and others behind her. Because Zhang Caifen had been to Epeen Chef last time, she knew the rules here. The private rooms needed to be booked in advance and there had to be a minimum consumption. She was embarrassed last time because of this. She sat on the ground and made a lot of noise and was almost thrown out by the security guard. Fortunately, Chen Xiaojie stepped in to resolve the situation. So, this time she had a very good attitude and spoke in a friendly manner, hoping that the other party would be flexible. But unexpectedly, the waiter did not refuse, but nodded readily. Yes, what type of box do you need? Please follow me to the second floor. After saying that, he bowed and greeted them respectfully. Zhang Siphon was stunned when she saw this scene and thought, what's going on? Why has this waiter become so easy to talk to today? Soon she figured it out. I see. This must be Chen Xiaojia's work. Young master is really thoughtful. Even though he didn't come today due to some matters, he still arranged everything for us in advance. Otherwise, why would the waiter be so respectful to us? We don't even need to make an appointment for the private room. This must be the case. Who knows, the young master has already finished his work and is on his way. He will be here soon. He, Zhang Qiang, you dare to show off in front of me, right? Wait until Xiaojia arrives, you will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Siphon couldn't help but feel secretly happy. In fact, she had no idea that the last time she came to Yipin Chef, it was dinner time, the peak dining period, and all the seats were in short supply. So in order to ensure dining order, the private rooms had to be booked in advance. But it is different now. During the noon time, people generally choose to have a simple meal in their hall. No one will go to a private room to have a 2 or 3 hour long meal, so most of the private rooms are empty and are worried that they cannot be sold. At this time, Zhang Siphon came over and made this request. The store owner was of course more than happy to oblige and happily welcomed them. What kind of private room do you need? Our store has 3 types of private rooms, Qian, Di, and Ren. Each room has a minimum consumption, so please consider it carefully. The waiter continued with a smile. At this time, after seeing the price list hanging on the wall, Zhang Qiang and others opened their mouths wide. What the hell, what kind of luxury box is this? Is there gold in it? I haven't even eaten a single bite, but the minimum consumption is several thousand yuan. What kind of unfair clause is this? There must be a minimum consumption. You are obviously robbing us. Yes, let me tell you, my boyfriend is a lawyer. Believe it or not, we will sue you at the Consumers Association. Everyone expressed indignation and talked about it. In fact, they said this not to speak up for Zhang Siphon, but after seeing the price, they were shocked and couldn't help but start to worry. Although this meal was treated by Zhang Siphon, everyone knew her conditions. What if the meal was too expensive and she didn't have the money to pay? Wouldn't we have to bear the cost? Zhang Qiang also advised, yes, sister, that's enough. If we really want to book a private room, let's go to the herringbone private room. We can't eat much with just a few of us, and there is a minimum consumption here. This time Zhang Qiang was speaking from the heart, but after hearing it, Zhang Siphon was furious and felt that they were looking down on her. She thought, you know nothing, isn't it just a few thousand yuan minimum consumption? Xiaojia will be here soon. He is a shareholder here. Last time he came to eat, not only did they waive the box fee, but they also gave him free wine and food. It was a great courtesy. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Aren't we going out to eat just to have fun? Money is nothing. It's just something outside of our body. Zhang Siphon comforted her, but she was very proud in her heart. This time, I have to regain all the face I lost just now. Sorry, brother, I'm going to start showing off. Isn't that just a little money? Zhang Siphon raised her hand, pointed to the price of 10,000 at the top of the price list, and shouted recklessly. Then let's book a number 1 private room. Chapter 022 What to do if you have no money to pay the bill. After entering the number 1 box and seeing the exquisite and luxurious decoration inside, Zhang Qiang and others could not help but be stunned. Just like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, they looked left and right, extremely surprised. Brother, stop looking and order the food quickly. See what you want to eat. We are all family, so please don't be polite to me. Zhang Siphon said with a smile. Zhang Qiang nodded woodenly. After taking the menu, he gasped at the dazzling array of items on it. They were all famous dishes. When he looked at the prices at the back, he was even more dumbfounded and stunned once again. Because the consumption level in the private room is different from that outside, another menu is used. All the ingredients on it are imported, and the level of the chef who cooked the dish is also marked behind each signature dish. The higher the level, the more expensive the dish will naturally be. The cheapest dish here is 500 yuan per portion, and if you order a few dishes randomly, the price will easily exceed 3,000 yuan. Zhang Qiang swallowed his saliva and handed the menu to Zhang Siphon with trembling hands. I finished ordering. Sister, I think this is almost enough. What Zhang Qiang said was actually what was in his heart. He had long been stunned by the high consumption here. For an ordinary person like him, it was impossible to imagine the life of rich people. He had always heard that some wealthy people could spend an ordinary person's monthly salary on one meal, and he didn't believe it. But after seeing it today, he was really convinced. How can this be enough for everyone? Zhang Caifeng was unhappy when she saw it. She thought, Xiaojie said yesterday that he would treat us to a meal, so what does this little money mean to Gui Xiao? Besides, even if he couldn't make it in time, Xiaojie is still a shareholder here, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to give us a discount, right? Just like that, we ordered a few more dishes worth several $1,000s. Shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, and deer antler are all standard. You've come here with great difficulty, so shouldn't you eat to your heart's content? After ordering the dishes, how can we have good wine to go with the food? Hey, old man, what was the name of the wine that Xiaojie treated us to last time we came here for dinner? Zhang Caifeng asked. On the one hand, she felt that the red wine she had last time was particularly delicious and she was still wanting more, so she wanted to try it again today. On the other hand, Zhang Caifeng knew the rules here. There was a standard process for serving wine. It was served on a silver plate and respectfully presented to the table with white gloves. It looked particularly high-end. If Zhang Qiang and others saw this scene, what would be the expressions on their faces? Hee, I'm afraid you will be completely conquered by me. At this moment, the waiter saw that they were spending a lot, so he gave them an extra bottle of red wine according to the store's rules, Great Wall red wine, for 680 yuan. Hey, we haven't had time to order wine yet, why did you bring in the wine? Zhang Caifeng asked puzzledly. It's like this. This bottle of wine is a gift. We have a rule in our store that a bottle of red wine is given for every purchase of over 10,000 yuan. Although the price is not high, it is a thoughtful gesture. Please accept it and enjoy your meal, said the waiter with a smile. For someone like Zhang Caifeng, taking advantage doesn't matter how big or small the advantage is. As long as it doesn't cost money and is given for free, she will be particularly happy. But suddenly she frowned, stared at the packaging of the wine bottle and muttered, thinking, why are the words on the outside all in Chinese? It looks so low class. The last time I came for dinner, the wine I ordered was all in foreign words on the outside, and it looked so high-end. But since it was a gift from someone else and she didn't have to pay for it, she didn't say anything. But at this time, Zhang Qiang's second daughter Zhang Yu was staring at the four big words, Great Wall red wine, on the bottle, muttering them silently several times, and then suddenly she said to her boyfriend next to her, Hey, honey, why do you think it looks familiar? I remembered, isn't this the wine I drank when I went to your house for dinner last time? It only cost a few hundred yuan. In fact, Zhang Yu just said it unintentionally, and there was no sarcasm in it. After hearing this, Zhang Qiang felt a little unhappy, thinking that the wine was not worthy of the food worth tens of thousands of dollars. But when he thought that he didn't have to pay for it himself, he didn't say anything. But Zhang Caifeng was very upset when she heard this. She immediately changed her face, slammed the table and shouted at the waiter, Free! Who told you to give it as a gift? What? Do you think I can't afford the wine? Take it away now. After hearing this, the waiter felt like crying but had no tears. He thought to himself, I gave you the wine with good intentions, so how come in the end, I am the one who is to blame? But the customer is God, so she didn't dare to say anything. Just as she was about to take the wine away, Zhang Caifeng shouted from the side. Hey, wait! Why aren't you wearing white gloves? And there's a silver plate. What are you going to use to serve the wine? You don't follow any rules. Is this how you usually work? Be careful or I'll tell your boss and get you fired. Zhang Caifeng said angrily. After hearing this, the waitress felt even more aggrieved. She had never heard that one had to wear white gloves when serving wine. Didn't they just bring it up with their hands? Also, I have never heard of the so-called silver plate. During the induction training at the store, this etiquette was not mentioned at all. Actually, this cannot be blamed on the waiter, because there is indeed no such rule in the store. The last time it was because Chen Jiasan called and made a special request, and the bottle served was Remy Martin Black Pearl Louis XIII worth more than 600,000, so the manager specifically instructed to add such a rule. Now, with just a bottle of domestic wine worth several hundred yuan, you still want to have that kind of treatment? It's impossible. I'm sorry, we really don't have a rule of wearing white gloves here. Also, do you still need this bottle of Great Wall red wine? If not, I'll take it away for you. The waiter thought for a long time and shook his head. How could there not be? I did it this way the last time I came here. Also, who are you talking to? What's your attitude? Do you think you don't take me seriously because Mr. Gooey is not here? Okay, when Shedger comes, I will have to talk to him properly. Joan Siphon was actually angry, her face flushed red with rage. I'm sorry, I really don't know what you are talking about. If it's okay, I'll leave first. The waitress was so aggrieved that she was about to cry, but she still held back her tears and behaved neither humble nor arrogant. Joan Siphon was even more furious when she saw this attitude, but she also knew that it was useless to continue talking to this waiter, so she took a deep breath and shouted, all right, it's a waste of time to talk to you anymore. When young master comes, I'll ask him to deal with you. By the way, bring me the wine list. I want to order some wine. Also, I only want English wine menus. I don't want wine bottles with Chinese writing on the outside. Just like that, soon, a menu written entirely in English was handed to me. Joan Siphon took a look and thought, wow, the price is not that expensive. The first page was full of items worth a few hundred yuan, so she skipped it and turned to the back to look at items worth a few thousand yuan. But after searching for a long time, she found that the most expensive item was only a few thousand yuan, and she couldn't even find a bottle of wine worth 10,000 yuan. It turns out that only the dishes of this famous chef are expensive, but the wine is quite affordable. It seems that the wine does not need to be treated by the young master, but can be paid for by himself. Because everything was in English last time, Joan Siphon couldn't understand it, so she pointed to a red wine called Romane Conti and told the waiter that this was what she wanted. Because this wine was the best on the menu and cost more than 8,000 yuan, she looked for it for a long time but couldn't find anything more expensive than this, so she placed the order directly. After all, a table worth tens of thousands of delicacies must be paired with a bottle of good wine, right? More than 8,000 is not very expensive. Anyway, Xia Ou gave me 15,000 yuan for food, so it's okay for me to use 8,000 yuan to order a bottle of red wine. Joan Siphon thought to herself. At this time, unlike Joan Siphon who was carefree, Xia Jianming on the side was a little restless. After all, it was all in English, and he was afraid that Joan Siphon would not understand and would make a fool of herself. Hey, Siphon, what did you order just now? Let me see it. He said kindly. But Joan Siphon rolled her eyes at him. Why, you're the only one who can read English after studying, right? Okay, just forget about it. I've already ordered the wine, let's just eat in peace. After being scolded, Xia Jianming, who was dominated by his wife, had to shut up. Soon, the red wine came up. Oh, it turns out that this famous chef's red wine is really good. Yes, it tastes great. This must be a rare and valuable wine. I bet there's no other bottle like it in all of Nandu. Even Zhang Qiang's two arrogant sons-in-law couldn't help but praise him. Although they had been out for social events and had drunk a lot of red wine, they had never tasted anything this good. Seeing this, Zhang Qiang also sighed that he was not as good as others. After this series of events, while he was shocked, he also thought to himself, oh, it seems that my sister has really made a fortune recently. I can't look at people with the old eyes anymore. After dinner, everyone wiped their mouths, touched their stomachs, leaned back in their chairs, and looked up at the exquisite and gorgeous chandelier on the ceiling. They were extremely satisfied. How is it, brother? Are you satisfied with the meal today? Are you full? Otherwise, I will order you another bowl of shark fin. Zhang Caifeng asked deliberately. Zhang Qiang burped and quickly stood up. Satisfied, it tastes so good. I'm almost dying of fullness. Sister, thank you so much today. I never thought I was so snobbish before and said those things to you. I deserve to die. Don't take it personally, as a great man, you should not bear grudges. Har har har, what's the big deal? We are all family, and the past is over. Zhang Caifeng's face was full of smiles, and she seemed to enjoy the feeling of being complimented. She was so ignorant of life and death that she didn't realize that her death was approaching. Instead, she waved her hand and shouted proudly. Come on, waiter, pay the bill. The waiter came in with a professional smile on his face. Hello, the total amount is 86,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Chapter 023 Why not ask Zhao Yu to come over? What? 87,000. Zhang Caifeng's eyes almost popped out when she heard this. The banquet was over at this time, but Qian Xiaojie had not shown up yet. Doesn't this mean that she has to pay for all the money? Originally, after the meal, Zhang Caifeng had already made a plan. This young master must have encountered some difficult problems to deal with, otherwise he would not have stood me up. But even though he didn't come, I can mention his name, so at least he can give me a discount when I pay the bill, right? The dishes I just ordered cost almost 10,000 yuan, and that bottle of wine was over 8,000 yuan, so the total was less than 20,000 yuan. Finally, out of respect for you, young master, the store gave me a little discount, so I can definitely get it for 15,000 yuan. Anyway, the 15,000 yuan was given by Xiao Yu, so I don't have to pay a penny myself. In this way, not only did he not spend any money, but he also got to show off in front of his younger brother Zhang Qiang and the others, and he also had a big meal for free. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, isn't that great? But she never expected that the bill for 87,000 would suddenly appear, immediately disrupting all her plans. With so much money, she could have used it as a down payment on a house in the county where her mother's hometown lived. But she spent it all on a meal. Isn't he this asking for her life? What did we eat? Why is it so expensive? Bring me the bill. Zhang Caifeng was furious and said that she must have been cheated. Sure enough, when she saw the detailed consumption on the bill, she almost fainted. Oh my god, more than 60,000 yuan for a bottle of wine. This is a fucking shady shop. Zhang Caifeng pointed at the last item of alcohol consumption and couldn't help but exclaimed. The waiter who was receiving Zhang Caifeng at this time was the one she had insulted before. He seemed to have anticipated this result and explained calmly. Hello, This is what you just ordered. Romani Conti is called Romani Conti in Chinese. It is known as the wine of kings and is the world's top quality red wine. It is produced in the most famous and exquisite Romani Conti vineyard in Burgundy, France. Since 1760, this has been the most expensive vineyard in the world and one of the oldest vineyards. Because the production is extremely rare, only about 5,000 bottles a year, so the price is naturally high. In addition, the older this wine is, the better the quality. Not long ago, a mysterious rich man in this city just bought a bottle of Romani Conti from 1976 for about 250,000 yuan. The bottle you ordered is not very old, so the price is naturally not that high, only about 60,000 yuan. However, since you just requested an English menu, our restaurant uses US dollars to make it easier for foreign friends to understand. When saying this, the waiter still had a sweet professional smile on his face. But after hearing this, Zhang Caifeng went crazy and screamed. What, US dollars? Damn, why didn't you remind me at the time? I thought it was only 8,000 yuan. It was not until now, after listening to the waiter's explanation, that Zhang Caifeng suddenly realized, no wonder she always thought the prices on the menu were cheap when she looked at it before, it turned out they were all in US dollars. The waiter ignored her and thought, what was your attitude towards me just now? You almost made me cry. There was no way I could remind you. However, out of professionalism, she smiled and said, You were the one who insisted that I bring you the English menu. In our restaurant, customers are king, and we will do whatever you say. Also, I always thought you could understand it, so I didn't dare to say anything. You. Zhang Caifeng was so angry that she was half dead, and was even more speechless after hearing these words. Yes, what they said is right. If you can't understand it, why do you take the English menu? Isn't this like Zhu Barji wearing glasses and pretending to be an intellectual? Seeing that she couldn't scold the waiter anymore, Zhang Caifeng had to vent her anger on Xie Jianming next to her. Damn you, old man, you knew my English was not good, but you didn't help me. What's the matter? Do you want to make fun of me? Xie Jianming wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt very aggrieved and thought, why are you blaming me again? I clearly warned you at that time, but you scolded me. Now that something went wrong, you want me to take the blame. Why am I so unlucky? But it's no use just scolding Xie Jianming to vent your anger. After all, it was Zhang Caifeng who ordered the wine with a wave of her hand, and it was she who insisted on having today's meal in such an expensive place, so in the end, she has to pay for it. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to see how she would come up with the money. Come on, call your manager to me. Zhang Siphon was very panicked, but now this was the only way left, and she had to try it. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit came over in a very polite manner. However, when he finds out that Zhang Siphon and the others have no money to pay the bill, he probably won't have such a good attitude anymore. "Hello, I am the manager of our store. What can I do for you?" the manager said politely. Zhang Siphon took a deep breath and said, "Well, my name is Zhang Siphon, my daughter is Xiao Yu, and your boss is my future son-in-law. You decide what to do with today's meal." Son-in-law. The manager was stunned. He adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at the shrew-looking woman in front of him, and then became angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? Our boss is the famous Mr. Chen Jiesan. He is already 63 years old this year, and his granddaughter is already in her 20s. How could she be your son-in-law? This is sheer nonsense. Who is Chen Jiesan? Isn't the owner of Yipin Chef Chen Xiaojia?" Zhang Siphon exclaimed. After hearing this name, the manager had a look of disdain on his face. "Oh, Chen Xiaojia, he is just a small shareholder in name only. He was removed from the list this morning. Now he has nothing to do with our Yipin master chef." Hearing this, it was like being struck by lightning. Zhang Siphon slumped in the chair, her face pale and her lips trembling. Why didn't he tell me in advance when such a big thing happened in your family?" Only at this time did Zhang Siphon begin to regret. If I had been able to confirm it clearly at the beginning, and had known that Chen Xiaojia had no relationship with the first-class famous chef, I would not have invited him to this meal, and I would not have brought people here in a proud manner. And even if you come, you should be more restrained. If you don't order that bottle of Roman red wine and those dishes costing thousands of dollars, the money you bring will still be more than enough for this meal. Manager, look, how about giving me a discount? Well, at least you and Chen Xiaojia have worked together before, so give me some face. At this point, Zhang Siphon was a completely different person from when she first entered the door. She even spoke in a pleading tone. Har, work together. His nothing. With his little fortune, is he worthy of my respect? I've been a manager for so many years, and I never listened to anyone's account. Anyone who can become a manager in a place like Yipin Mingqiu is naturally no ordinary person. He must have some abilities in all aspects to be able to make a living. After all, if everyone comes to the store to ask for discounts, wouldn't it be a mess? We never have discounts or coupons. This is a rule. You pay for what you eat. It's only natural. No matter who you are, you have to pay for your meal. The manager could see that Zhang Siphon had no money to pay the bill, so he changed his friendly attitude and spoke in a much tougher tone. What? You want to dine for free? Don't you know where you are? No one is allowed to leave this door today without paying. As soon as these words were spoken, they were so powerful that they scared everyone in the private room to death. Zhang Qiang quickly came up to explain, "Well, manager, you see it was this woman who said she wanted to treat us, so she should pay for it. It has nothing to do with us. Otherwise, let our family go first." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of Zhang Siphon. This really pissed off Zhang Siphon. She didn't dare to offend the manager, but couldn't she deal with a small fry like Zhang Qiang? "Zhang Qiang, what do you mean? You don't even dare to recognize your sister, and you just say that woman, right? Also, how come today's meal has nothing to do with you? If you hadn't been provoking me all the time, would I have ordered so many dishes?" Zhang Siphon scolded angrily. Zhang Qiang also got anxious. "Do you blame me for ordering so many dishes? It's you who just wanted to show off, right? I don't care. Anyway, you've already eaten the food and drank the wine. Now that you're full, you just want to pat your butt and leave? No way. We have to each take half, no negotiation. Are you being shameless? Zhang Siphon, I've seen through it a long time ago. You are fucking pauper. You are so shameless to pretend to be rich." The two of them started cursing each other. It is hard to imagine that 10 minutes ago, they were a pair of siblings who were talking and laughing and having a great time. Finally, the manager couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "If you do this again, I'll call the police." After these words were spoken, the brother and sister who had become enemies with each other calmed down temporarily. "Hurry up, don't waste time, I still have things to do. Whoever pays for it, tell me straight away. If you don't have money, I will send you all to the police station," said the manager impatiently. Hearing this, everyone was terrified, especially Zhang Caifeng, whose face turned pale. She knew what it would mean if she was sent to the police station. The 70,000 or 80,000 yuan would at least mean detention. If this gets out and the neighbors know about it, it will be so embarrassing. Will I still be able to survive? Old man, please say something and help me think of a solution. At this time, she thought of Xie Jianming again. Xie Jianming was helpless and had a bitter face, but there was nothing he could do now, so he had to put on a smile and go up. Hello, manager. We did something wrong today. Please forgive us. But we don't have enough money with us today. Our bank cards and passbooks are all at home. I am the deputy section chief of the XX agency. I guarantee it with my personal integrity. Please let me go back and get the money. I will definitely send it to you within half an hour. Xie Jianming didn't know whether his family had so much money, so he could only give it a try for the time being. If it doesn't work, I can write you an IOU. As he said this, he also proposed a second plan. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. The manager was confused at first, wondering who these people were and how they could be so bold as to come to a famous chef restaurant and eat a free meal. As a result, Xie Jianming's words just happened to remind him. He rushed forward and grabbed Xie Jianming by the collar. Oh my god, I was wondering why you looked so familiar? It turned out to be you, bitch. You came to us a few days ago and said you were the deputy section chief and asked me to give you a favor, right? I'm telling you, there's no way. Come on, tell me which unit you're from. If you can't pay, I'll get someone to go to your unit and ask your boss for money. After saying that, he pushed Xie Jianming to the ground. Xie Jianming, with his old arms and legs, could not withstand such torture. He kept crying out, ouch, covering his old waist and buttocks. Old man, how are you? Zhang Caifeng quickly ran to help him. She also knew that Xie Jianming was the only pillar of the family. If her unit leaders knew about this, it would be the end of them. But she really had no other choice. She had no way to take out so much money. She could only collapse on the ground and cry out in despair. Oh, why is my life so miserable? God, please open your eyes. It's pitiful. Who can save us? We have worked hard all our lives, but we didn't expect it to be ruined like this. Crying, shouting, and cursing all mixed together. Suddenly, the box was in chaos and everyone was at a loss. The manager has also instructed his waiters to notify the police. What should we do now? Are you really waiting for the police to come? Mom, why don't we call my sister and Zhao Yu over? At this time, Xielu spoke. In despair, she suddenly thought. I remember that it was Zhao Yu who came forward last time. I don't know what he said to the manager, and then the manager changed from being angry to being happy. Otherwise, why don't we ask him to come over and help put in a good word? Chapter 024, let us just forget about this. Zhao Yu. Why did you call him here? Lulu, stop messing around. Your dad is a deputy section chief and he can't do anything. It's useless to call Zhao Yu a loser. If he were any good, Sao's would climb trees. Hearing this, Zhang Caifeng sneered first. Yeah, let's think about what to do about this. How about I borrow some money from Lao Ju and Lao Wang? In short, the leaders of my unit must not know about this, otherwise I'm done. Xie Jianming also sat on the ground and said with a look of despair. Uncle Zhang Qiang and others didn't take Xie Lu's words to heart at all. The only thing they were thinking about now was how to get out of here as quickly as possible. Manager, here is 20,000 yuan. I just borrowed it from my two sons-in-law. I beg you to be magnanimous and be flexible. This matter actually does not have much to do with us. Can you just let us go first? Zhang Qiang said in a friendly manner, still making efforts. But the manager refused to buy it. His attitude remained firm. No, either you pay me the full 87,000 yuan, or we'll just wait. Anyway, I've called the police, and the police will be here soon. Hearing this, everyone became even more depressed. Crying, shouting, and cursing started again. Suddenly, the box was in chaos again. Xielu became even more anxious upon seeing this. Was she just going to watch her parents being taken away by the police? At this point, we can't get out anyway, so I can call my sister and Zhao Yu and ask them to send some money over. Well, let's try our best. Xie Yu thought so. In fact, she didn't hold much hope in her heart. However, she still secretly called Xie Yu. At this time, in Grandpa's old house, Xia Oyu and Zhao Yu were sitting on small stools in the yard, drinking sake, eating side dishes, and quietly admiring the snow-white locust tree petals slowly falling and covering the entire yard. A breeze blew and everything was so pleasant. This is the first time in 3 years of marriage that the two have had the opportunity to be alone for such a long time. No one wants to destroy this beauty. But at this moment, the annoying phone ring began. It was Xiaolu who called for help. "Hey, what's up, Lulu? Sister, please come to Ipin Mingchu and save us. My parents, uncle and I are having dinner here, but we don't have money to pay the bill, so the restaurant owner kept it. They even said they would call the police." Xiaolu was so anxious that she was about to cry. What, no money to pay the bill? How could this happen? Lulu, don't be anxious, tell me how much it is in total. Xia Oyu comforted. The total is 87,000. Sure enough, Xia Oyu was stunned after hearing this number. 87,000. What did you eat? Why is it so expensive? Xia Oyu couldn't help but exclaimed, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "Well, Lulu, don't worry, you and Mom and Dad, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Xia Oyu still felt that this was incredible. She couldn't help but complain. "Oh my god, where is Chen Xiaojiaran? What the hell is he doing? How could he let my parents order such expensive food, and in the end they didn't have the money to pay for it? Where did he go?" At this time, Zhao Yu, who was standing nearby, was not surprised when he heard the news. He took a sip of wine alone, sneered in his heart and thought, har, return the money to Xiaojia. I guess that little lesson has already made him suffer a lot. This guy is now reflecting on his mistakes at home. But his dear mother-in-law Zhang Caifeng insisted on going to Ipin's celebrity chef restaurant to save face. She ordered a lot of food and ended up having no money to pay the bill. "You deserve it." Zhao Yu was very dissatisfied with this and said indignantly, "You didn't take me with you when you had dinner, and now we're in trouble. I saw people in the store were about to call the police, and they only remembered us then. What were we doing before?" He was originally planning to ignore the matter and let Zhang Caifeng learn a lesson to see if she would dare to act pretentiously and boast again in the future. But then Zhao Yu looked around and found that Xia Oyu was so anxious that she was about to cry. 87,000 is not a small sum. For an ordinary insurance salesman like Xia Oyu, it is a blessing to get this amount of money after working hard for a year, plus the salary and bonus. Besides, she is a woman, and she has to pay for cosmetics, clothes, shoes, food, clothing and other expenses to supplement the household expenses. Moreover, she sometimes has to secretly help Zhao Yu pay off his debts. Now, all her belongings can't even take out 5,000 yuan. After all, the 20,000 yuan she gave to Zhao Yu last time was borrowed from Huang Dafu. If she hadn't really had no other choice, she wouldn't have borrowed money from that pervert. What should I do? My colleagues all have credit cards and mortgages to pay off, so they can't help me. And my only friend, Lin Ya, is even poorer than me. Every time we go out for coffee, I have to pay for it. Mom, what can I say about you? How can I come up with 80,000 yuan? Even if you sell me, I'm not worth that much money. Xia Oyu said dejectedly. As she said this, she squatted on the ground and started crying. Seeing her so worried and anxious, Zhao Yu couldn't bear it anymore. Alas, Zhang Caifeng really can't do anything about her, but since she is Xia Oyu's mother, I have to clean up her mess. So, Zhao Yu walked over and patted Xia Oyu's shoulder gently. Let's go to Ipin famous chef, leave this matter to me." Xia Oyu raised her head, tears still in the corners of her eyes, but, so much money. "Don't worry, I have a way to solve it," Zhao Yu said simply. After saying that, he sighed, turned and left the yard. At this time, Xia Oyu didn't say anything, but just wiped her tears, and then followed out timidly like a little girl. She didn't know what was wrong with her, it was very strange. Anyway, now as long as Zhao Yu says, "I can do it," she will choose to believe him unconditionally. After what happened in the past 2 days, she no longer doubted this man's ability, but she still had a faint worry in her heart. This is 80,000 yuan. Zhao Yu is a clerk in an advertising company. His monthly salary of more than 3,000 yuan is all handed over to my mother to pay off debts. Where did he get so much money? Of course, this issue is also what Zhao Yu is most worried about. With his current financial resources, he could easily pay the bill by swiping his card, but after all, he spent more than 80,000 in one go, which would definitely arouse Xia Oyu's suspicion. How would he explain it then? If Xia Oyu asked him where the money came from, it would be even harder to explain. When I gave Xia Oyu a birthday present and confessed my love on a large LED screen, although it was very sensational and expensive, after all, I didn't see any real money. I could still find an excuse to explain it away, but now, 80,000 yuan is a clear price tag. You know, just a few days ago, Jiayu had to sell blood in order to raise several thousand yuan for his sister's tuition. In short, this really gave him a headache. Soon, after arriving at the Epin Master Chef, Zhao Yu and the others went directly to the Qianzihao box on the second floor. At this time, a lot of people had gathered outside the box. Most of them were waiters and security guards hired by the store. They blocked the door and the corridor to prevent the people in the box from escaping. At this time, the manager heard some noise outside. He thought it was the police, so he went out to take a look. But just this one glance stunned him in an instant. Isn't this Mr. Zhao Yu, the distinguished guest who came a few days ago? He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Of course he knew Zhao Yu. Not only did he know him, but he also had a deep impression of him. He had worked at Epin Mingchu for so many years, and it was always the secretary in the general manager's office who called him, or the regional manager who informed him of specific work arrangements. This was the first time he received a call from the big boss Chen Jiasan. Moreover, not only that, Chen Jiasan also instructed him to give away 2 bottles of Remy Martin Black Pearl Louis XIII worth more than 600,000. You know, this wine is the treasure of the store. It has always been used for display. It has been on display for so many years and has never been opened. Even Chen Jiasan himself was reluctant to take a sip. How noble must this person be to be so respected and treated with such courtesy by Chen Jiasan? He must have infinite energy. How could a small manager like me afford to offend him? Therefore, the manager suddenly became a different person, and came up to greet him with great trepidation. Mr. Zhao Yu. At this time, Zhao Yu also recognized the manager, and immediately came up with an idea. He took the lead and rushed to him without waiting for the manager to say hello, and blurted out. Hello, manager. My name is Zhao Yu. I am the son-in-law of the gentleman and lady sitting on the floor. I heard that they had no money to pay the bill, so I came here to see them. The manager was stunned and wondered what this young master meant. Boss Chen called me last time, don't you think I know your name? But he didn't dare speak. So Zhao Yu continued, Manager, I have to talk to you about this matter today. Although we were wrong to have no money to pay the bill after dinner, I don't deny that. But you hit my father-in-law, which is wrong. After all, he is old and our elder. How could you hit him? Who doesn't have an old man in their family? If this was your father, would you treat him like this? After he said this, everyone around him couldn't help but gasp, thinking that Zhao Yu was definitely finished this time. They had just witnessed how powerful the manager was, and they didn't expect that Zhao Yu would dare to talk like this when he came over. He would definitely be punished soon. At this time, Zhang Caifan, who was sitting on the ground, also raised her head and glared at Zhao Yu angrily. Who called this guy here? He must be making fun of me on purpose. At this moment, you still dare to use this tone and speak to the manager in such a brazen manner. Are you deliberately adding fuel to the fire and trying to kill me completely? This Zhao Yu is such a villain. He is a villain who takes advantage of others' misfortune. But after all the crying just now, Zhang Caifan was now exhausted. If it were normal times, she would have slapped Zhao Yu in the face, but now, she sat on the ground in a daze, completely exhausted. Even Xia Oyu stood behind him, gently pulled Zhao Yu's sleeves, and said in a worried voice, Zhao Yu, don't talk like that, just apologize to the manager and be nicer. But Zhao Yu just smiled after hearing this, and took 2 steps forward, and continued to accuse the manager with a righteous look. So, originally you were right in this matter, but you were wrong for hitting someone. Now I think we should handle it this way. Let's settle it one way or the other. How much is your meal bill? 87,000, right? I can give it to you, but you hit my father-in-law, how should the money be calculated? First, we need to take an X-ray and do a full-body CT scan. If the injury is serious, we need to stay in the hospital. This will be troublesome. There will be medical expenses, hospitalization fees, nursing fees, nutrition fees, and mental damage fees. What if there are sequelae in the future? This is a bottomless pit, manager. No matter how rich you are, you can't afford it. So let's just settle this matter. You apologize to my father-in-law, and we'll forget about this matter. I won't pursue you anymore. What? Apologize? Still want to pursue it? Zhang Siphon couldn't believe her ears. What is Zhao Yu talking about? Is he crazy? Did he think that he could scare the manager just by saying this? 80,000 yuan, can it be waived just like that? How is that possible? The manager's attitude just now was very clear, not a penny less. Not only that, Zhao Yu, this loser, even shamelessly asked the manager to apologize. Is he out of his mind? Look at what he said. The implication is that if he doesn't apologize, he will still hold others responsible. If you have the guts, why don't you hold someone responsible? He is simply overestimating his own abilities. Xie Jianming on the side also had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that his son-in-law had good intentions and he could understand that, but the request he made was too much. Not only did he want a waiver of the bill, but he also asked for an apology. In his opinion, it would be good enough to give them a few days to go back and raise the money. Wanting them to not pay a penny was simply a fantasy. Xie Lu was also furious, cursing in her heart, damn, why did I call such a funny guy? I was counting on him to help. It's over, if the manager gets angry, we're all done. Only Zhang Qiang and his gang were gloating at this moment. They hoped that the incident could become as big as possible, and it would be best to irritate the manager and divert attention, so that they could only cause trouble for Zhao Yu, and then they could take the opportunity to escape. In short, everyone had their own thoughts and completely underestimated or even ignored Zhao Yu's strength. Only the manager stood there stiffly, not saying a word. After all, he has also worked his way up in society, and he is first-rate in his ability to read people's expressions and build bridges when needed. As soon as Zhao Yu finished speaking, the manager immediately understood what Master Gui meant. To him, tens of thousands of dollars was a small amount and he could just sign a form and solve the problem. But if the matter was not handled properly and Master Gui was offended, he would be in big trouble in the future. I know Chen Jiesan. If he wants to kill me, it would only take a few minutes, right? It would be better to take this opportunity to do you a favor and give you this face. Maybe it will leave a good impression in your heart, which will be of great help to your future career. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a commotion outside and the police arrived. At this moment, everyone in the box felt a chill in their hearts. Zhang Siphon and Xie Jianming in particular looked desolate, staring at the ground with dull eyes. They were in complete despair. Hello, comrade, we received a report that someone was eating and dashing here, is that right? The policeman came up and saluted. No, that's not true. At this time, the manager quickly said, I'm sorry, patrol comrade, we made a mistake, it was a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. An incredible expression appeared on his face. Could it be that the manager is really just going to let this matter go? Did what that loser Zhao Yu said work? Comrade police officer, this is what's going on. Please come here and I will explain it to you clearly. Then the manager called the police officer aside. I don't know what he said to him, but he finally managed to resolve the matter. Really? Well, be careful next time. Make sure you understand the situation clearly before calling the police. Otherwise, you will be held legally responsible, the police officer reminded. Of course. Don't worry, we will pay attention next time. Come on, Xiao Chen, help me send the patrolman off. As he said that, the manager called for the foreman to come over and send the policeman downstairs. Afterwards, the manager trotted over to Xie Jianming, bowed to him at a 90-degree angle, smiled apologetically, and said respectfully, Old man, I'm so sorry. I was so reckless just now. This is all my fault. How are you now? Are you injured? Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? If everyone was stunned when they heard the manager tell the police that it was a misunderstanding. Now, everyone was even more dumbfounded and their jaws dropped. Is this still the tough manager we knew before? How come he became a completely different person after listening to Zhao Yu's few words? The manager, who had been so dignified before, now looked like an elementary school student confessing his mistakes. What is going on? Chapter 025. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Oh my god, is this true? Did you hear that, old man? Not only did the manager waive our bill, he also apologized to you. It's more than 80,000 yuan. Are you just going to write it off like that? Don't you want it? Am I dreaming? Is this really going to work? Even after coming out of the first-class chef, Zhang Siphon was still in a daze. I ate a free meal, but I was able to come out safe and sound. This is simply incredible. 10 minutes ago, she was almost in despair and thought she would have to spend the night in the police station. Okay, Siphon, you'd better say less and leave quickly. Xia Jianming urged. Now he is still in shock, with a feeling like he has survived a calamity. He originally thought that his career was over. He had worked diligently all his life, but he did not expect that when he was about to retire, there would be such a stain in his file. Not to mention being promoted to a regular official, even the benefits he was supposed to enjoy were all gone. But unexpectedly, things took a 180-degree turn. Just now, when the manager apologized to him and offered to take him to the hospital, he quickly refused. How could he dare to agree? The debt of 87,000 yuan was written off. In his opinion, this was just like a dream. How can I dare to ask for anything else? Thinking of this, he kept muttering to himself, and was not careful with his feet. He missed a step when going downstairs and almost fell. Seeing this, Xia Ou hurried over to support him. Dad, how are you? Did you sprain your ankle? I'm fine. You said you were fine, Dad. I just saw you coming out of the box. It's been such a long time since then, and your whole mind is in a trance. What happened to you? Did the manager push you just now and you have some sequelae? No, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup later. Xia Ou asked with concern. No, daughter, I'm really fine. Xia Jianming waved his hand quickly, and then looked at Zhao Yu, who was standing next to him. Xiao Zhao, what can I say? Today is really thanks to you. Otherwise, your mother and I, old bones, can't afford to lose this person. Thank you so much. It's okay, Dad. It's too polite of you to say that. We are all family. Zhao Yu smiled embarrassedly. Originally, Xia Jianming wanted to apologize to Zhao Yu for not inviting him to dinner today, but before he could say anything, Zhang Siphon next to him couldn't help but speak. TSK, why should we thank him? He has no real ability, he can only talk. Zhang Siphon rolled her eyes and snorted disdainfully. At this time, Zhang Siphon had completely forgotten how embarrassed she was inside. As soon as she went out, especially when facing Zhao Yu, she raised her eyebrows and glared, and became arrogant again. As she said this, not only did she not thank Zhao Yu for his help, but she also turned the tables on him, pointing her finger at him and angrily scolding him. It's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped my daughter from coming today, would the young master be angry? If Xiaojie hadn't come today, do you think we would not be able to pay the bill and lose face? So, in the final analysis, this is all because of you. Even at this point, she still had hope for Chen Xiaojia. It was ridiculous and extremely stupid. Zhao Yu has gotten used to this kind of situation in the past few years. Good intentions are not rewarded. No matter what he does, even if he picks the moon from the sky, it is not as good as someone else farting in front of Zhang Siphon. Zhao Yu just treated her as a buzzing fly and didn't want to pay any attention to her. At this time, Xia Ou couldn't stand it anymore. She said angrily, Mom, how can you talk like that? If Zhao Yu hadn't been so kind to help you, you and Dad would have to spend the night in the police station tonight. TSK, what did he help me with? It's just 80,000 yuan. Don't forget, when his sister was seriously ill, he still borrowed 200,000 yuan from me. The money has not been repaid yet, so he owes us. Zhang Siphon said as if it was a matter of course. You, Mom, how could you do this? This is totally unreasonable. Zhao Yu, let's go. Xia Ou was so angry that she was shaking, but since she was her mother after all, she couldn't say anything, so she could only drag Zhao Yu home angrily. After Xia Ou and Zhao Yu left, Xia Jianming sighed, Alas, Siphon, don't say that. Although Zhao Yu borrowed 200,000 yuan from us, he has handed over his monthly salary to you over the past 2 years. He has almost paid it back now. Counting today's meal, he really doesn't owe us anything. Besides, tell me, isn't what happened today strange? We begged the manager so hard, but he didn't show any mercy. Zhao Yu just said something casually, and the manager immediately obeyed. The same thing happened last time when we came to eat and changed the private room. The manager immediately came over with a smile and invited us upstairs. Tell me, what's the reason? I saw that the manager seemed quite respectful to Zhao Yu. Could it be that the manager and Zhao Yu know each other? After what happened today, Xia Jianming's opinion of Zhao Yu has changed somewhat. Know him? How is that possible? What kind of status does he have? To be the manager of such a big restaurant in the city center, how capable does he have to be? Apart from other things, he must be very good at dealing with people, have a wide network of contacts, and be able to handle both the black and white worlds. How is it possible that Zhao Yu knows someone of this level? Zhang Sifen shook her head with a look of disdain. If you ask me, it must be that Zhao Yu's words touched the manager's heart. Plus, the police had already arrived at the time, and he was worried that if he hit you, we would hold him accountable, so he was afraid, so he showed leniency and let us go. TSK, if I wasn't in a hurry and too worried about you getting beaten up, I would have thought of it and said those words. You, Siphon, just keep talking stubbornly. Xia Jianming shook his head helplessly, and then he wanted to say something else. But before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Zhang Siphon. Okay, old man, stop talking to me. I'm telling you, trash is always trash. Zhao Yu is just a poor guy with no money or power. You want to change my opinion of Zhao Yu, right? Fine, let him win a lottery ticket worth 5 million and come to me, then I will serve him tea and water every day, and give him water to wash his feet every day. Alas, I can't reason with you. Forget it, let's go home. Xia Jianming sighed. But I have to remind you that you should have less contact with Chen Xiaojia. He is not as powerful as you think. Moreover, I always feel that there is something wrong when I went to eat at Yiping Mingchu these 2 times. Why is the attitude towards us so different? I just can't explain it. After Zhang Siphon's family of 3 left, Uncle Zhang Qiang and his family were the last to come out. It's not that they are not in a hurry to go back, but they feel that there is something fishy about this matter. It is really too strange. How is this possible? We said everything we could and begged for mercy, even almost kneeling down to the manager, but the manager was unmoved. We didn't expect Zhao Yu to come over and solve the matter in just a few words. This is too fucking ridiculous. The eldest daughter Zhang Chen spoke first. Yeah, don't I know that coward Zhao Yu? 2 years ago, his sister was seriously ill and urgently needed 200,000 yuan for surgery, but his family had just gone bankrupt at that time and had no money. Do you know what he did later? He actually ran to my sister's house and knelt down in front of her. And he knelt at the door for a whole day and night. Uncle Zhang Qiang also said with a smile. Damn, Dad, isn't Zhao Yu too spineless? Yeah, it's completely disgraced us men. The 2 sons-in-law also sang the same sarcasm. The last one to speak was the second daughter Zhang Yu. She was the prettiest of the 2 women, but unfortunately, she was not as pretty as her cousin Xia Oyu. She had always been outshined by her since she was a child. Naturally, she was full of resentment towards her brother-in-law Zhao Yu. Yes, that's right. How could Zhao Yu convince the manager? In my opinion, the manager might have seen the police coming to his house and he had beaten someone up, so he was frightened by what Zhao Yu said. After saying this, everyone nodded, thinking it made sense. Fuck, this is too cowardly, right? He's so timid and still wants to be a manager. He's obviously a relative. Har har har, that's right. I said it, how could that rubbish Zhao Yu be possible? Har 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 har. Yes, daughter, you are right. I feel the same way. Zhang Qiang also nodded. Suddenly, he slapped his head and came up with a brilliant idea. I guess that manager's tough attitude is just an act. He is a wimp. Look, after just a few words from that loser Zhao Yu, he even waived his 80,000 yuan meal fee. Why don't we go back and ask him for some compensation for mental damage? Let's go back and scare him. As he spoke, he also thought of his second daughter's boyfriend, Lin Pingji, who was a lawyer. Oh, right, Xiaolin, you're a lawyer. We'll be relying on you when the time comes. Read out some legal provisions and scare him to death. Don't worry, Dad, I'll take care of it. The few of them hit it off immediately, and after some discussion, they returned to Yiping Mingchu happily. Come on, where is your manager? Call him out, we have something to discuss with him. After entering the room, Zhang Qiang slammed the cashier table and shouted angrily. Soon, the manager came out. Oh, it turns out you are some distinguished guests. May I ask what you can do for me? The manager naturally recognized Zhang Qiang and the others. He remembered that they were also eating in the private room at that time, but he couldn't figure out what the relationship between these people and young Master Zhao Yu was, so he naturally did not dare to neglect them and spoke politely. "What's the matter?" "Humph, you just hit my brother-in-law. Do you think that's the end of it? You have ruined our good mood for dinner today. You have to pay us compensation for mental damage." Zhang Qiang's attitude was still strong. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately understood. It turned out to be a bunch of scoundrels who wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail me. But the manager was not angry. He asked calmly, "Oh, is that so? That's fine. I just want to ask you guys, what is your relationship with Mr. Zhao Yu?" Zhang Qiang waved his hands. "It doesn't matter. What does that wimp have to do with us? You can stop talking nonsense, but hurry up and give us the money, or we will sue you in court. We have lawyers here." At this time, Lin Pingji also said, "Yes, my name is Lin Pingji, and I am a lawyer from Huijian Law Firm. Your behavior just now is suspected of intentional injury. We are all witnesses here. If you don't reach a settlement with us, according to the law, we have the right to sue you in court." The two of them sang the same tune. After hearing this, the manager was not angry, but secretly relieved. Phew, it turns out it has nothing to do with young master. Now I know what to do. Hey, you two, why don't we just talk it out nicely? Why do we have to go to court? Come on, let's go to the private room upstairs and sit down and have a good chat. The manager smiled. Zhang Qiang and others thought there was a chance when they heard this. This manager was really an idiot. He was so easy to be fooled. He was fooled by just 2 sentences. Sure enough, what did I say? That loser Zhao Yu was just lucky, he doesn't have that much ability. Zhang Yu became proud. After arriving at the box, the manager asked them with a smile, "How much compensation do you want for mental damages?" This happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Qiang couldn't help but get excited and trembled when he spoke. "Well, then we need 100,000, no, 200,000. Besides, it's not easy for us to come here, and we have to pay for transportation and so on. Besides, for a restaurant as big as yours, 300,000 will be enough." Finally, he raised 3 fingers triumphantly. "One price, 300,000. Give me the money and I won't sue you." The manager's expression had changed a little, but he still nodded. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll ask someone to send you the money right away." After saying that, he closed the door and went out. After the manager left, Zhang Qiang and his friends couldn't help cheering and began to imagine how they would spend this unexpected windfall. Just when they were feeling smug, suddenly the door opened and 5 or 6 burly men came in. The manager followed at the end. "Brother, what's going on?" asked a bald man. "These 2 people asked me for 300,000. "Remember, it's 300,000, said the manager with a gloomy face. The bald man came up and kicked Zhang Qiang, who was standing in the front. "Okay, you are really asking for your own death. Come on, brothers, each punch counts as 1,000. Give me 300,000. Hey, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm a lawyer. If you hit me, be careful, I'll go to court." Lin Pingji panicked and shouted. But before he could finish his words, he was knocked down by a punch. "Oh, a lawyer, huh? Listen up guys, this guy is a lawyer, and is going to sue us. Don't worry, my brothers and I are very experienced, and we promise to make you live a life worse than death, without any scratches." The manager straightened his collar and spat on the ground. "Par. I've been working here for more than 10 years, and you're the first to dare to cause trouble at Epeen Master Chef. You're so audacious. Teach them a lesson." After saying that, he closed the door and went out. Soon, waves of painful wails were heard from inside the door. "It's simply inhumane." Zhang Qiang didn't understand until he was beaten to death. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why can Zhao Yu, a loser, do it? Why? Chapter 026 Xia Oyu's Love Bento. After returning home, Xia Oyu of course knew that today's matter was not that simple. She was not a fool. After all, she had been to college. Could it be that she didn't even have this little IQ? Even if it was true as Zhang Caifeng said, that Zhao Yu was just lucky and happened to convince the manager, but this had already happened twice. It couldn't be that the manager happened to believe him twice in a row, right? And every time, everyone took turns to try to persuade them, but all their efforts were in vain. When the manager was furious and threatened to give them a severe beating, and things were at a stalemate, Zhao Yu came on the scene. He ended up resolving the issue with just a few words. In the end, the manager even came over with a smile, apologized to them, and treated them with courtesy. Even a fool can see that there is something wrong here. However, it seemed that Zhao Yu didn't want to tell her the truth after returning home, so Xiao Yu didn't ask any further questions. After all, in her opinion, it would be better not to ask than for Zhao Yu to lie to her. But at the same time, Xiao Yu felt, it seems that I don't know Zhao Yu well enough, there are still many things about him that I don't know. It's really embarrassing to say that I'm his first wife, and I knew nothing about him after 3 years of marriage. I don't even know who Zhao Yu's friends are or who he usually contacts. I'm such a failure. It seems that I don't care about him enough. Today, Zhao Yu helped the family solve such a big problem. I should thank him very much. Xiao Yu muttered to himself. So, while Zhao Yu was taking a shower, Xiao Yu went to the kitchen and made a loving lunchbox, which he prepared for Zhao Yu as breakfast the next day. But, 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu pouted and admired her failed work, a burnt fried egg. She felt a little depressed. After all, she had never been in the kitchen before, this was her first time. In the past, when they were at home, in the first year of their marriage, Zhao Yu was out having a good time, drinking and partying, and she had to order takeout to get by. Later, when Zhao Yu's family went bankrupt, he was alone in depression at home with nowhere to go. He felt like a useless person who only knew how to spend money but not earn money, and he was spending women's money. So Zhao Yu felt very guilty towards Xiao Yu. He didn't have a job during that time, so he worked hard to cook at home to make up for it. Over time, his cooking skills got better and better. However, Xiao Yu became unfamiliar with this and now can't even fry an egg. Oh, if I can't even make an egg properly, how can I make a loving bento? It's really a headache. Xiao Yu hung her head and rested her chin on the table. Just as she was in distress, suddenly, she thought of someone. Oh, right, Lin Ye. Her family runs a cake shop, so they must be very good at these snacks. Just at this time, Xiao Yu remembered that she had to go to meet a client near Tiancheng Advertising Company at noon tomorrow. Tiancheng was the company where Zhao Yu worked. I remembered that I hadn't been to the company to see Zhao Yu for a long time. So, the girl got excited and decided. I will get up early tomorrow and learn how to cook from Lin Ye, then bring a lunchbox to Zhao Yu's company at noon, and see what he has been busy with during this period. Just then, the door opened and Zhao Yu came out of the bathroom. Huh? Why does the house smell like something burning? Zhao Yu frowned, and then when he looked at Xiao Yu, he found that she was hurriedly hiding something behind her. What are you hiding? Why, did you just go into the kitchen? No. So what does this smell like? Oh, maybe someone is cooking next door and the sound is coming from the range hood. Xiao Yu said with an awkward smile. Zhao Yu nodded. Although he felt as if Xiao Yu was hiding something from him, the relationship between the two had just eased and they were not yet at the point where they could talk about anything. However, compared to the previous cold and indifferent attitude, there has been a great improvement, and occasionally the two of them can even joke with each other. Even so, Zhao Yu felt very satisfied. So, he didn't ask any more questions and went back to the bedroom while wiping his hair. As soon as I entered, the phone on the bedside table rang, and I received a text message from Uncle Fu. Young master, tomorrow is your first day of officially inheriting the estate and joining the board of directors and taking charge of the company. I will send a car to wait for you at the gate of the community at 8 a.m. Please be sure to arrive on time and don't be late. Seeing this, Zhao Yu was a little excited, but also a little nervous. Hundreds of billions, just like that, ended up in my hands. There is also the Zhao Group, which is known as the most mysterious and largest business empire in Nandu. From childhood to adulthood, I have never even been a group leader in my class. Now, I am suddenly asked to be the chairman. Can I manage this company well? At 7:30 in the morning, Zhao Yu got up early as usual. It was his habit to prepare breakfast for Xiao Yu after getting up. Xiao Yu's insurance company starts work at 9 o'clock, so she usually gets up at 8:15. Zhao Yu will prepare breakfast before 8 o'clock, put porridge on the table, peel the eggs, and then wait for Xiao Yu to get up. But unexpectedly, when Zhao Yu got up this morning, he found that Xiao Yu was no longer at home. When he touched the quilt, it was cold, which meant that Xia Ou had gone out a long time ago. She had gotten up at least half an hour ago. You know, Xia Ou was always slow to get up. She would turn off the alarm clock and continue sleeping when it rang. Even when she brushed her teeth and washed her face, she was lazy and sleepy. So Zhao Yu would always bring a small stool for her and let her sit in front of the sink to prevent her from falling asleep. Unexpectedly, Xia Ou was so diligent today. He got up earlier than Zhao Yu and went out early. This is truly the first time ever. Combined with what happened last night, Zhao Yu felt that this girl was being mysterious and it was becoming increasingly difficult to guess what she was thinking. He always felt like she was hiding something from him. However, he still had important things to do in the morning, so he didn't think much about it. After washing up, he went out, arrived at the agreed location at the entrance of the community, and got into a Maybach sedan. Soon, we arrived at the company. As soon as he got off the car, Zhao Yu was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. This is the headquarters of the Zhao Group, also located in a skyscraper on Zhongshan Road with a total of 33 floors. It is said that this was because Zhao Chenggong built it when he was 33 years old. At that time, his career had already begun to take shape and he had earned his first 10 billion in his life, so he built this magnificent building. Therefore, the 33rd floor became his favorite place. Unless he had a special request to meet someone, only he and his butler Fu Bo could enter this floor. 8 years later, when Zhao Chenggong was 41 years old, his career reached its peak and he was officially promoted to the new richest man in Nandu. He was full of energy and his popularity was unmatched. Therefore, his favorite number is 3341, and his favorite room is room 3341. The chairman's office is located there, and this room has become the most distinguished place in the entire Nandu. Therefore, countless people have struggled all their lives and tried their best to get into that room, sit in the office chair of the richest man, and experience what it means to be the master of wealth and be the only one in the world. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu took a deep breath and officially stepped into the door of Zhao Group. After entering the hall, Zhao Yu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This place could no longer be described as luxurious. The crystal spiral staircase in the middle alone gave people a luxurious sense of space. The receptionist at the front desk was also quite pretty, wearing a uniform, long calves and stockings. However, perhaps because he was so absorbed in appreciating the beautiful scenery, after entering the elevator, Zhao Yu discovered that there was no button for the 33rd floor. At this moment, he remembered what Uncle Fu had told him, because the 33rd floor is only open to the chairman and the housekeeper, a special elevator located in the company's VIP area is used, and other elevators cannot reach it at all. So, just when Zhao Yu wanted to go out, he was pushed into the elevator by the crowd outside. Hello, 28th floor, I'm on the 26th floor, I'm on the 13th floor, I'm on the 32nd. Everyone in the elevator shouted at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu looked around and found that everyone around him was wearing expensive suits, ties, high-end leather shoes, and carrying soft leather briefcases, while he was only wearing a very casual sportswear and the most ordinary Li-Ning sneakers, which made him look out of place with the surrounding environment. After all, those who can work in the Zhao Group will not be treated badly, so there are very strict requirements on the dress of employees. Just like the etiquette ladies you saw after entering the door just now, they require employees to wear black stockings and uniform professional suits every day. Zhao Yu understood that they treated him as an elevator cleaner. But he didn't say much and helped everyone press the numbers one by one. After the elevator started running, the small space became very hot and stuffy. During the boring process, everyone started to chatter. Hey, do you know about the recent uproar? I saw it with my own eyes when I was working overtime at the company a few days ago. On the big screen outside the Citigroup building, a rich man was confessing his love to a woman and sending her birthday wishes. The fireworks and balloons were set off at that time, and the scene was simply a dream. Yeah, I saw it too. Such a big move, do you know who it is? Recently, people on the internet have been speculating, and so many netizens haven't come forward to reveal the truth, so how would I know? Hey, Mr. Sun is here too. Mr. Sun, you are the most informed among us. Do you know who this Xia Ou is, and who is the mysterious rich man behind him? Everyone started looking at a man in a shirt with a black mole on his nose. Judging from his appearance, this guy looked unruly. And Zhao Yu also noticed that after he came in, he called for the 32nd floor. The 32nd floor is second only to the 33rd floor. This floor is the core of the company. The vice president and the board of directors are both located on the 32nd floor. Therefore, the identity of this man in the shirt must be not simple. TSK, how come you don't know this? Of course I know. The man in the shirt snorted disdainfully. Who is that? Director son, please tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Yeah. Everyone became anxious. At this time, when Zhao Yu heard this, it seemed that they were going to talk about himself, so he immediately pricked up his ears and listened. The man in the shirt coughed, cleared his throat, and then said triumphantly. Well, of course I know that. Xia Oyu is my brother's woman, and I slept with her in the past. Chapter 027 Master, please save me. Fuck that. This was the first time Zhao Yu swore, and when he heard this he simply wanted to kill this guy. To Zhao Yu, no matter how much injustice he had suffered or how much he had been looked down upon by others, it didn't matter. However, if anyone dared to insult Xia Oyu in front of him, that would definitely be a dead end. Wow, is this true? I didn't expect Mr. Sun to be so awesome that he can even sleep with a top-notch woman like Xia Oyu. Yes, you may not know that in our Nanda forum and in the circle of friends around me, many netizens have spread the story that Xia Oyu is a stunning beauty who can overwhelm the whole country. Everyone wants to see her true face. But who could have imagined that the goddess they had always wanted had already been slept with by Boss Sun? Yes, Mr. Sun is worthy of being Mr. Sun, he is really amazing. The people in the elevator were not aware of the situation, and when they heard this, they started to flatter. Hearing this, Zhao Yu felt angry and amused, and thought, if these netizens knew that their dream lover Xia Oyu was actually my wife, many men would probably be heartbroken. Alright, I'll just tell you guys, but don't spread it outside. The man in the shirt waved his hand and continued to brag, keep a low profile. After all, Xia Oyu is my brother's woman. A friend's wife should not be bullied. I'd better give him some face. But then again, I was the one who organized the grand ceremony that day. Take the giant LED screen for example, I personally went to the Citigroup building to help build it. Do you know that the big screen in the Citigroup building is only open to companies and not to individuals? But the general manager and I are close friends, and he helped me out for the first time out of consideration for my sake. Actually, I was just doing a favor for my brother, but I didn't expect it to cause such a sensation. It's still hot online today, and you can see the video everywhere. Sigh, the netizens of this generation are so unsophisticated. It's just a matter of tens of millions, they really haven't seen the world. When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. Tens of millions is still considered a small amount of money. Director Sun is awesome. Yes, Mr. Sun's financial resources are beyond our reach. President Sun is still amazing. I've said it before. I don't even respect the former chairman Zhao Chenggong in the whole company, but I only admire President Sun. Naturally, everyone started to flatter him again. Soon they arrived at their respective floors and everyone got off the elevator one by one. Finally, the man in the shirt and Zhao Yu were the only ones left in the elevator. After enjoying everyone's flattery, the man in the shirt was now very proud. He held his head high, adjusted his tie, and his mood was obviously much better. Finally, he got off the elevator on the 32nd floor. As he went down, he gave Zhao Yu, who was standing in the elevator and peeking at him, a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. Hey, what are you looking at? Go and open your elevator. You will never get the chance to come to this floor in your lifetime. Zhao Yu ignored him, smiled bitterly, shook his head, closed the elevator door and went downstairs. When going downstairs, Zhao Yu kept thinking about what happened just now. What made him most angry was not the man in the shirt, but the fawning and servile look of the other people in the elevator when the man in the shirt was bragging. This made him most angry. It seems that the Zhao Group, as a top enterprise in Nandu, looks bright and beautiful on the surface, but it has a bunch of parasites in secret. If this continues, how can the company develop in the long run? Everyone is thinking about flattering and trying their best to please their superiors and leaders, who would be able to concentrate on their career. Zhao Yu thought, after he took charge and became familiar with the operation and laid a solid foundation, he would definitely deal with this group of people and change the culture in the company. After taking the elevator to the first floor, Zhao Yu ran to the VIP area, then changed to a special elevator and went up to the 33rd floor. However, after this series of troubles, he was still late. When we got out of the elevator, Uncle Fu was already waiting there, looking at his watch. Young master, don't blame me for being nosy. You're 3 minutes late on your first day at work. This is not a good sign. Although you will be the chairman in the future and can come to work at any time, there are so many eyes watching you throughout the company. You have to set an example for all employees in the future. Zhao Yu didn't explain. I'm sorry, Uncle Fu, I won't do it again. Uncle Fu sighed and said nothing more. Then he led Zhao Yu to room 3341. Along the way, he introduced Zhao Yu to the basic situation of the Zhao Group and the composition of the board of directors. As Zhao Qinggong's heir, Zhao Yu will inherit all his property, including all the land, houses, cars, cash and stocks under his name. Of course, the most important thing is the 50% stake of the Zhao Group. The remaining 50% of the shares are controlled by the four major families, Murong, Ouyang, Yi, and Lin. These four major families are the top families in Nandu, a type of aristocratic family with deep-rooted local relationships. They basically control the economic lifeline of Nandu and their strength should not be underestimated. Although Zhao Yu is the new richest man in Nandu and has a respected status, he is more or less influenced by the four major families on certain issues. If they unite to oppose a decision, with 50% to 50% of the shares, then Zhao Yu will not be able to accomplish anything. However, there are conflicts among these four major families, and no one is willing to submit to the other. If the young master can make good use of them, he will get twice the result with half the effort. Uncle Fu smiled and said meaningfully. As they were talking, the two entered the mysterious chairman's office, room 3341. However, after entering the room, Zhao Yu found that there was nothing special inside. The surrounding layout was similar to that of an ordinary CEO's office, except for a few famous paintings and antique vases placed on the bookshelves around. Perhaps the real reason why this office is famous is because its owner is the richest man in Nandu, who has given it special meaning. At this time, after entering the door, there was a man with a fierce face and wearing a black short-sleeved shirt standing in front of the desk. When he saw the two men coming, he immediately came forward and bowed. "Hello, master." "Hello, Uncle Fu." It was at the moment when he lowered his head that Zhao Yu saw through his collar that there was a black dragon tattooed on the guy's chest. He looked like a big gangster in society and was not easy to mess with. "Young master, let me introduce you. Our Zhao Group has a wide range of interests. In addition to the open projects, we also run a lot of grey industries in private. He is Wu Fatian, who is in charge of the underground casino business. This is what I told you before, no matter how you gamble or how you squander it, you can't lose all your family fortune, because most of the casinos in Nandu are in his hands." Uncle Fu introduced. Then he asked, "By the way, Wu Fatian, what is the matter that brought you here to see the young master today?" When Wu Fatian heard this, he immediately fell to his knees and said, "Young master, I have acquired a piece of land for a project development, but due to various reasons, the board of directors has not approved it. It has been almost 2 years, and this year is the 3rd year. If it is not approved, the government will take it back, and the 2 or 300 million yuan I invested in the early stage will all be wasted. This is all my wealth, young master, you must save me." As he spoke, Wu Fatian burst into tears and was extremely excited. This action surprised Zhao Yu very much. He didn't expect that a man with a strong appearance would have such a fragile side. "Well, you get up first, and we can talk about what we have to say." Zhao Yu hurried over to help him up. "By the way, what project was that you just mentioned? Did you bring the plan? Show it to me." "To answer your question, young master, it is a demolition and reconstruction project in an old city area. I plan to build a Yunling water park there." As he said that, Wu Fatian respectfully handed the plan to Zhao Yu. Although Wu Fatian is a rough man, his business plan is really beautiful. All the data and risk estimates in it are very accurate. Moreover, large-scale amusement parks are being built all over the country. Once built, there will not only be ticket revenue, but also surrounding products, which can drive a series of industries such as catering, hotels, and tourism. It can be said that it is 100 benefits with no harm. After all, Zhao Yu has been working in society for 2 years. During his time working in the advertising company, he has accumulated a lot of experience. So after reading Wu Fatian's plan, he can't put it down and can't find any fault with it. "Your project is good. Why hasn't the board of directors approved it?" Zhao Yu asked puzzledly. Wu Fatian hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Yes, it was Vice President Sunday. I have some grudges against him, so he has not approved my application." Vice President's son, who is that? Zhao Yu was even more confused. At the same time, he felt like he had heard this name somewhere before and it seemed a little familiar. At this time, Uncle Fu also explained, "Young master, you don't know, this vice president's son's full name is Sun Pengfei, he is the son-in-law of the Ouyang family, one of the four major families. He returned from studying abroad, young and capable, but this person is arrogant and often says some very arrogant words, but because he has the support of the Ouyang family behind him, generally no one dares to mess with him. At the same time, he has a very high status in our Zhao group, and is also a representative figure of the four major families, and often takes the lead and speaks out. Take the example of the sudden death of the chairman this time, which left a 100 billion yuan estate uninherited. It was he who brought the four major families out and gave us a 1-month deadline. If we couldn't find an heir, the estate and company shares would all be handed over to the board of directors for trusteeship. Fortunately, you showed up in time, otherwise this huge family business might have belonged to him." After hearing what Uncle Fu said, Zhao Yu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Damn, I guess it's coming. I was wondering why he sounded so familiar. The guy who insulted Xia Ou whom I just met in the elevator, I seem to have heard others call him Mr. Sun. Could it be him?"